Are you experiencing uncontrollable fast eye blinking, light palsy, stammering, and overbearing snobbery every time you hear the words, "Make America Great Again"? Are your conversations at dinner turning into debates? Do family gatherings feel like congressional hearings? Do you find yourself engaging in heated conversations with your 6 cats about political policies? Have you been found wild-eyed, naked, frothing at the mouth, and writhing on the floor? Have your friends described blackouts you suffered where you kept staring into space, repeating things like Russian collusion, "He is Hitler," and "Joy Reid was right"? If you said yes to any of these, then you suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. But don't worry, introducing Polycalm, the revolutionary new treatment designed to bring peace back to your household. Crafted by top scientists at RPW Media with a sense of humor and a pinch of irony, Polycalm is clinically proven to reduce symptoms of TDS levels 1 through 5. That's right, no more sudden outbursts at family dinners or knee-jerk unfriending people on social media. No more yelling at people for going into a Walmart through the exit door instead of the welcome side. Polycalm might cause sudden side effects such as extreme agreeableness, an unusual interest in gardening, and a sudden urge to discuss the weather. If you find yourself agreeing to a family game night, consult your recreational therapist immediately. Other side effects include an increased sense of humor, a sudden understanding of different perspectives, and in rare cases, an uncontrollable urge to watch Fox News. Polycalm. Because sometimes we all need a little help to stay sane in a world that seems a bit crazy. Available wherever laughter and open conversations are found. Polycalm is not available in stores and doesn't actually exist. But hey, wouldn't it be great if it did? Until then, liberals remember a little laughter and love of country can go a long way. And stop being a dick. Fact checkers. Polycalm is not a real medication. We're just screwing around. Polycalm is intended for humorous purposes only. Always seek professional advice for serious medical conditions like Trump derangement syndrome.
Hey guys, how you doing? What's going on? Let's see who's here. Hey Linda, what's up Anglo? Uncle Bobby, what's going on? My brother, not Jimmy from Philly. Simon, you still here? Who else is here? Chime in, guys. It says I got 9 right now. Dr. Jade may be in later. She has an appointment. So she may jump in later. She might be watching right now. I don't know. But hopefully she gets back in time. She can come in. Yo. What's up, Jimmy? Let me go over what we're going to go over tonight. Here we go. It's Time. Time magazine. They made Trump Time Person of the Year. So they had to explain why. That's going to be interesting. President Trump, the Ray Slayer. This is a good one. Alvin Bragg floats a novel. It was like his novel theory to go completely outside of the state system and go into the federal system, take 34 counts that the statute of limitations ran out 6 years prior and convert them into current federal crimes. Yeah, him. He has a plan to keep Trump's hush money conviction intact, even though he's not going to be sentenced. Bill and Hillary desperately need their buddy Joe to go along with this devious new plan. The NAACP gets destroyed by community notes. That's the greatest thing that he ever put out on X. Pushing fake Daniel Penny racist hoax like the BLM guy. Let's see. The evaporation of the Obama mystique. It's getting worse. And then White House security officials dismiss. We have no corroboration that there are actually drones. Yeah, like thousands of people's photos of them up close. Yeah, that's not corroboration. Shut up, bigot. Right? Who's all here right now? All right, we got a couple more to do. Let's see. So we got January 6th committee chairman Benny Thompson. He wants Biden to pardon his ass. That's pretty much admitting guilt if you think about it. Oh, well, they're going to go after me. No, Trump never went after anybody for in his first term for revenge or anything like that. And you only have to fear revenge when you do something wrong, dumbasses. FBI whistleblower, deputy director told subordinates to hide January 6th informants Because now the big news is, well, there were no FBI agents, but there were, what was it, like 26 or 16? I forget the number. I got it. I'll hit it today. But there were all kinds of informants in there who are paid by the FBI. So people paid by the FBI were definitely within the crowd trying to stir up trouble. The bastards. Let me see what's that. I was debunked at age 12 when I started sleeping on the floor. Okay, there you go. What's up, Linda? How you doing, dear? Chris. Oh, while you're working, dude, I sent you the link, the invite code, if you want to come in sometime. Chris, I texted it to you. All right, let's see. Let's pick one. We'll do this one first. Okay. This is by Julie Kelly, who is awesome. She does the whole J6 thing. She has a book, January 6th. The Race Slayer. With Donald Trump's nomination of Kash Patel, the FBI appears to be in panic mode. They really are. That's why they're all asking. I mean, he's going to, I'm going to pardon all 178 million federal workers. Chris Wray is the first to fall, but not before giving a fantastical account of his 7-year stint as FBI director. Confirming reports he planned to step down before Trump's inauguration next month, FBI Director Chris Wray today announced he will retire at the official end of the Biden administration. Wray, appointed by then Trump in 2017, delivered the news during an all-hands-on-deck virtual meeting of more than 38,000 FBI employees. He said, man, I really love this here. In typical oleaginous, boy, I should have looked that word, oleaginous fashion, Wray touted the Bureau's alleged achievements under his leadership, fighting the trafficking of illegal drugs, protecting children from predators, even though they lost 300,000 kids at the border, thwarting cybercrime, blah, 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 by abiding by the rule of law and adhering to our core values. Yeah, bullshit. The FBI, Wray claimed, is immune to the whimsy of American politics. Oh, God. He should be hung just for that. Unfortunately, all too often in today's world, people's standard for whether something was fair or objective. Dude, asshole.
What?
Sending people down. What?
Oh,
you're here. What are you doing here? Hello.
Why not?
Well, because I'm doing a show. Whatever. You can hang out. I mean, seriously, like Chris Wray sent FBI troops to Mar-a-Lago for documents that they already knew were there because he sent them down like 6 weeks prior. He sent them down. That's crazy. So he sends them down again. Yeah, the rule of law. Christ, fair, objective Supreme Court decision. A verdict in a high-profile case. The investigation we brought or the one we didn't bring is whether they liked the result. Bullshit. Oh, my God. So, spying on, well, he didn't spy. It was Comey. But the FBI spied on a campaign. They did the Russia probe. They assisted in the January 6th debacle. All the shit these guys did against Trump, and they say that we Trump supporters are jumping the gun. Or shit. That, of course, is not true. In fact, it is demonstrably false, exactly. While former FBI Director James Comey initiated the partisan weaponization of the FBI against Trump in 2016, with the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, Wray accelerated the effort while expanding the FBI's political hit list. Exactly. The side Wray chose time and again was the side of the Democratic Party, the Bidens in particular, while subjecting Trump supporters and other conservatives to the crushing boot of the most powerful law enforcement agency in the world. They don't do law enforcement anymore. They do intelligence work. And then they nail you. They finally go on the clock, if you will, when they want to arrest you. But they do intelligence work. They're not supposed to, but it doesn't put them on the clock, and they can spend as much time as they want doing what they want. What? No bragging about January 6th and Whitmer kidnapping plot. For example, one day before Wray's "We don't take no side" speech, agents with the FBI Counterterrorism Task Force arrested a man from Florida for his participation in the events of January 6th. You know, they're still grabbing people this year. as the caseload for the FBI's biggest criminal investigation in history reaches 1,600 total defendants. Can you believe this shit? Ray's FBI continues to execute military-style SWAT raids of J6 protesters. The FBI, did they do that to Hunter's house? I don't think so. The FBI just issued a most wanted poster for a 60-ish man from California who fled his home right before a pre-dawn armed raid on October 17. Unbelievable. Oddly, however, Ray did not brag about the J6 investigation during his scripted remarks today. He did not boast about how the FBI saved America from the threat of Indiana meemaws or decorated veterans pissed off about a rigged presidential election. Ray omitted mentioning the FBI's extensive use of geofence warrants for cell data and subpoenas for banking records. Yeah, banking records. We know that they're going into bank records. I did a story on it. He has 14,000 FBI informants that what they do, they did the same thing that they did against Trump the first time around when they would leak a story to the press, have the press write the story, then they'd use the story as backup support to get a FISA warrant. Well, they did that here. They had 14,000 FBI agents who would contact the banks and say, you know, this guy right here, he looks a little suspicious. And they would write an SAR, right? And the SAR was, to get the FBI to look at this guy closer because they think something suspicious happened, right? So that's what they would do. They would let them know, and Bank of America didn't even need to twist their arm. They're like, yeah, sure, we'll do it for anybody you want. You know, and so you had all these FBI agents. There were 14,000, 3 million hits on the database looking at your personal information. If you bought a Trump hat online or a Trump shirt, a MAGA, anything, well, guess what? They were looking at your transactions of everything, not just that. They were looking at your bank account, all your financial statements. This led or could lead to debanking and other stuff like that. Arrests, for God's sake. They have no right to do that. Jim Jordan's Judiciary Committee came out with a report on that. And man, oh man, this asshole. That's like, it reminds, when Ray said that, it reminds me of the time Barack Obama at the end of his term said, you know, he was very happy that he had an administration that didn't have the types of scandals that would embarrass them. They had the most up until Biden came along. They had the most scandals any presidency had, any administration. All right, back to the story. He also failed to mention the greatest unsolved crime related to a day Ray himself designated as an act of domestic terror, the identity of the J6 pipe bomber. They know who it is. They just don't want you to know who it is. Ray's FBI still offers a $500,000 reward for anyone. I could claim the reward. Chris Ray knows who it is because he does. There's no way you can't know who it is. It's like these damn drones that are flying over. They're now over in Pennsylvania. They're now up in Royersford, I was told. They're in Shanksville. They're in Lansdale, as a matter of fact. They're flying over Lansdale. Like,
yeah, but why wouldn't they do something about that?
What's that?
Why? I mean, and I think they're government devices because
I'm starting to think that too. At first, Jim, what I heard was from Congressman Drew from New Jersey. He's a Republican. He was the guy that left the Democratic Party and said, "You guys are fucking nuts. I'm going over here," and they've been shunning him ever since over there. But hey, what's up, Liquid? Chris, if you want to come in. Let's go. So what happened? Yeah. So he said that we know that an Iranian mothership, they call them, left their ports on a certain date, which at the regular cruising speed it would go was enough time to get here by November 18th. And that's when they started. Okay. And we know that mothership, which carries cargo like that, okay, it's off the coast of America, the Atlantic coast. It is off the coast there. And we also know for a fact that they bought those types of drones, the large ones, right? They bought them from the Chinese. So what the hell, you know, that's a great way to make us believe like, yeah, well, it's coming from Iran and China, right? But now when you think about it, when we listen to John Kirby, who was the spokesman for, I guess, the Pentagon, he's a moron's moron. He truly is. He was one of those Obama yes men, which is why he was able to stick around because Obama got rid of the real generals and whatnot and the colonels. So he's saying, "Oh, we just have no idea." If you say that you have no idea what's going on, then that's a real problem. If you say if you know what's going on but you're not telling us, that's another real problem. So either way, these people are effed up. This administration to not know. I mean, all right, ready? For all the billions of dollars that they put into the illegals, right? They couldn't like fly one drone. We have drones that could go up to 30-some thousand feet and they could hear or see a mouse fart on the ground, right? So they couldn't follow one of these things and find out where the mothership is. They couldn't do that. They couldn't trace it. Of course they could, right? And so what is the point? Are they trying to sow fear into the American people? Is that what they're doing? They're trying to sow fear so that maybe we get so riled we want to have a war with whoever?
Yeah, or are they trying to make it like Iran's doing it so they can go after Iran?
Well, that's exactly the case. See, the Biden administration wanted to go after Iran because they wanted a war for Trump to have to deal with. Because then they think that Trump won't give retribution on all of them. My argument is the only reason you go for retribution is if you did something wrong, and that's why they're upset. They know what they did. They know that they broke laws. They know that
see all the pardons he gave today.
What's that?
See all the commutations and pardons he gave today.
Yeah. And Jimmy, there's so much more.
The most in history.
Yeah, and he did the one, Jim, of the what was it? It was it in California? I think it was the one with the kids, the sex trade kids, and he pardoned the fucking guy. Oh yeah, he pardoned them. I think it's one of my stories. I did my story list early today, and it just added on as better things came up. But
the article said there were nonviolent. The pardons were for nonviolent crimes.
Yeah, Jim, and and the COVID vaccine was going to stop you from getting COVID.
Diddling the kid is violent.
Yeah. All right, let me get the next one. All right, so let's do Bill and Hillary. So, Revolver. Bill and Hillary desperately need their buddy Joe to go along with this devious new plan. Bill Clinton says his wife did nothing wrong. Did you hear that video the other day? Like, Hillary did nothing wrong. Oh, you mean when she deleted 33,000 subpoenaed emails? That wasn't wrong?
Smash cell phones?
And with hammers, the Blackberries, yeah. Anyone else does it, they go to prison. She did nothing wrong, right? Yet she still wants a blanket pardon for her. Huh? How does that make sense? Here we go. That's the latest report claiming Bill is open to his buddy Joe Biden gifting Hillary a blanket pardon. Yeah, for anything she did in the past. Okay. I'll tell you what, Jim. Here's the thing. They say, well, the power of the pardon is absolute. I don't think so. I don't think the founders thought, okay, so the pardon is going to be in case somebody got screwed over by the law. They got charged for something they didn't do, or you could do a pardon like Trump did for the First Step Act. You could do a pardon. Well, not a pardon, but release them. But they could do a pardon for someone that says, "Oh, he's been in prison for like 30 years. He's like 90 years old. Let him live up."
The sentence is now deemed harsh.
You could do it for anything, right? But the fact of the matter is that when you pardon people who committed crimes for you, which all these people did, Jim. We're not talking about just Hunter Biden. Jim, stop. We're not just talking about Hunter Biden. We're talking about all the crooks inside the Department of Homeland Security, the people inside the Border Patrol agencies, the people, everybody, the FBI, the entire DOJ, just about. The only people that didn't were the people that were whistleblowers, and they got treated like shit, right? So you had all these people that did all kinds of crimes because they went commie and said, well, we're going to stay in power by knocking down by turning the laws against the people. And this motherfucker wants to give pardons to all those people.
Could they challenge that in court, Richie?
Well, that was what I was going to say. Knowing Roberts, his court would say, well, the power of the pardon. But if they had a really good person arguing, if Trump puts in a great solicitor general, and says who argue. I don't know who he picked. Anybody know? Put it in the chat. But if he has the lawyer argue properly, saying, Your Honor, the founding fathers, according to these notes we have here of the minutes taken of the meetings, which they have them, by the way, and the delegates, they have those too that argued for this. You could say, the power of the pardon is not supposed to be abused in this way. That you could, like in other words, I could go down the street and shoot someone in the head, and then say, "Hey, Dad, I don't want to go to jail for the." All right, son, here you go, and anything else you want to do. That's bullshit. So I'm just wondering if they can. Now, I know that the Congress can change it, but it would have to take an amendment. See what the libnuts don't tell you.
That would take years.
What the libnuts don't understand is that in order to change anything that is actually written in the Constitution, you have to do it through an amendment. Technically, technically the way the Constitution is written, if the federal government has 18 powers, they're called the enumerated powers, Article 1, Section 8. You can go and read them, okay? Anything that's not in there, according to the 10th Amendment, but anything that's not listed there, a power, including things today, right? Powers that weren't even thought up yet, right? They belong to the states and the people. Says it in the 10th Amendment. But yet they were smart enough to say, hey, maybe the feds want to take a power away from the states. And they have to convince this. They have to ask the state, hey, can we have that power? And if they don't ratify it, they go, fuck you. We didn't want it. We didn't want you to have it. Right? So, which is why I always say they're fucking stupid when they say, well, we're going to codify abortion. We're going to codify Roe. No, you're not. The Supreme Court just told you the federal government has no say. So when you have Lindsey Graham, saying, well, we're going to do a federal ban on abortion. No, you're not. Because the Supreme Court told you too, asshole, that there is no say for the federal government. You don't have a part in it. It's all state.
Richie, for these preemptive pardons, could they maybe charge them with state charges?
Well, unless he writes it. Well, he can only pardon, Jimmy. He can only pardon for federal. He can't pardon for state stuff.
Right. So what I'm saying is, could the Attorney General of some state?
Yes, I believe that's true. The pardon is only for federal crimes.
Right.
Yeah. So he and a president can pardon himself for everything except impeachment, and that goes with anybody. If a judge was impeached, he can't pardon the judge for the impeachment. That's literally written in. They'd have to go for another amendment. That's written into the Constitution. So. He basically has free reign, like every Democrat, he has free reign to abuse our system so that he can get away with something. That's what he has.
I wrote to Bush when I was in jail and asked him for a pardon, and I had a U.S. pardon attorney write me back within a week and say the president's clemency only extends to federal matters.
Yeah, that's it. You would have written to who? Casey? Was he governor at the time?
I just put White House. And Richie, I sent it, and within 7 days of sending it, I got a letter back from a U.S. pardon attorney.
All right, let me finish this. It says, while the 78-year-old made it clear he doesn't believe his wife did anything wrong, he suggested if members of Trump's administration were determined to make up a crime, that's what you assholes do. It could, like he colluded with the Russians, Hillary, $9 million. $9 million to Perkins Coie law firm, who then spent money to hire Fusion GPS, who then spent money to hire Christopher Steele, the former British spy who had a hate on for Donald Trump, who then paid with all this money. It all went from hand to hand, who then paid Russian FSB agents to hand him bullshit about Trump, who then hired Bruce Orr, the number 3 in the FBI, like a deputy assistant FBI director, or no, attorney general. Yeah, deputy assistant attorney general. He's higher up. Hired his wife, Ellie, to write the dossier. Okay, because her specialty was in Russia. She was an academic type, one of those, right? And so she writes the fucking thing, and you had all these weasels. Okay, you had Hillary. You had all these fucking weasels. They were all in the room. Weissman was in there. That prick, Comey. Andrew McCabe, they were the two that were fucking each other that they weren't married, Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, okay? They were all in the room when he tells them, the husband says, don't use the dossier because it's all bullshit. Well, how do you know that? Well, my wife wrote it. It's opposition research. It was bullshit that Hillary had us right. And they used it anyway. I wish there was no statute of limitations for that, because I would like to see that smug little piece of shit James Comey go to prison.
Hey, Richie, does the pardon power give them? Can they still be sued civilly?
No, I think the pardon power is absolute, and it's for federal stuff. Yeah, I think they can. So
it covers the civil suit too.
Hey, what's up, Ludwig? How you doing, bro? Yeah, Article 5 states to change the Constitution to change pardon power, 2/3 would have to ratify. Yeah, you'd have to go through an amendment in order to change the Constitution itself. Now, let me tell you something. According to the Constitution, 99% of what the federal government does is unconstitutional. I mean, think about it. They didn't have a right to do Obamacare. Where does it give that? Where does it say they can do Obamacare in Article 1, Section 8? The enumerated power. You can hold the Constitution up to the light upside down and pour lemon juice on it. You ain't going to fucking see it in there. It don't exist. So I'd like to know, like, where do they come off saying, oh, we can pass any law we want? No, you cannot. And I'm shocked that the Supreme Court just like let this shit go. It's Friday, bitches. What's up, Lou? How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, I'll bring you guys in later if y'all want to come in and hang out. I just want to read some stories. Anyway, let me get back to this and finish it. During the 2016 election cycle, former Secretary of State found herself in hot water after she was accused of using a private server to send classified cards. And he says there were no classified documents on that server. They found out. No, James Comey's FBI came out and said, yes, there were. And he pointed out there were over 100 emails that had classified documents. And you want to know something else? I wrote... Andrew Wilkow talked about this yesterday, and I tweeted him. Usually he reads his tweets, but he didn't read mine, damn it. But I wrote to him, and I said, dude, the Espionage Act says, and it's in quotes, any document. It doesn't say the word classified. It says any document, meaning any government document, any document, classified or not, any document that leaves the government purview. Her server was not government purview. She put that shit on her server. Oh, it's not classified. Fuck you, Bill. Your wife broke the law. It's that simple. Trump should have thrown your ass in prison.
Explain why would Comey then come back like a few weeks before
he wanted to save his ass. Because look, Jim, Comey. I love when these assholes go. They go, why is Trump bitching about Comey? He's a Republican. Yeah, and so is Chris Wray, right?
Right.
Like it doesn't mean shit. Right, it doesn't mean anything, right? So, what's called? What was your question? I'm sorry, I talked myself out of it.
No. I was wondering. You just explained it. I was wondering why Comey would then.
Yeah, because Jim. Look. Let's put it this way: Hillary Clinton, Jim. Well, no, she was even worse. She was worse than Kamala, and I'll say this. Now she was a wonky person. Kamala was a moron. Okay, but Hillary, nobody liked her because there were some people that did like Kamala because she could come off like an idiot. Oh, she's a knucklehead. I love her. I won't vote for her, but I love her. But Hillary, most people despised her because she was a crank. She was a mean and evil, angry shrew, right? And so she was the worst candidate any party ever nominated. And I don't mean worse like Kamala. Kamala was the worst that they put up because she was not qualified at all. She had no idea. She wasn't qualified for vice president, okay? Because she did nothing, right? But Hillary was the worst in that she was an awful person, and she would have been a control freak, not just for the corporations, but for the American people as well. I remember Dinesh D'Souza went over that, and he convinced me with the way he was talking. And do you know that he knew Bill and Hillary in college? Do you know that? They were in law school together. He knew them very well. He hung out with them, as a matter of fact. But so she was god awful, and so Comey didn't want to say, like, he thought about it, and he thought, you know what? A lot of people are now not going to vote for Hillary because of what I said, but Hillary's a vindictive and vengeful bitch. And so I want to try something. I mean, he was trying to save his own ass, right? All those people, Jim, remember, the New York Times, up until like 4 hours before the end of Election Day, said Hillary had a 98% chance of winning. So everybody knew that Hillary had it in the bag. It was her turn. She was going to beat this Trump asshole, right? He's a racist, a rapist, all this bullshit, right? So what happened is they thought that she was going to win, so they were kissing her ass left and right so that they can maintain their jobs. That's what they were doing.
Right.
They didn't want to be replaced. Look what I can do for you, Hillary. I'll arrest George Papadopoulos. I'll get rid of Mike Flynn for Obama while he's still in.
Where is Comey now, Richie? Is he still in the government?
No. When he was fired, he couldn't go back. When you're fired from the FBI, Jim, you can't go back to government service ever. When you're done, you're done. That's it. You're done. Now, they fired Andrew McCabe, too. Jeff Sessions did. But asshole Biden reinstated him and gave him money. Andrew McCabe. Like he's not working there, but they gave him back pay. The dude
I heard about it.
You know why he was fired? Because he broke the fucking law. It's a law. It's not a rule. It's a law that a federal agent is not allowed to leak to the media. And this is what they did, Jim. I said this in the beginning of this rant. I said what they did was they would write it. They would leak something out to the press, to their favorite press. In D.C., it was to the Washington Post. Anywhere else, New York Times. Left Coast, it was L.A. Times, right? That's who they would go to, okay? And so he leaked it to the Washington Post. And then they write
evidence
a story.
that he leaked?
Yeah, he leaked a story, right? So about the whole Russia thing. So what they do is they write the story, and then he uses that story to get a FISA. Well, Your Honor, we're going to write in here too. We have the story here. They did the work, But meanwhile, he gave them that story, and it was all bullshit what he gave them. And
how do you know? How do we know that, Richie? How do we know McCabe did that?
Because we know, Jim, because that's why they fired him. He was fired for cause because he lied. And in fact, there's a woman, her name escapes me, but she was the one who used to teach them at Quantico, the legalities of things. And she said, the number one thing is if you get caught lying, okay, you can never, your career in at feds, it ends right there. Why? Because federal officers, federal agents have to go testify in court all the time. And all the defense attorney has to say, well, didn't he get caught lying doing that? Yeah. So can't use you anymore. You're done. What are they going to use you for, right? So they got rid of McCabe because he not only leaked it, he lied about it. And the woman said, like, she came out when everybody was furious with Trump. She came out and gave a speech. She goes, look, the number one rule that I teach everybody that comes through Quantico is if you get caught lying for anything, your career's over because we can't have you on a stand knowing that you're a liar. So your credibility means everything. And he lied. And so they fired him for it because he leaked it. And they fired him for it. That was that. But then Joe Biden, Dementia Joe, he goes and reinstates him for an honorary thing, but then gives them all back pay. Same thing with Peter Strzok. Same thing with Lisa Page. It's unbelievable. They broke the fucking law left and right. And here they got back pay.
Right.
It's unreal.
Richie, who do you really believe that Biden's going to pardon like Ray and Fauci?
Absolutely. I absolutely believe that. Yes. And I think it's a great thing because then they could be pulled before Congress and they can't plead the fifth and they can compel them. Pardon her. Oh, it's pardon. Yeah, really? That's great. But you know what? I'm going to throw your ass in jail if you don't answer.
Well, what if they say, I don't know?
What?
What if they say, I don't know?
And then, they usually don't. They usually do it a different way. They'll say, well, to the best of my memory. And how are you going to argue that? Well, he said to the best of his memory, right? That's what they'll do. But, Jim, they will have to answer because most good prosecutors or people in Congress asking questions, they never ask a question they don't already know the answer to. They're just trying to get you to admit it. And if you like Chris Wray, do you hear how they treat him whenever he stopped showing up? Because he said, well, you guys insult me all the time. I'm not going to show. And basically it was like, okay, so we'll do a criminal referral for you not showing up. And he'd be like, well, who's going to arrest me? Me? because he was in charge. This is how the communists are. So he's in charge. He's not a communist. Sure, he fucking is. The communist is somebody that was a cultural Marxist or works within the realm of cultural Marxism and acts on that. That's what a communist is. And he's a communist. He went along with all this bullshit that the Biden administration was doing, turning everything against the American people. They took all the tools like FISA. That was supposed the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. That's supposed to be to go after terrorists. Obama used it to go after Americans. It's the same thing here. When you had the unmasking, right?
Right.
The rule was supposed to be that if it's Echelon, they don't sit in and listen to your phone call. That's not what happens. It's being recorded on Echelon, okay? And if they need to, they know all about, because it catalogs the phone call, the time and date. So if they need to look that up, and they find it, and then they go, oh, shit, there's an American on here. I got to stop listening. But if they really want to hear it, they apply for an unmasking. Now, there were like 5 departments that would do the unmasking until Obama came along at the very 11th hour of his presidency, and he added like 14 other departments because he wanted them to unmask the living shit out of all the Trump campaign people, right? So was that illegal? Well, no, because the president's allowed to do it. Was it a scumbag thing to do? Of course it was. Okay, so they did all this unmasking, and Obama himself did unmasking. You know how we know? Because he's the one who unmasked that phone call between the Russian Sergei, forget his last name. He was the Russian ambassador to Mike Flynn. Okay, he called Mike Flynn, and then the phone disconnected, and then Mike Flynn called him back. Then the phone disconnected, and Serge called him back. So they built up this case saying, well, we unmasked it. It was Mike Flynn, and he was in the Dominican Republic with his family on vacation, but he kept having multiple conversations with the Sergei. No. What happened was Sergei called him because Obama knew that the Russian thing was bullshit because he approved it for Hillary. He said, yeah, let's go with it. And he told his FBI to go with it, right? So just to fuck with Trump, right? So to fuck his chances up. Then after he got elected, they had to prove that they were right, okay? So what does he do? He waits until Mike Flynn goes on vacation. It was a very well-known, he's going on vacation because he just became the national security advisor elect, right? So he said, before all that, it was a hard campaign. I want to take my family on vacation for 2 weeks, and then we'll come back. We're fresh. Let's go. January 20, right? So what happens is he goes over to the Dominican Republic. As he goes over to Obama to cover his ass for the whole Russia thing, he deports, kicks out all the Russian diplomats, says, get the fuck out, right? And so that's a big thing. That's like, are you going to declare war on us? Is that why you did that, right? So Sergei, the main ambassador, he calls Mike Flynn because he tried to call the Obama people and they wouldn't pick up the phone. So he calls Flynn because he's the incoming guy. It's not against the Logan Act if he was named. He wasn't nominated yet because he had to go through that process. But I mean, he wasn't confirmed yet. But if he was nominated and no one else is asking, it's okay. It's okay. It's not against the Logan Act. So all he said to him was, look, don't do anything. We're going to be in there in a few weeks. We will handle it. We will take care of everything. Don't escalate this. And that's the only reason they didn't kick all our guys out of their country, because Mike Flynn did that. But who unmasked him? Who's the one who unmasked him? Because 2 years into the Trump administration, Trump declassified the list of all the demaskings that went on there and not on there. The Mike Flynn phone call unmasking was not on there. It was Barack. I'm not done talking. It was Barack Hussein, Benito Mussolini, Obama. Okay. And the reason why we know that, Jim, is because there is a law that says the president is allowed to unmask, and his name and that action does not go into the book for unmaskings. Barack fucking Obama himself is the one who unmasked Mike Flynn.
Do you see the Trump administration possibly charging Obama for crimes?
I don't see that. He could. Jimmy, there's a lot more he did than just that. What's that? Chill, Rich. There are many good decaffeinated brands. Dude, this is decaffeinated. Where am I? Liberal tears. Donald Trump. Yeah, this is decaffeinated, bro. All right, let me do the next one.
Why don't you see them taking Obama down?
Because Jim, he is their Reagan, the Democrats' Reagan.
So what?
They think he shits ice cream and rainbows. Because then, Jim, whatever
no one is above the law.
Well, he is above the law. Barack Obama's always been above the law. He'll say nobody's above the law, but he's been above the law, Jim. He should have been arrested years ago. A lot of the shit that he pulled, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Jim? Just the fact, this is not something he should be arrested for, but just the fact that he got away with DACA, okay? DACA did not go through Congress, and he did not sign a bill. He signed an executive order. Executive orders must have a power behind them in order to be legal. So if the Constitution doesn't give him the power to create an illegal immigration bill based on keeping illegals here because they were kids of illegal criminals that came over the border, and the Congress didn't give him a law for that, where the hell did he get the power? He pulled it out of his ass. That's what he did.
Well, why don't the Republicans overturn it then?
Well, Donald Trump did, because any president can rescind any previous president's executive order. And a federal judge immediately said, you can't do that. And I remember Trump saying, wait a minute. Going back to George Washington, the next guy, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. So John Adams could have rescinded any executive order that George Washington wrote. And he goes, every president has done that, but I come along and I'm not allowed to. And the judge said, he responded and said, well, no, because there's so many other laws and regulations and funds and all that went through it. I would have been like, I don't give a shit. Take me to court.
Well, now
it's against the law.
I heard Trump say recently that he would make, when he was talking about deporting all these people, that he would make
birthright citizenship. He would
concessions for these DACA people.
Yes, he would. And the reason why, though, Jim, is because the man does have a heart. These people were lied to.
Yeah, they were promised shit.
They were promised shit that they never should have been promised.
Yeah, right.
Okay? They were lied to. There's no doubt about it in my mind. They were lied to. And it was just another way.
How many people is it?
A lot. It was just another way, Jim, that they were going to get illegals into the country to vote Democrat for the rest of the
yeah.
That's what it was. Hang on a sec. Let's see what it says. 3.6 million.
Okay.
It says there are as many as 3.6 million dreamers residing in the United States, many of whom did either did not apply for DACA or aged into the program after it stopped accepting new applicants. Only a minority of the total dreamer population, approximately 530,000 dreamers. So, Jim, they were given this phony baloney thing, and they couldn't even get their asses out of bed to sign up for that. Holy crap. Hey, what's up, Special K? How you doing, bro? What's going on, man? Ludwig, what's up, man? Trump would get racism accusation. Yeah. You know what? The thing is, no matter, look, it's going to be glorious because this time around, Trump doesn't give a shit what they say about him. He's not running again, right? He doesn't give a shit. So he's going to do what he wants to do. Now, I guarantee you Trump stays within the bounds of Article 2. I fucking guarantee you he does. He was the most constitutional president of my lifetime. I guarantee that he will. Absolutely. Because he did the first time. In fact, he would mention it. Every time he had to do something, like when he signed for those kids in cages, he said, I don't know how long this is going to last. I'm only doing this to shut these people up.
Did you hear that Homan wants to start deporting in Chicago?
Right.
And there was some representative there saying, wait till you see what the people do. Like in other words, inferring that the regular people are going to stop them from deporting people.
Trust me, Jim, they're not. Let me go on to the next one. Oh, this one's good. Let's see. I gotta grab it. Hang on. Yeah, this one's good. Ready? The NAACP gets crushed by community notes, which I think is the greatest thing that Elon did for X. for pushing fake Daniel Penny racist hoax. As you likely know, race hoaxes are so common these days, it's hard to keep up. You know the drill. The media breathlessly reports something like a burning cross on the lawn of a Baptist church, hinting that white nationalists are at it again. Then, surprise, it turns out some black guy did it because he hates white people. That really happened. I remember, Jim, in like the 90s, like the mid-90s, there were churches that were burning in the South, black churches. And this whole, we got to get the government on this because these white Klansmen are doing it. It was all black members of the church that did it. One guy worked for the church, didn't get a raise, got pissed, set the church on fire. Other guys were pissed because shit was said in the church they didn't like, set the church on fire. It was like 90% of them set the church on fire. Other ones were the electrical was so bad it set the church on fire. you know? I mean, it brought hell to the church, right? So let's go. Rinse and repeat. The left thrives on pushing these phony race war narratives. Why? Well, let's face it. They can't afford to have black Americans feeling happy, accepted, and successful because the day that happens, the Democratic Party goes out of business for good. That is so true. Democrats understand there is no power in yes. Do you know what that means, Jim? There's no power in yes. There never is. There's power in no. Because then people got to kiss your ass to get to yes. There's no power in yes. So they always go, no. So the day that people are happy and don't need your ass, you're out of a job. Okay, so it says even the left's politicians are getting in on the race hoax. Here we go. Hate hoax. DOJ protecting black mayor who staged a fake hate crime against himself. Does he sing for a network TV show in order to win election? He won. Now Biden's regime is giving him cover. DOJ moves to protect black mayor of Colorado Springs after report claims he helped stage hate crime against himself ahead of the election, which he won. Oh, my God. Who does that sound like? Juicy Smollett. Smollett. Juicy Smollett. Right? The truth is, white people just aren't producing the number of hate crimes the left needs. That's exactly right. So they make it up. So they have to invent them. It's a real supply and demand problem, eh? 2022 FBI hate crime stats show 1. Whites commit hate crimes at a lower rate than others. Whites commit only 51% of hate crimes, despite comprising a large percentage of the public. Anti-white crimes grew 38% the last 5 years. Anti-white rhetoric manifests in anti-white violence. Absolutely. The left and their media pals chum out race hoaxes, lies, and twisted stories to keep the us versus them mentality alive. Did you see, Jimmy, this guy, Hawk, what's his name? Hawk Wilson, or what the hell was his name? He's a BLM guy, was talking about the penny.
Him and his wife outside.
Yeah, he goes out there and he's like, they want to stand up and choke us. That's not what happened at all. I think we need some black vigilantes. Really?
Right. Yeah, I heard it.
When you have a white guy on the subway who's threatening a bunch of people to kill them, you can go up and you can choke them out.
Well, Richie, did you know that almost simultaneously there was another case with a black guy? They punched his girlfriend. He pulled out a knife and killed the guy in New York. You didn't hear about this? On the subway. No. So black guys with his black girlfriend on the subway. Some black dudes acting crazy, running around. He for some reason punches the girlfriend in the face.
Really?
Dude pulls out a knife and kills him. The grand jury decided not to charge him.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So let's see. The NAACP is getting in on the hoax game too. They recently got busted trying to peddle this type of nonsense regarding the Daniel Penny not guilty verdict. It all started when the NAACP responded to an X post by CNN that announced Daniel Penny's fair and just acquittal. That case should have never gone to trial. And of course, instead of doing so professionally, the NAACP did what they do best. Now, Rush used to call them the NAALCP, the National Association for the Advancement of Liberal Colored People. Lie and set the record straight. Here's what the NAACP lied about when responding to the CNN post. There were black people. That's what I was going to say. There were black people on the train that he was protecting. right? There were vulnerable black women on the train that this guy was threatening, and Penny got up to protect them too. All right, he didn't say, I'm doing this, but only for the white boys. You know, it didn't happen, right? There were black people on the subway helping to restrain him, that too.
Right.
And who testified on behalf of Penny during the trial. You don't hear the race hustlers pointing that out. This had nothing to do with race. It was very clearly a mental health violence issue. It's absolutely true. NAACP. Here we go. The acquittal of Daniel Penny. You ever notice whenever they talk, they look very angry? Because you don't get money donated unless you look angry. You ever notice that when they talk? Anyway, the acquittal of Daniel Penny in the death of Jordan Neely has effectively given license for vigilante justice to be waged on the black community without consequence. I'll tell you what, I don't care if it's a Chinese community, if it's a Puerto Rican community, Dominican, white boy, Irish, German, fuck, I don't care. You got a guy out in public on a train, which is what? It's a fucking tube that you can't get out of, right? You got a guy on there that's threatening a bunch of men, women, and children. And there were children there because the one woman had to hide her little girl behind a stroller to protect her in case this guy got violent with them. So I don't give a shit what your race is. I say anybody can take the motherfucker down if he's trying to hurt people, if he's threatening to kill people. He only had muffins in his pocket. He was threatening to kill people. Muffins. He could have killed a lot of those people with his bare friggin' hands. What's that? We're going to go here now. I got to read the rest of it. I hate when they do that. It says it's a painful reminder of the inequities in our justice system. Right. Jordan deserved compassion. Instead, he was met with violence. We stand with his family and calling for accountability. Accountability was called for, and guess what? The jury said that Jordan Neely was accountable for his own death because of what he did.
What did he actually die from? What did the coroner say?
Well, from the chokehold, definitely, but I don't. Probably, like you can, Jim, if you do it properly, you can kill someone very quickly. Normally, you can knock them out, but if you want to, there's another way you can do it. I don't know the Carteroid. I don't know what it is, but there's a way you can put someone in a chokehold and you can kill them, and they would be dead soon. It wouldn't take long because you cut off oxygen and blood to the brain, and it doesn't take a long time for it to happen, like a minute or something like that. In some cases, even sooner. But the fact of the matter was that he would not have been put in a chokehold if he wasn't threatening people and didn't try to fight him.
Right.
You know, and there were and they even had people testify saying that when he was talking to the cops, I think somebody put a phone on speaker and he was saying, I don't want to hurt this man. I don't want to hurt this man. You know, and he said, but I'm going to be holding him until you get here. And then the guy died. I don't even know if he died there on the spot or if he died like when they got him to the hospital. I don't know.
Ludwig said he should have tapped out.
That would have worked. You know that? Because he would have, the rules are the rules, man. Here you go. Get up. Start threatening more people.
Your Honor, he tapped out and Penny.
Your Honor, he tapped out. My client, he backed away. So he knifed everybody. All right, let's do the next one. If I seem manic, it's because I'm drinking. No, that's actually decaf. The evaporation of the Obama mystique. I say, thank God. If you guys don't read American Greatness, it's a great piece. Obama's behind-the-scenes political maneuvering culminating in a failed Biden presidency that ultimately led to a significant Democratic electoral defeat and rejection of his political legacy. Now, this is Victor Davis Hanson, who I admire a lot. What does that alone right there tell you, Jim? That Obama's behind-the-scenes political maneuvering culminated in a failed Biden presidency that ultimately led to a significant Democratic electoral defeat and rejection of his political legacy. What it's saying is everybody knows that Barack Obama was pulling the strings of the Biden administration because he had Susan Rice and Valerie Jarrett inside that administration, and they ran his administration.
Richie, so, I honestly think it failed because Joe Biden was mentally incapacitated.
Jim, it failed. Yes, it did. But, Jim, it failed because they spent so much money. Do you remember when Obama's first term, when he said he was going to have shovel-ready jobs? Remember that? He said, we're going to have shovel-ready jobs for people that need work. Remember that? And then later on, like 3 years later, he said, "Oh, it turns out that the shovel-ready jobs were not very shovel-ready," and everybody, "Oh, he's such a clown. Oh, Jesus Christ, I love this man. Suck his dick." So you remember that shit? Well, what they lied about was they said, well, the money that funded those shovel-ready jobs, that got the economy going because people started working, they started spending money, and then the economy got going. That's not what happened. They lied about it. It's not what happened. But because they faked the numbers, they faked the unemployment numbers too, using the U6 instead of the U2. But they tried to do the same thing during the Biden thing. But we just came off of COVID, right? Trump spent an inordinate amount of money. We can't, we got to be honest here. The Republicans spent a shitload of money. But the fact of the matter is that if he didn't spend that money, we thought, now we know it's bullshit, but we thought that everybody was going to die. That's what we were told by these so-called experts that should be arrested right now. Fauci, Birx, all those assholes. Walensky, who ran the CDC, all of them. Even the FDA was in on it, right? They never approved the Pfizer. Still not approved. A lot of people don't know that. Still not approved. They approved Comirnaty, which was not the Pfizer. Pfizer's still under EUA. But anyway, so
are any of them jabs approved?
What's that?
Are any of the jabs approved?
Just Comirnaty. I believe it's just Comirnaty, which was a German. It was made by BioNTech, and Pfizer helped them make theirs. But it was supposed to be for Germany, and then they would, when they started getting production going, they were going to start selling it also in the United States. But the president and CEO of the company, I reported on it, said, no, he basically said, Jim, it's going to take 3 or 4 years, probably 2024, by the time we can put it on the market. Why? Because he wasn't an asshole. He knew that they at least needed 5 years of testing before ever giving it out. Right? I mean, you could cut all the... See, Trump, Jim, a lot of people blame Trump for this, but Trump was not a doctor. Trump is a businessman, and everything in his life, Jim, think about this. Everything he's been through, has he always gotten really upset? No, he doesn't. You know why? He's a transactional guy. He's a businessman. He's transactional. So if something works out in his favor, he goes, then that was worth the investment. If it doesn't, he goes, I'm going to cut it off. That's what he does, right? So he asked the people in HHS and NIA, all that shit, NIAID, he asked them all, look, if we cut out the red tape, can you guys get a vaccine out in 9 months? It's, yeah, we can do it too. We can do it, right? And so Fauci cut deals with Pfizer. Now, I'm doing this on speculation of things that I heard. It's not proven, okay? So fact checkers, right? So he apparently cut some kind of deal with Pfizer to get it out there really quickly. And that's what they did. And the problem is that they cut their clinical trial short. They lost their entire control group during the clinical trial for efficacy and for effectiveness. Okay? Safety. I'm sorry. Safety and efficacy. Effectiveness. Same thing. So, and the reason why is because there were like 650 people in the control group. That's the people who did not get the vaccine, right? And so halfway through that clinical trial, all right, you had the FDA gave EUA, emergency use authorization, to the 3 jabs, right? To the Pfizer, the Moderna, and the J&J, right? And the guy, the doctor, the medical doctor who's running that clinical trial, he went and called everybody in the control group and said, you did not get the vax. And all but 2 of them ran out and got vaccinated. So they intentionally lost the control group. When he was asked, why did you do that? He said, I felt it was the right thing to do. Now, who reported that first? I didn't pull that out of my ass, and it wasn't a conservative right-wing. You know who did, Jim? It was a guy named, his last name was Harrison. Can't remember his first name. His name was Harrison, and he wrote for NPR. He was their biochemical guy that wrote stories. He wrote it for NPR, and he named the names, right? So they intentionally lost the control group. So they didn't know the efficacy or the safety of it. And they go, oh, there were other clinical trials. No, there weren't. Because once that started happening, why would you do clinical trials if you're already distributing it? Right? That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. So let's see. Barack Obama had long been rumored as the catalyst for the 2020 Biden nomination and therefore played the whispering puppeteer behind the subsequent lost Biden administration years. As such, he and his coterie proved the virtual architects of the Biden administration one of the most unpopular and failed presidencies in American history. Recall earlier that after a flailing candidate, Joe Biden, lost the first 3 2020 primaries and caucuses, his inner campaign was headed nowhere. Barack Obama and fellow Democratic insiders abruptly engineered the withdrawal of his rival 2020 presidential candidates, hard left but likely sure loser candidates, including Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Pete Buttigieg. Now, Jim, do you remember a guy named Ralph Northam? Do you remember who that was?
Wasn't it?
I'm asking you a question. Do you remember who Ralph Northam was? He's the governor.
He was governor.
Yes, and he's the guy that got caught in the yearbook. There were two pictures. There was a picture.
Blackface, yeah.
One of the guy in blackface, the other guy of a guy with a Klan hood on. He's from Virginia, right? And so they said, well, which one were you? Oh, I don't remember. We were kids and all. And the progressives lost their ever-loving minds. But then he wanted to keep his governorship. He had just won. He wanted to keep it. So the progressives said, well, look, we could run you out, but we'll make a deal with you. You do every single thing we ask you to do, and we won't have you thrown out. He said, you got a deal, which is why then you had the worst anti-gun laws a state ever put up. All right. You had taxes, problems with tax laws. You had there were problems in shit going on in schools. That's why Glenn Youngkin got elected, because all the shit that went on in Virginia schools. Right. You had Terry McAuliffe that was running as the Democrat, and he was their governor for a while. And he was kind of like Wolf. You didn't like him because he wasn't woke, Wolf. He wasn't. He was just an asshole, right? He was a sneaky, conniving Democrat, but he wasn't woke like the one we have now. Okay, and that's how McAuliffe was when he was in. He was a Clintonista. He was a hitman. Well, not boom boom. He was a political operative, if you will, for the Clintons. Okay, and he helped them get elected. Like they would say, we got to get rid of this person, meaning not kill them, but we got to, like a James Carville, if you will, we got to ruin their reputation somehow, make something up. I don't care. Do it. And he would do it. And so as a payback, the Clintons went down to Virginia and did personal advertising for him. Went out on his rallies. And, oh, we want this guy. You love me, right? You love me, right? I know you do. Yeah, right here. And he got elected. Okay. So he was not a horrific guy, but the problem is that all the things that were going on in schools there, the woke shit that Ralph Northam allowed, they didn't have the woke stuff when Northam was there, but he gave the people involved in the school districts free reign to implement it if they wanted to, without knowing what he let them run it themselves with practically no oversight by the state. And so now they have all this shit. And the reason Glenn Youngkin won, a nobody, he was a businessman, like a CEO. The reason why he won was because the question came up about what they're going to teach on the curriculum. And they didn't want, Tommy has 2 moms, or my 2 dads, shit like that. They didn't want that in the schools. And Terry McAuliffe said, the teachers have the parents have no right to say what the teachers are going to teach. And the teachers know what the curriculum is. They know what's best for their kids. And Glenn Youngkin was like, of course I'm not going to allow that. Why would I allow that? You guys are the ones in your taxes are paying for the schools. And so you're going to be able to say what is and isn't taught in school within a regular, normal curriculum of grade school, elementary through 12, K through 12. And the mothers came out for Youngkin, and that was it. It was over. Right? And that's what happened. The whole Ralph Northam thing, the reason I went down, that's what happened with Biden. They figured He lost his mind, right? He's going to get worse, right? He must have been on Prevagen or Adderall. Who the hell knows what they had him on during the primaries, right? But they were like, you know what? We can get anything we want. Obama said, you know what? I could put Valerie Jarrett, who ran my administration. Like, if Obama wanted to do something, he would go, where's Valerie? Where is she? Come here, dear. Where is she? You know, and if she wanted to slap him in the face, she can get away with it. Secret Service wouldn't do shit because she ran everything. She was the brainchild of his administration.
Ain't she the one that Roseanne said something about?
Yeah.
I thought the bitch was white.
Yeah, well, she didn't say bitch. She said, I thought she was white. I had no idea she was black. And she did look white back then. She did. She was very, very light skinned. She was older, right? She looked white, but it didn't matter. But because Roseanne didn't mean it in a way. Anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked. So I digressed enough during this rabbit hole. But the fact is that Obama had Susan Rice, one of the biggest liars in D.C., had Susan Rice and Valerie Jarrett running things. That's why he bought that residence down in D.C. And the first thing he did was build a wall around it because walls don't work, right? But he what's that?
Did he really?
Yeah, he built a wall around his residence in D.C. because he wanted to keep the riffraff out. But walls don't work. Remember?
Yeah.
Kept telling, walls don't work. We got to bring people in. No, you bring them in legally. I don't want to go there, but that's what happened. And they said, okay, so that's why Buttigieg came out and said, he's the first one that says, you know what, I'm dropping out right now because I'm going to support Joe Biden because he's the only one who can beat Donald Trump. And the rest of them went, oh, yeah. Now, when have you ever seen a primary do that? Where everybody goes, I'm going in this to win it. What? Yeah, I'm out. Well, yeah.
He was doing terribly until... Yep. What was it, North or South Carolina?
It was South Carolina.
It was South Carolina. They were telling you that the black voter is going to save them. Mm-hmm. And then that's purportedly what happened. But I think they just cheated.
Well, they just, Jim, they all got out. They all dropped when Buttigieg said that he was getting out because he was the only one that could beat him, right? That's what they did.
It's when you give up that easy.
So they did a Ralph Northam on Joe Biden. They knew that they could get, think about it, Jim. He wakes up at 9:00, right? Trump never goes to sleep. He wakes up at 9:00 in the morning. He does a ribbon cutting, eats his breakfast, and goes to watch Matlock reruns while they give him a handful of grapes. He calls a lid at 9:30, 9:45, right? That was his presidency. Whenever he had to give a speech, he was drugged up somewhere. I remember when he did the State of the Union and Trump was doing a play-by-play from Truth Social, and the one time he put the truth out and it said, it looks like his drugs are wearing off. It looks like the medication's wearing off, because it did when he started breaking down and excuse me, where he always fucks words up.
He started getting real angry.
Yeah, Barack Obama and fellow Democrat insiders abruptly engineered the withdrawal of his rival 2020 presidential candidates, hard left, but likely sure loser candidates, including Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Pete Buttigieg. The Obamas ignored or withheld from the public their own firsthand knowledge that Biden was suffering from signs of dementia. It's the Ralph Northam effect. That's what they were doing. Instead, they found Biden's cognitive decline and his former concocted reputation as working man's Joe. It was actually Lunchbox Joe, and it wasn't. And he was not a kid that grew up in Scranton. He was 4 years old in Scranton. And they moved to New York, I think Long Island, for like a year. Then they went to Delaware. He did not grow up in Scranton. In fact, the people in Scranton fucking hate him. And in fact, right now they hate him more. I can't remember what he just did up there. He pardoned the guy that was behind that kid's sex thing. That was one of the pardons. The people in Scranton are furious over that. Okay. Instead, they found Biden's cognitive decline and his former concocted reputation as working man Joe's useful as a veneer for a veritable Obama third term phone-it-in administration. Or as wistful Obama once conditioned his dream of a third term, he said this: if I can make an arrangement where I had a stand-in, a front man, or a front woman, and they had an earpiece in. He said, yeah, I would love to have a third term, because he thought that he came along too early. For the fun. Remember, he said, In 4 days, we're going to have a fundamental transformation of America. Right? What does that? Does that mean you love America? Say to your wife sometime, guys, you know what, honey? I love you to death. Oh, my God, I love you so much. I just want to fundamentally transform you into something else. That's how much I love you. I mean, you know, and America bought it. The Obamaites then got their wish for 4 years of enacted hard left directives that they could only have dreamed of while in actual power. But their radical menu since 2021 had divided and nearly wrecked the nation. Hyperinflation, 12 million illegals, 11 to 20 illegal aliens, a ruined border, spiraling crime, a shattered foreign policy of appeasement, a popular backlash against DEI woke trans chauvinism, partisan lawfare, and weaponization of the government. Who is writing this? Hang on. I love this person. It's Victor Davis Hanson. That's it. That's why. Yeah, I like the way he's writing this. And the ruling radicalism beneath the Biden facade eventually cost the Democrats nearly everything: the presidency, the House, and the Senate. Well, it also cost them the majority of governorships and the majority of state legislatures. In fact, I think it was like 3 more legislatures got supermajorities. I mean, the Republicans have more supermajorities in their legislatures now than I think ever before in history, even after the Civil War. And inert Biden is departing office with a 36% favorability rating. And I think those 36 are the mentally ill and the brain dead. I do. Rating in a recent Emerson poll, his Democratic nominee replacement, losing presidential candidate Vice President Harris. Oh my God, she didn't even have a shot. Also has virtually vacated her office with 40 days left of her tenure. Yeah, they just left. Failed candidate Harris has been roundly faulted by staffers and donors for blowing through some $2 billion in assorted 2024 campaign money.
I thought it was $1 billion.
Jim, didn't I tell you? Didn't I? No, she's 20 million in debt, but she spent over $2 billion. And didn't I tell you, Jim, that everybody thought that the reason all those people, her staffers, quit on her was because she was a bitch to work for? Yes, she was a bitch to work for, but for that alone, they would have put up with it because it gets it on your resume. I worked for Senator Kamala Harris. I worked in the office of vice president.
She didn't pay them that.
All right. But what it was they didn't want to be indicted with her. They felt she was going to be indicted because she was violating campaign finance laws. Like, for example, she would buy, like, you want to buy like a necklace that you want to look good because you're doing a speech or you're doing, an interview or something. She would spend $30,000 on a fucking necklace, right? She would wear a $30,000 dress and still look awful, right? That's what she would do. And she was spending money. Jimmy, they're also arguing, saying that that's the reason why she didn't get a single vote, like a single delegate vote in the primary in 2019, because she ran out of money. She spent it so lavishly on herself. She ran out of money and couldn't put ads up. She didn't have the money to do it. She ended up doing worse against Trump than Biden himself had in 2020. It was a rout. It was a train wreck. Many Democrats believe that they might have done just as well had Biden stayed on the ticket, even in his vastly diminished state. The Obamas were further blasted for nullifying the wishes of 14 million primary voters. Yeah, I played the video on a stream here of it was the young girl. She's a delegate. I can't remember her name right now, but she was a young black girl. She was a delegate twice. She was just reelected as a delegate in 2024. And she said she went to a DNC dinner and all that. And she said they weren't even interested at this get together. They weren't even interested in the issues. They were just laughing it up, drinking, dancing, doing all the crazy shit. She couldn't even get in a conversation with people. And it was supposed to be for that, this get together. It was supposed to be speeches, what we're going to do, all this crap. And so she said,
Rich, how did they explain the 6 million people that didn't vote?
Oh, it was more than that, I think.
81 million supposedly voted for Biden in 2020. There's 6 million shy of that.
Well, no, what did they get this? What did she get this time?
She got,
well, Jim,
almost just shy of 75 million.
Okay, but you got to also understand, Jim, a lot of those people that voted for Biden voted for Trump this time or didn't vote. A lot of them. I mean, there were a lot of people that said, I'm voting Trump. And normally they would go Democrat, but I'm voting Trump. Because they realized the wallets were thicker. Huh?
They tried to say that all these Republicans were defecting to the Democrats and da-da-da-da. Yeah.
Hold on.
I listened to a lot of that.
Rich, do the story of the 18th anniversary of Crystal Magnum admits fabricating 2006. Oh, yeah. I should play that. As a matter of fact, I have that. Yeah, let's play that next. Let me do that next. Let me find it. Yeah. All right. Do you guys remember the Duke lacrosse where the girl, she was hired as a stripper and then she claimed that the Duke lacrosse team that she was doing stripping for at her party raped them? She just admitted that she lied. She just admitted that she lied.
They threw them kids out and then they got back in, right?
It's only like 54 seconds, right? But this is it. Ready?
And
34.
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't. And that was wrong. And
I found God.
I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me.
Yeah. What do you hear? Why she did it?
And made up a story that wasn't true because I wanted validation from people and not from God. And that was wrong. And I hope that they can forgive me.
Did you see that? Did you see that? Watch. See it again. It goes.
It
was a cut.
Yeah.
There it is. They cut something out. Yeah. I think you got an echo, Jim.
It's not bad.
Huh?
I got an echo?
Yeah. It's not bad. But it's not bad, but I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear it.
Hold on. Let me see if what the fuck? Let me see if it's these headphones.
Yeah, it probably is because it is all the time. 81 million in my
is it
rear.
Still an echo?
Yes. No.
There's still an echo.
Hold on. Hello. No, it's gone. Echo's gone.
How does that happen?
I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, 81 million votes, my ass. I know. There's no way he got 81 million votes. No, what he got was 81 million ballots. That's what he got. And how many times did we have to see in different states whistleblowers come up and say, we saw them take the same reams and put them through and through again, the same ream, put them back in, put them back. And they go, well, there's a QR code on there. And the guy goes, yeah, and there's a little button right here that I can push on the screen. It says, disable QR check. That's what they were doing. Why would they have disable QR check? What's the point of that?
You know what all these liberals are doing now?
What's that?
They're making a big deal that the popular vote is shrinking as to what Trump won by. The popular vote doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't. It doesn't mean jack.
The presidential election is 50 separate elections.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They don't campaign for the popular vote.
Yep. I know. Oh, I know. Huh. So this week, you know, it's weird. Last week or the week before, I set up the BitChute live stream, right? And it went off without a hitch. And you got to get your stream key and your ingest URL, right? And so the next week, I go in and I go live. I had set it up in StreamYard, right, Jim? So I check it in StreamYard. Then I come over here and I see, that I got to set it up again. So I go for the stream key, right? I got to create a second one. So last week, there were 2 streams at the same time running. So I'm like, wait a minute. So did they really store it the first time? And I didn't have to do it again, right? So now I expected 2 times this time, but there's not even one. So I'll bet if I put in another one, because the stream key, you got to create it every time in StreamYards. They don't store it there. It's crazy. But then on BitChute, they don't put it up, apparently, because I don't see me on BitChute now. I'll figure it out by next week. Sorry, guys, on BitChute, if you're going to watch this later. And they do. They actually do. I do not do bit. You know what? I get a lot of comments on BitChute, and a lot of them. It's like it's very diverse. You got a lot of guys that are with the movement. Then you got a lot of guys that they hate everybody. You know, like, oh yeah, Trump. Yeah, he's making money just like Obama did. And it's like, oh, dude, just cut me a break. You know, good Lord, decaf. And then you got the lib nuts. So it's a pretty diverse thing, which is okay by me. You know, I like to debate anybody.
I continue to see people online, the liberals online, claiming that Trump's a rapist and he's a convicted felon.
Yeah. Okay, Jim, let them do that while Trump smashes them legally. Takes away their money, you know, for funding and all that bullshit. Let them do it. All right, next one. Let's go down the list. Alvin Bragg. CP, evaporation. Yeah, this is one right here. This is bullshit. Who buys this bullshit? So let's see. Here we go. John Kirby is quite possibly the dumbest person ever to come out of the Pentagon. So let's see. How do we fix? Here's this. Let's just play it. I don't know anything.
We have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat. Or
how do you know that? They stopped the medevac from being able to go down and pick someone up and take them to the hospital. That was a security threat right there.
Have a foreign nexus.
At one point, Jim, he said, we don't even have corroboration that they're real. Hundreds of videos sent, put on social media, sent to police stations. We don't know if it's real.
The Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are investigating these sightings, and they're working closely with state and local law enforcement.
Oh, there was a woman, Jim, a female reporter, and she asked him a question. And then he gives like a word salad answer, and she says, can you repeat that, but this time have it make sense? She literally said that to him, and she's not like a fox person.
To provide resources using numerous detection methods to better understand their origin.
Guys, to better understand, like I said, drone 30,000 feet in the sky, zoom in, follow that mofo, follow him back to where he goes. Just follow him. Boom, you got the mothership. Simple, but he's talking words.
Very sophisticated electronic detection.
I suspect it's government.
Yeah, I know, Jim.
Federal authorities. We have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings.
Did you hear that? They haven't been able to corroborate it. So people that are getting film of them very close to them, they're making it up. All these different people, and they all look, the drones look pretty much alike. There's like two different types. One's like a triangle, and the other one looks like like an SUV, they're saying, or the size of a dining room table. Some of them, they're bigger, smaller. You know, I mean, so what? They're all making it up, right? Canva had a special sale, a Christmas sale, if you will, or the Black Friday sale extended a couple of weeks, right? To buy these kinds of visual effects that they're gonna mess with people. Come on.
To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully.
Yeah, what they're saying, and this is how he gets away with the lie. They're saying, and if you think about it, Jim, they're not flying in areas where the airspace is controlled. In other words, there's certain places a plane is not allowed to fly. They're not violating that, and they have all the lights that the FAA says that you have to have. I wish Jade was here now because she worked for the FAA for a lot of. She was a doctor for the FAA. She had her own private practice, but she took them exclusively as patients, and she flies herself. She's a pilot, and she flew in the Air Force, as a matter of fact, too. She showed me her plane, as a matter of fact. But think about that. I mean, just think about that. What's going on here? This guy is telling us we don't have a clue.
The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels.
So if there's no foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels, then it has to be internal. And since nobody out there has the kind of money to do something like this and the technology for it. Plus, I said earlier, for you guys that weren't here, Congressman Drew, who was the guy that during the Trump administration, he was New Jersey Democrat, and he switched over to the Republican Party because he said the Democrats just lost their minds in Congress. They just lost their ever-loving mind. So he moved over. He just came out and gave a statement and said, look, we happen to know for a fact that Iran purchased these types of drones from China. And we also know for a fact that they have one of their motherships, which is a ship that can carry a lot of cargo, okay, that it left their port in whatever city in Iran, the coastal city. And he said, and it was in enough time when they left that at the cruising speed it would normally go, it was off the coast of the Atlantic coast of the United States, and it was right outside international waters by November 18, which is when they started coming in. You had another guy, an eyewitness, that said, we were on the beach, it was at dusk, and we saw over 50 of these things in the sky coming towards the land.
Richie, why is he the only politician talking about it?
Who, Drew? Because I guess he's the only honest one. Well, see, Jim, what's going on is the administration's not telling anybody anything. So he did his own research. His office did the research. I'm sure a lot of other ones are too. But, I mean, think about that. There's two ways you can think about this. Iran did buy them from China. Iran's ship did leave the port at a certain time where it gives it enough time to be out here. However, wouldn't it be interesting if the Biden administration did this in order they've wanted to get into a war with Iran for whatever reason, right? They've wanted to.
And Russia.
Ukraine was different, Jim. The Iran thing, I don't think Iran will become a piggy bank for the Democratic Party or an ATM the way Ukraine has been. But Ukraine was one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
Didn't Clinton, when she was running for president, she made it clear she wanted to start a war with Russia?
No, Jim. She did that the reset with Russia. Do you remember she was doing a reset with Russia, meaning that we were going to renew all the policies with Russia. We're going to be friends with them, all this bullshit. And Jim, there's so much shit she did for Russia, okay? So she did this whole ceremony and had their ambassador, and she had this big red button that said reset in Russian for him to push down on. And he looked at it, and she's all smiles and had all the press around. He goes, it does not say reset. They got the fucking word wrong. You're the Secretary of State of the United States of America, and you get this special button for a ceremony saying we're going to do a reset with Russia, and you can't get the damn word right? Come on. What kind of incompetence
How
is
did she
that?
handle it?
She went, just laughed. And, anyway, and Jim, did you ever hear of Skokovo? Did you ever hear that? Okay, yeah. Skokovo was Hillary Clinton was intimately involved in getting that created, and it was the Russian Silicon Valley. Okay, and the reason why, because she was a Saul Alinskyite. She saw there was a shitload of money to be made, so she made sure that the State Department was in charge of any other country that wanted to get involved. That's the deal they cut with Russia, and they said if your country wants to get involved in this Skokovo, I think it was called Skokovo. If you wanted to get involved in that, then you got to come through us. Why? Oh, you got to pay the piper, man. You got to give us some money. You got to put it into the foundation. We'll let you do whatever the fuck you want. Bend over. That's what they did. And so she made a shit ton of money off of that because everybody paid her, right? And what happened is that technology place that they built, Jim, what do you think came out of that? The technology for the hypersonic missiles that Russia and now China have, which says that they could hit us with a missile before we even know it's in the air. Hypersonic missiles. That technology was at Skokovo. That's where it was created. Thanks, Hillary. Right? And then you had the whole, I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole again, but the Uranium One thing that she made $145 million off of, the donation, where they sold the uranium company, Uranium One, which was a Canadian company. It had 20% of our uranium in it, and she was getting kickbacks and bribes, right? The whole CFIUS board, the Committee for Foreign Investment in the United States, they must have all got a cut because they all voted to approve it. Fuck. They all did. It's amazing. And yet Trump's the one that wants Putin. You know, Putin wanted Hillary to win. You know why? Because he knew she could be bought. He bought her. Uranium One, he bought her. Skolkovo, he bought her. He knew. And yet Trump's the one. Bunch of fucking jerk-offs. Here you go. Here's one. This is Time trying to explain why. Well, let me play this first. Hold on. I got one for you. You ready? Hang on. Let me do this. I am going. Yeah, here we go. Oh. This one I had to laugh at. Let me get.
Piss break.
Oh, all right. Thanks, Jim. Let's see. Here we go. All right, you ready? This is our favorite race lady from MSNBC, Joy Reid. And she's talking about Trump being, you know, person of the year. Right? Let me go back up. Here we go. Why is it not playing? Hold on. Oh, that's not what I want. Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Hang on. Let me get rid of that. I have the link. Why is it doing that? All right. Let's see. Copy. Sorry, guys. Here we go. All right. Oh, man. Now everything goofy is happening. Okay. Whew. Let me get it. There it is. All right. Joy Reid's rant. Here we go.
Is not much of a ringing endorsement. And we all know which one Trump falls under. And let's remember who else has been given this title in years past in the same category. Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Ayatollah Khomeini, and Vladimir Putin.
Oh, there you go.
In fact, Stalin won the distinction twice, just like Trump.
Wow.
Regardless of the company he keeps, we know how important these magazine covers are to Trump. Just look at this tour he gave the Washington Post in 2015 of his Trump Tower office, with a wall adorned with his various cover appearances. Better or for...
Yeah. So she's trying to say that Donald Trump is literally Hitler, right? Unbelievable. So let me see something. I want to see if I can find it. I think I can. I think I can. Okay. Yes. So let's see. I think I got it in there. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So who else was Person of the Year? In 1969, they chose Middle Americans, us. 1993, Nelson Mandela. Did you know that Nelson Mandela is literally Hitler? Right. 1998, Bill Clinton. Well, yeah, possibly. 2005, Bill Gates. Does she think Bill Gates is literally Hitler? Oh, here you go. 2006, Person of the Year was you, meaning all of us, meaning Joy Reid. Joy Reid is literally Hitler. In 2020, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were literally Hitler. I mean, Times Person of the Year. In 1950 and in 2003, the American soldier was literally Hitler. Never made the list, Joy Reid. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. In 2006 were Person of the Year. You, too, can be like Special K and be Person of the Year. In fact, you were. Oh, because Chris, heard about him. Yeah, we were all Person of the Year. Unbelievable. All right, take that back. She's the moron's moron of MSNBC. I can't wait to see her lose her job and can't understand why nobody wants to pick her up. Here we go. Ready? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So Benny Thompson, who was the chairman of the J6 committee, he says he would accept the preemptive pardon if Biden offers it. Representative Benny Thompson, Democrat, Mississippi, former chair of the J6 committee, said in a Thursday interview that he would accept a preemptive pardon from President Biden if he offered one. CNN's Abilio Acosta, he lies about his name, by the way. His first name is not Jim, it's Abilio. Abilio Acosta asked Thompson whether he wanted Biden to extend the pardon offer in light of recent reporting that Biden was considering using the pardon power to protect those he feared may be targeted in Trump's second term because they committed crimes for me. That's what they leave out. Quote, the president, it's his prerogative, Thompson said, about whether he wants Biden to preemptively pardon him. If he offers it to me or other members on the committee, I would accept it, but it's his choice. In other words, can you pardon me? Because if I go down, I'm taking your ass down with me. Thompson noted the committee's staff and the witnesses similarly did nothing wrong, and they lied. All of them lied. They deleted that. Do you hear now that they're saying, no, they didn't delete the digital data? That's a lie. Oh, okay. So where is it? Where's the digital data? You guys deleted it. If it doesn't exist, you guys delete it. That's a felony. Think about that. We've had 2 years of review by Republican chairpersons. Where the hell did my screen go? There it is. They found nothing wrong. Okay. We stand by the work of the committee. Yeah, you stand by the fact that you excluded exculpatory evidence. Absolutely. You excluded exculpatory evidence. You lied and said that Trump reached over the seat and grabbed the steering wheel of the limo they were in and tried to turn the vehicle around. The Secret Service guys go, what are you talking? No, that never happened, right? But they said that. Liz Cheney comes out and gives this very somber speech where she says on the committee that Trump sat around for hours watching on TV the riot and that he did nothing. Now we know that he really did offer the 10,000 troops because it was discovered in the documents, the paperwork that was handed over through a FOIA request, that yes, he did. And in fact, he and his chief of staff did not lie about that for 4 days straight leading up to January 6th, they offered it. And Pelosi's team said, no, thanks. She even admitted it in that video that her daughter did, the documentary, saying, this is my fault, I take responsibility. But yet she never took responsibility. We stand by the work of the committee. Our committee did a wonderful job. No, actually, you're a piece of shit. You lied throughout the whole thing to try to damage Trump for his election. How'd that work out? We shared it with the public, and all the public has to do is read the report that we filed based on our report. They did, and they reject it. They know it's bullshit. Look, Trump put out 2 tweets like almost right away when the riots started. And he also put posts out on Facebook. Twitter at the time and Facebook deleted them both and then banned him. Why would they ban a tweet that says, please go home, respect law enforcement, become peaceful? What a bastard. You know, like, why would they delete that? If they didn't want the people to know that Trump said that, then they delete it, and that's what they did. Then he put the video out, and they deleted that as well. But we got to see that at least. Trump has frequently targeted members of former House committee that, in fact, Liz Cheney is one of them. He targeted her right out of office. Trump repeated his grievances about the panel in his first post-election interview on Sunday, mentioning Thompson and former Vice Chair Liz Cheney, Liz, I'm unemployed Cheney, by name, and saying he thinks the panel members should be jailed. Honestly, they should go to jail, Trump told NBC's Kristen Welker. I don't know why he does interviews with her. She's a piece of work, referring to the panel's members. Trump added, however, that he would not instruct his top law enforcement officials to jail the panel's members. He should say that until Biden's out, and then he should get them to jail their members because they lied. They misappropriated funds. They withheld exculpatory evidence. They would not call witnesses that could testify against their narrative. I mean, the whole thing was a joke. They literally spent millions upon millions of dollars for ABC News to get one of their guys to come in and direct that live thing they did to make it look more spectacular and more somber and more official. I mean, holy cow. Yeah, Jimmy's taking a really long pee right now. Actually, he's still the manager at that house. He's probably got a lot of things going on. But thank goodness it's not loud. Because normally I drink water sometimes. Okay. George Floyd. He does look like it. Yeah. Oh, I know the whole thing. Let me see. Let's go. Yeah, this is what's to come. You ready? Here we go. Biden pardons 39, commutes nearly 1,500 sentences in largest clemency act in modern U.S. history. Just days after pardoning his son Hunter in a widely unpopular move, it was widely unpopular because he kept saying, "No, I will not." President Joe Biden on Thursday issued the most sweeping one-day clemency in modern U.S. history by pardoning 39 Americans and commuting the sentences of nearly 1,500 others. The actions were announced in an early morning statement from the White House to signal more acts of clemency could be coming. Yeah, he's gonna everybody on his staff, everybody on the committee, Chris Wray, Merrick Garland, all their deputies, they're all going to get pardoned, which is fine by me because at least we'll get cosmic justice out of it. And hopefully one of these assholes will refuse to testify and they lock their asses up. A lot of people don't realize when you're no longer in jeopardy because you have immunity and a pardon grants immunity, then you can't plead the fifth. You can't. You have to talk. They can compel you or put you in jail. I hope that happens. They're not going to be stupid enough. And again, look what we're talking about. As the president has said, the United States is a nation of second chances, the statement said. The president recognizes how the clemency power can advance equal justice under the law and remedy harms caused by practices of the past. Yeah, like your administration. Biden commuted the sentences of nearly 1,500 individuals who were placed on home confinement during the COVID-19 pandemic and who have successfully reintegrated into their families and communities for at least 1 year. How many crimes do you think are going to be committed by them? Pardons went to 39 nonviolent offenders. How much you want to bet there are some violent ones in there, including some convicted of drug crimes? Now, those are probably the people that his 1994 crime bill put in prison for nonviolent drug crimes for a long period of time. He did that. And Kamala used the idea of that when she was Attorney General of California. She put a lot of people in prison for nonviolent, low-level drug crimes, just to boost her up so she could run as AG. These actions represent the largest single-day grant of clemency in modern history, the White House said. Yeah, they brag about it. The sweeping grant came just 11 days after Biden erased the felony tax and gun convictions of his son Hunter. See, if the prosecution withheld exculpatory, did everything that the January 6th committee did to Hunter, okay, then I would say, yeah, maybe he deserves a pardon. I really would. I'd be all for it. I'd be, yeah, okay, so he got screwed. Let's take it away. But he pled guilty. He pled guilty because he was guilty. They had him dead to rights, right? And it was Biden's Justice Department. It wasn't Trump's Justice Department. It was Biden's Justice Department. So he was guilty as sin, right? Okay, power of the pardon. Okay, but why go back to 2014 when his side hustle started, right? Why that? Because Joe Biden was involved. Joe Biden was in on that as vice president. In fact, Hunter would not have been in business if it weren't for Dementia Joe. Dementia Joe's the one that sold the influence of his office. The hell are we talking about? Tasty cake, peanut butter, tandy cake. I remember those. I do remember those when I could eat sugar and chocolate and all that crap. I can eat it now, but I choose not to. It also comes as some around the president urge he issue preemptive pardons for members of his party, his administration, or federal bureaucrats who might face prosecution in the next Trump administration. In other words, these guys are advocating letting people get away with crimes. That's what, it's funny how they make shit up about Trump. They made shit up about him. And then they don't allow him to bring witnesses in to testify that he did nothing wrong. right? But yet on their side, they actually commit crimes. These people committed crimes to get Trump, right? They broke laws. These people literally make laws up out of thin air that don't exist and go, you violate, I'm going to charge you for that. They do it. They did it in the Stormy Daniels case, the hush money case. According to the White House statement, those receiving clemency on Thursday included a decorated military veteran who now assists fellow church members who are in poor health. Why was he arrested? Probably a low-level drug crime that Biden wrote. A nurse who has led emergency response for several natural disasters. Yeah, they name these few people, right? What about the others? Man who slit a woman's throat, but she died, so there's no problem. You know, oh. Well, Jimmy seems to be gone. Let me get this. You guys want to come in? Here comes the link. What are you doing over there? Yeah. Luigi Mangione was ID. Great days ahead. Let's see what it says. This is Trump. Let me bring it up. Let's pull that up. Here we go.
Come on over here.
All right.
Come on over here, Kramer.
Here we go.
Absolutely. What do you have to say to the American investor in this country?
Well, I think you're going to see some very good days ahead. A lot of incentives are going to be given.
Look at Melania.
You saw yesterday a $1 billion investment, and we give you very fast approvals. Nobody's come up with that one yet, although it seems pretty simple. I think you're going to have some great days ahead. We have to conclude a couple of bad wars that are going on. A lot of bad things are going on, but we'll get them done.
Do you think that we are in a situation where business will be far more embraced under you than currently?
Well, I don't want to really knock current, but I will tell you more than at any time, anywhere in the history of our country.
Did you hear that when he and Melania walked onto the trading floor, that the entire place stopped because of her? They stopped to take a look at her. Like, she still turns heads. God bless her. I know. Jim Cramer. I know. He's like a little bit nuts, right? But I mean, he's the one that literally said under Trump, he said, look, you got to give it to him. The economy's doing great. And I know it killed him to say that. Let's see. Here we go. Here's one, guys. Okay, let me see if it... Hang on. Where do you hear this? This is... let me see. It's called, what the hell is it called? Alzheimer's. Where was it? Jamal Netanyahu, Canadian Trump. Luigi Alzheimer's. Yeah. It's called, Is There a Link Between Big Pharma's Cholesterol Scare and the Sharp Rise in Alzheimer's? Where do you see this? Give this a watch.
Very, very good at giving up red meat, eggs, butter, and other dairy products and chicken skin. You're going to be one of those people who are highly likely to get Alzheimer's disease. Remember, 40 years ago, Alzheimer's disease did not occur, even by another name. It only became recognized as a new disease in 1979. And that's because by that time, people have been giving up cholesterol for about 25 years. Well, they're projecting now that between now and 2025, 14 million Americans are going to die of Alzheimer's disease. 25 years ago, only about 250,000 died of it. 25 years before that, it was zero. It's not a genetic disease. There's been some great studies on cholesterol and Alzheimer's disease. We've actually eliminated Alzheimer's disease in animals some 60 years ago with proper supplementation of cholesterol, proper supplementation of the omega-3 essential fatty acids, and the right ratios of omega
Doesn't he look like a beer guzzling bowler, but he sounds like a real good doctor?
3s and 6s. And also, we learned that by using actually high doses of antioxidants, we could, in fact, significantly reduce the risk of Alzheimer's disease. And when you have it, you can actually get back function.
Yep. Think about that. So the pharmaceutical bastards. So all their shit. Well, yeah, but I'm saying she still turns heads because they don't normally stop when they're screaming and all that at the stock exchange to look at who's walking in. They don't normally do that, and they weren't looking at him. I'm sure some of them were thinking, "You can't get in there quick enough," right? Let's stop sharing. So where's Jimmy? Let me see. Sophia Loren somehow. Yeah. Oh, I know she's dropped dead still. She's still gorgeous. And I'm sorry, but she was much more graceful than Hillary and Jill. Jill wears those dresses that remind me of the summer rental homes down in Brigantine, New Jersey, the curtains in the 1970s. Those flower dresses. What the hell was she thinking? Okay. The corner looks very warm. It's 30 by 90 degrees. All right. Let's see what's next. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that's pissing off people in Scranton. Hang on. People in Scranton. They're pretty pissed off about this. Here we go.
Over 1,500 people had sentences commuted by President Joe Biden today, and that includes former Pennsylvania judge Michael Conahan. Conahan was sentenced to more than 17 years in prison after he and a co-conspirator, former Judge Mark Civarella, were convicted of sending juveniles to for-profit prisons for millions of dollars in kickbacks. Conahan pleaded guilty in 2010 to one count of racketeering conspiracy for his role in the so-called Kids for Cash scandal, in which he and Civarella received $2.8 million. Conahan was released from prison to home confinement in 2020 because of COVID health concerns. With the commutation, he is now a free man.
I'll tell you what. So in other words, the more you put kids in juvenile homes, like juvie hall and all that, the more money you get. And so it was a racket. And this judge was involved in it. Now, I don't know if it was a sex trafficking thing or not, but he was involved in doing that. And that's a horrific thing because I'll tell you a little story. When I got out of college, a friend of mine, we were going to the Montgomery Youth Center. And it was where the Montgomery Youth Center was where juvenile delinquents that got arrested, they didn't know where to place them yet. So they sent them to Juvenile Youth Center. And in there you had managers and then you had prefects. And I was going for a job as a prefect. And what the prefect does is he gets assigned a kid. Well, they probably have like 10 kids, right? But he gets assigned a kid and he has to interview him. He has to observe him. He has to, because everybody writes down where they go. If they go for food, they go, outside, they go to the bathroom, they go to class, whatever they do inside this place. It's all written down. It's all documented. So at the end of the term of him being evaluated, the prefect makes a recommendation to the manager. All right, this girl, she should go to Abraxas. This guy should go to St. Gabriel's Hall. This guy should go to St. Francis, right? All these juvie homes. And they were all different. Like Gabriel's Hall, Jimmy went to St. Gabriel's Hall. He was also at St. Francis. But St. Gabriel's Hall was like a place where it was very hard. It was very high security. It was hard to break out of, right? But then some of them would say, you know what, this kid was in with the wrong crowd. And that's it. And I think he should be given probation, right? Well, my friend from college, who I won't name, let's just call him John, okay? And he tried to get me in. He had a job there, and he tried to get me in. So I went there, and I had to do an 8-hour shift. and have all the other prefects and the kids and managers who I interacted with give their review. And at the end of the day, John came up to me and said, dude, you should be in like Flynn, because everybody loved you. You handled everything right. You asked the right questions. The kids actually trusted you the way you were talking to them. And I guess I was a shoo-in, right? But then when I got to the office, that they were going to tell me, like, sign the paperwork here. When can you start? And all that. Give notice here. So the woman behind the counter literally, and you know what? I wasn't mad at her. She literally said, "I'm sorry, this job is for a black female." That's what she said. And I wasn't mad at her because and she was a black female, but I appreciated that she was honest with me, that they were doing that. Even under affirmative action, you can't say that to a white guy that comes in. You can't say something like that. But she did, and I never made a thing out of it. But then my friend, what did I say his name? John. Okay. So John, wait do you hear this, guys? This is really something. So yeah, separating kids from their parents. You're right, man. And so what John did was he noticed that he was a prefect, and he noticed that a lot of the kids that he said, like, he had one kid, Tyrone. Yes, his real name was Tyrone. And Tyrone was this little kid. He was like 11 years old, and he got caught in a boosted car with a bunch of other kids. They were drinking. Some had pot and all that. And he didn't have any alcohol or pot in his system. He had no record prior to that. He did really good in school. He had good grades. And he said, look, I was walking down the street. He goes, kids don't like me because they think I kissed the white man's ass because I do really good in school. And that was a thing back then. And he said, so they said, come on, man, you a pussy or what? You going to get in the car with us? Come on, man. So he goes, well, what's the car? We boosted it. And he went, come on, man, don't be a pussy. So, okay, so he gets in the car. And a mile later, they get pulled over and they all get arrested, the kids, right? So he talks to Tyrone and he finds out all this. He talks to the parents. They go, look, he's never been in trouble. He goes, all right, he's a good kid. Probation. Okay, so he did his job. The kid's going to go on probation. He could tell that the kid was like, I will never get in trouble again, right? And when you're in PA, I don't know about other states, but in PA, when you turn 18, your juvie record's hidden. It's locked down. So what happened was the parents call him like a week later and saying, I thought you said you were going to give him probation. He said, I did. That's what I recommended. They said, he's sent to St. Francis. What? That can't be right. She goes, we got the letter and we made a phone call and they told us it's true. So he goes up to the manager that he did the evaluation for. And he asked him, he said, why'd you send Tyrone, whatever his last name? Why'd you send him to St. Francis? He goes, because I didn't agree with your assessment. He goes, you didn't assess him. So what do you mean you don't agree? You didn't assess him. You didn't even talk to him. You never even met him. He goes, I did. Here, John then collaborated with somebody else in his same position and told him what happened. And so the other guy, he said, I had that happen to me a couple times as well. I thought it was weird. I just trusted that, the manager would know better because they were prefects before they become managers. That's how they did it, right? And so the two of them, they came into work at 11 o'clock at night when no one else is around, flashlights, wearing all black, sneaking up. They go into the manager's office, which was not locked. They open a drawer, and they take the flashlight out, open the files, and they go through them all. They spent hours there. And they go through them all, and they find out that, that all the kids that they recommended going to either a low end, like a St. Francis, they were sent to Gabe's. Probation sent to St. Francis. It was a girl at Braxis. They just sent them there. And they did a little more digging, and they found out that kids are worth money because the state pays your facility to take care of that kid. And they always overpay because the people that work there got to make money and all that, right? So the manager was getting kickbacks from people at these facilities because some of these facilities, the ones that say Saint, they were controlled by the church and the city. Okay, but the other ones were private, and the private ones were saying things like, "Well, we'll get money if you send him up here. We don't get anything if you send him home. They were doing that to kids. And so they went to a couple other managers' offices and they saw the same damn thing. Because they didn't withhold it. They had the recommendation from whoever prefect, and then they had where they were resolved. And it went, the ones that they said probation, 9 out of 10 times, they were put into a home. And so they went home the next day. They went to work, but then that night they got together and they wrote a letter they're going to write to the Attorney General's office, and there was an investigator. I can't remember what it was. I almost got a job with that unit, but I was a Republican and they were Democrats, but they wouldn't hire me. But they're a department that they're a state department that does investigations on misappropriations of funds on state organizations, state buildings and whatnot. And so they write to them and they think, okay, so we're going to take these guys down because they're like robbing kids of a lifetime and all that shit, right? Because then most of these kids, you go to St. Gabe's Hall, you learn how to be a better criminal by the time you get out, right? Some kids, they get reformed, but then look at Jimmy, right? Case in point. But so what happens? The next day they go to work and they get called into the office of like the guy running the whole thing. And there's Auditor General. That was it. There was a member of the Auditor General's office and a member of the Attorney General's office. And they go to sit down in the chair. They go, I didn't tell you to sit. They're like, oh, shit. What's up? And here, Jimmy from Philly reformed. Jimmy MIA. Yeah. There's a long piss he had to take. Anyway, so what happened was they get ridden by these people saying what you did was a crime. You broke into a facility. They said, we work here. They said, you weren't here during normal hours and you broke in. They said, we have a badge. You broke in. Okay. They said, you snuck into an office and went through private files. You violated the privacy of and they're like, we're the ones that wrote, they're like, yeah, but you went into other ones that you didn't write the recommendation, yada, yada, yada. So they said, look, they said, you're lucky that all you're getting is fired. They said, because they threw all these charges out. They said, we could charge you. You would do years in prison, yada, yada, yada. And they said, but you know what? They said, if that happened, then there would be a big blow up here and it would look bad. It would harm, the agency, yada, yada, yada. So we're just going to put a gag order on you and you never talk about it. And we'll just let you get fired. And we won't, when we give references out, we won't say anything negative, which they couldn't anyway by law. But that's how fucking corrupt it was. That was back, graduated 87 from Temple University. So that was back in like 88, 89. They were doing it that far back. And that's what these people do. Crazy, right? I just think how many kids' lives they just freaking ruined. That's bad. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, here's one. Yeah. The Democrats they think they're more important. There you go. Democrats torn over attending Trump's inauguration after landslide victory. Here we go. Who gives a shit? They're afraid he'll go, he'll have officers walk up behind them in attendance and arrest them, right? Democrats are divided about attending the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. I'm going. About 60 members of Congress in 2017 reportedly did not attend Trump's inauguration. But that was before he defeated Vice President Kamala Harris in a landslide, shifted 48 states to the right. Can you imagine 48 states? And earned a mandate to govern. Quote, I'm not quite sure I would be celebrating with his inauguration. Jamie Raskin, scumbag du jour. He is a rat. The first thing he ever did, right, when he got elected, the first thing he ever did was complained about a Republican winning the White House. He was in that certification thing, and it was the first official thing he ever did. And he said, well, Trump didn't concede because, yeah, okay, shut up, Jamie. Quote, I had not gotten to that point yet. Block that out. Bernie Sanders, that's a good reason. $21 they'll give me if I go. Said about attending a historic event. I haven't thought about it. Additional non-committal Democrats reportedly included Maxwell Frost, Republican Florida, Alexandria Ocasio-Nina Pinto, Santa Maria Cortez from New York, along with Senators Tim Kaine. Nobody remembers him, right? Who was Tim Kaine? He ran with Hillary, all right? And Tammy Duckworth. Rhymes with many Democrats are solid no-shows, citing the pretext of celebrating Martin Luther King Day. Okay. The same day as the inauguration. Those include Representatives Ariana Presley, who should not be in Congress, Judy Chu, another one, and Jasmine Crockett, loser. I'll be in town with my constituents, honoring Dr. King's legacy, Presley said. I don't think being there does that. Yeah, okay. So, in other words, she backhandedly called Trump a racist, even though Velveeta, or whatever, is her name Velveeta after the cheese? God forgive me if it is. King supported and voted for Trump twice. I won't pretend to normalize who or what he stands for, Crockett asserted. That's right, you don't, which is why your party lost so damn much. USA Today reported on a former president's attending the inauguration. At the moment, it's unclear if Trump's predecessors, all of whom showed up in 2017, will be there next month. I hope they don't show up, because who the hell needs them? The offices of former President George W. Bush, who hates Trump, and Barack Obama, who hates Trump, said there were no scheduling announcements for either at the moment. Former President Bill Clinton, who hates Trump, office did not immediately respond to a request for comment. A spokesperson for the Carter Center said the 100-year-old 39th president, who has been in hospice care for the past 2 years, will not be attending. Yeah, well, okay. Okay. I mean, I guess we can accept that. Velveeta. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember her name. Hold on. Velveeta. What is her name? Oh, hold on. One of the things came up. Is Velveeta legally cheese? Is it? What is her name? MLK's. I think it's his niece. What is her name? Alveda. That's it. Alveda. God bless her. Alveda King. I was like, Velveeta King? No, it can't be. That's a cheese. We think it's cheese. Or it's a combination of everything left over from the day before and anything orange. Getting crazy with the cheese whiz. Yeah. That's right. I was at a diner the other day and I ordered a Philly cheesesteak. And the girl goes, do you want, green peppers on it? I said, well, it's not a Philly cheesesteak without it. She laughed, right? And they put the cheese on it. It was that cheese whiz. And I freaking hate that because it's not real cheese. I was like, damn it. It almost ruined it. And now I don't eat the bread anyway. Believe it or not, I put it down and I just scoop out with a fork all the beef. Because I don't eat that shit. All right, here we go. Let's see. Kids for Cash. We did that. Oh, yeah. Biden takes credit. Oh, here we go. I'll tell you what. Biden's got brass balls. Ready? Biden takes credit for Syria regime change he tried to prevent. He tried to prevent it, and yet he takes credit for it. There are lots of mostly bad things that President Joe Biden can justly take credit for, but the fall of Syria is not one of them. Biden provided Iran with sanctions relief and bailed out Hezbollah just as it was on the verge of defeat. Think about that. Obama did the same thing, right? We had Iran nearly out of money. They couldn't do anything. They had no money to do anything. And Obama gives them that money. Remember when he did that? It was some billions of dollars that he dropped off on pallets in the middle of the night like Pablo Escobar, right? Remember when he did that shit? And brought them back into the world of terrorism? So did this asshole. He's trying to take credit for other people's victories while pretending that this was a desired outcome rather than Turkey taking the initiative and exploiting a weakened Hezbollah. There you go. There are a lot, and that's another thing. A lot of people on I'm surprised Jimmy isn't here for this one. A lot of people, including Redacted, and I want to write to them because they are so wrong. They're saying, Israel right now is stealing land in Syria. That's what they're doing. They're allowing them to steal land. They are like hell. What's going on is the Assad government collapsed. Okay. With the Assad government, there was an agreement between the state of Israel and the state of Syria that they would have a buffer zone. All right, so that there wouldn't be any hostilities, and it worked. Now that the Assad regime is dead, that deal is dead. And the Israelis don't want to go against it, but they don't want either ISIS or Al-Qaeda, which are running Syria now, ISIS mostly, okay? They don't want them getting any idea saying we're going to come through the buffer zone and attack Israel. So they got troops out temporarily in the buffer zones that are saying we're holding the line. We're not letting you get near our country. We're going to stop you right here. This is the buffer zone. You're not supposed to be here anyway. But everybody's reporting that they're stealing land. First of all, it was their land to take anyway. But they made it because after the 6-day war. All right. So everybody's claiming now, the Israelis, man, the Jews, they're stealing land. No, they're not. Sorry. I digress. So it says here, at the very end, he used an arms embargo to force Israel into a fake ceasefire with Hezbollah. But by then, Israel had done enough damage to Hezbollah that Turkey's jihadists were able to just roll into Syria. And Iran decided to sell them out and pull back. You gotta love what's going on over there. Now Biden is trying to take credit. Biden delivered a mumbling teleprompter speech that looked like an Arab Spring leftover, calling it a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country. And he promised that the United States will work with our partners and the stakeholders in Syria, to help them seize an opportunity to manage the risk and promise more humanitarian relief. Not as much as he gives to Ukraine, but mostly, though, Joe tried to take credit. For years, the main backers of Assad have been Iran, Hezbollah, and Russia. But over the last week, their support collapsed, all three of them, because all three of them are far weaker today than they were when I took office, Biden mumbled. The upshot for all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia nor Iran nor Hezbollah could defend this aberrant segment or regime in Syria. Sorry, can't see it, very small. And this is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States. Holy Christ. Joe Biden is behind, and Barack are behind the phony charges that Benjamin Netanyahu has to stand up against now. He took bribes. He took no such thing. It's exactly what they tried to do to Trump. He did this. He did that. Ukraine certainly had the support of the administration, and that contributed to Assad's fall. But Israel did not have the administration's support at all. And it was Israel's campaign against Hezbollah that most directly led to this moment. It's just amazing. They blame everything that they screw up enough that people notice on Trump. It was that guy 4 years ago. He just did it, right? But they take no responsibility. None. To this day, they don't take responsibility. He's on his way out the door and he won't take responsibility. For my Canada friends, where do you hear this shit? For our friends in Canada, we love you dearly, but your government sucks. Almost as bad as ours. Canadian Premier threatens to cut off energy imports to U.S. if Trump imposes a tariff on the country. 3 words. Drill, baby, drill. I don't think she's smart enough to realize that we're going to become the world's #1 exporter again, right? We don't need the oil anymore, right? So the premier of a key oil region in Canada is threatening to cut off energy and critical mineral exports to the U.S. if President-elect Trump implements a sweeping tariff on all Canadian products. Here's the thing. Trump's tariffs, see, when Democrats put tariffs, they do it to make money. That's the reason. If tariffs a tax, right? Just, you don't have to go through the Congress to get that tax implemented, right? It's a tariff, right? So when Trump does it, though, he does it to change behavior, right? For example, the whole bloodbath thing, he basically said to Xi, he said, look, Xi, if you think you're going to, he said this out loud Xi heard him, right? But he said, Xi, if you think you're going to build cars in plants that you build inside Mexico and sell them to the United States, I will put 100% tax on those cars for a tariff. And he goes, and no one will buy them. Well, guess what? They're not building after the election. They're not building them anymore. Okay. So he changed their policy and their behavior with the threat of a tariff. That was that, right? He doesn't do it for money. And people, it's going to cost the America. It's not going to happen because they're all going to fall in line. Like the Mexican president. Oh, if he thinks she's going to do that. And then within 3 days, she's kissing his ass, right? Trump recently threatened a 25% tariff on all Canadian and Mexican exports in an effort to stop the flow of illegal immigration and illicit drugs coming into the U.S. Now, I think the president of the United States has the right to say, hey, assholes, you guys you're allowing drugs and illegals to come into our country through your country. You have a military. You have police. You have border patrol. Stop it. Knock it off. And if they don't, we say, you know what? We were really serious about that. Now we're going to tariff you 25% on all your exports. I remember on Vicente Fox, who was actually not a bad guy, but I remember his people were saying, we're not going to allow this or that or that. And Trump said, fine, then I will block every single truck coming from Mexico into the United States. Within 48 hours, the president of Mexico gets on the line and says, Mr. President, I don't know why he said that. There's no way we want. They always fall in line because Trump knows, look, money talks and bullshit walks, right? I mean, think about it. It all comes down to money. And Trump, like I said earlier, is a transactional guy. He looks at everything like a transaction. Did this work in our favor? Okay, then we'll do more of it. Did that not work? Fine, get rid of it. Let's try something else. That's how he is. And so he knows that a 25% tariff on all exports from Canada and Mexico would destroy those countries because we're their biggest trading partner. So it would destroy them. So he knew they were going to comply. And then he didn't tariff them, right? He said, we will go to the extent of cutting off their energy, going down to Michigan, going down to New York State and over Wisconsin. Fine. Do it for 30 days and then we'll destroy you in the markets. You won't sell shit. Ford's Lincoln engine transmission are made in China. Made in China. That is true. Let's see who else. Syria equals shithole. Yes, it does. It does. But they got that land Dabiq in there. Did you ever hear of Dabiq, Syria? A little rural town. There's absolutely no value to it whatsoever. And yet, Al-Qaeda had a digital magazine that they put out every month, and they named it Dabiq. Anybody know why? Yeah, really. Nah, you know what? He's not sleeping. I can almost guarantee some shit's going on in the house. Like, if you listen closely, you can hear. Yeah, some shit's going on. Yeah, so he'll come back and he'll go, Jesus Christ, I can't believe all the shit I got to deal with. These guys, fucking assholes. You know, because there's always like someone that did drugs and got nailed and he has to kick them out. You know, Dabiq is what they call you. AOC, yeah. No, Dabiq is, okay. The Muslims believe, the fanatical, believe that in Dabiq is where there will be a great war between Rome and Islam. Now, Rome to them is not the city of Rome. It's the Christian world. Sorry, they call that Rome. Okay. And Dabiq. And the winner of that battle, the victorious one, will rule the earth for 1,000 years. That's what they believe. And believe it or not, it's why Putin, during the Obama administration, went down to Syria. Remember, you're like, why the fuck would he have any reason to go to Syria? Because, believe it or not, Putin wanted to be the next Charlemagne, and he wanted to do what they did when they went down into the Middle East. Put it this way. There was the Byzantine Empire, right? So there were two popes. There was one in Rome, and there was one in the Byzantine Empire, which was right outside of Turkey, right? And they protected, we are now Rome. They protected the people there. But then what happened was you had, who was it? Al-Baghdadi and who was al-Baghdadi's friend, I think, was Wasab. And when Wasab died, they called him, or Wahhab. And the Wahhabis were people that they would slaughter Muslims, the Muslims that didn't comply. Like they didn't pray 5 times a day. They didn't have a dowry for their first wife. Screw the others, right? They didn't have a dowry. They didn't follow Islam by law. And they gave them a choice. They said, look, you're either going to follow Islam or we kill you. Oh, you don't want to follow? Okay, you're dead. And they would kill them. They would literally do that, right? Yeah, Constantinople. And so what happened was they came across the Middle East and were slaughtering everybody, and they were going after next the Southern Pope. And so that Pope left the Byzantine Empire. The Pope left, and he went north. Where do you think he wound up? Go ahead, Lou. Where did he wind up? He went north. Guess. That's right, Moscow. They ended up in Moscow, Russia. And then they said, God damn, it's so cold here. So they wanted to go to a place that was slightly less cold. Where do you think they went? Where did they invade? Where did the Ruskies invade under Obama? The Byzantine Empire then moved to Crimea. They went to Crimea because it was too cold in Moscow. So they said, fuck this. So they go over to Crimea. Yeah, an onion dome. Yeah, so Putin wanted to relive the whole thing. He wanted to bash the Muslims back across like Charlemagne and get them out and then go back to Rome. Well, his own country, actually. Yeah, they went into Crimea is where they went. I don't know why he invaded Georgia. But when he invaded Crimea, it was because he had this fanatic religious leader that was telling him all these things to do because he knew the history. But being a fanatic doesn't mean he was wrong in the history, but he was a fanatic, and he was trying to talk Putin into becoming the savior of the Christian world because the Muslims were taking over everything. That's what they believed anyway. But I bet you didn't hear that on CNN. Yeah, Crimea River. Maybe the Black Sea. Yeah, Crimea River. All right, let me close that. Yeah, these people, they think they're going to take Trump on. Good luck with that. Let's see. Trump's free. Oh, yeah, get this, guys. And at first I had a problem with this because I was like, whoa, wait a minute. That's like the 15-minute cities. But, oh, get out of here. Oh, they're going to block me now. They didn't earlier. I think I still, no, I have my subscription. It's there. Ah, son of a bee. I'm not redoing it. No way. Yeah. Damn. Well, they're talking about those cities that Trump was talking about that he wanted to create. Apparently, they would be, and it was like the exact opposite of like the Agenda 21 shit. Total freedom prevail. Oh yeah, here's one. Bannon. Again. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let me get that up there. Okay, let me bring this up. I like Steve Bannon because he doesn't fuck around. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Doesn't speak like that. He speaks at a deeper level that resonates and hits working class and middle class people in the solar plexus, and they go, sign me up. That's why we have a unique shot. When you got a brain like Elon Musk, and particularly engineers' brain, and guys like Vivek who can articulate. All the guys that for years talked about limited government. The government's only gotten bigger under Republican administrations. Yeah. Now you have a unique opportunity to take this thing apart and put it back together like the founders and framers thought, to get the blessings of liberty. If we don't get it done now, it's never going to get done. Yeah, and that's why this next year will be, I think, one of the most intense, particularly see what's happened geopolitically, one of the most intense and meaningful years in all of American history. And I'll just finish this segment with saying it's divine providence that 90 days into President Trump's second term, his third victory, second term, 90 days is the 200th and 50th anniversary of Lexington and Concord, the shot heard around the world.
Yep.
It's divine providence.
That's divine providence, guys.
That they stole it and we saw exactly how depraved they are to now come back and on the 250th anniversary of Lexington and Concord. And then the Declaration of Independence 18 months later is providential. And that's why this is all at a very deep level. And Trump is the man. He's at the level of General Washington and Lincoln. It's just no doubt about it, to kind of had this third big movement in American history and take us to really take us to the next level.
Junior's like smiling like, oh my God, he's talking about my dad that way. Yeah, Bannon is like a step ahead of most people when he starts thinking about things. Hey, look who's back. Jimmy from Philly. That was the longest piss in history. We called Guinness, but they said there was a guy in Ukraine that went even longer.
I had a little something to eat, and guy downstairs had some fish. And yeah.
What's going on, brother? What's up? Did you really? Yeah. Well, I figured there was some shit going down at the house.
Yeah,
always is, right? Yeah.
Anything's possible here. There's a political bullshit going on with him and his partner, and it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, here we go. Here's one. This is from Not to Be. This will piss you off. Janet Yellen, the woman who has overseen nearly 50% of U.S. debt increase, says she's sorry that she hasn't made more progress in financial sustainability. She's the one that kept telling me it's transitory. It's been 3 years, but it's still transitory. Former Fed chair and current Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Who did she sleep with for the Fed secretary? All right, the chairman job. Wants us to know that she's sorry. She's sorry, everyone. Our debt increased by more than $15 trillion under her leadership, and all we get is a sorry. Here's what she said during an event organized by the Wall Street Journal. I am concerned about fiscal sustainability, and I am sorry that we haven't made more progress. I believe that the deficit needs to be brought down, especially now that we're in an environment of higher interest rates. Yes, she's saying that because they want to hand this shit sandwich over to Donald Trump. Yellen apologized, the guy, Eric Wallerstein. Yellen apologizing for running the biggest federal deficit ever during an expansion is objectively hilarious. And it is. Let's see what they say. I am concerned about fiscal pot, meat, kettle. Fred Krueger. Zero heads, which is always good. In other words, Janet Yellen has personally overseen $16.7 trillion, or 46% of all the debt increase in the history of the USA. But she is sorry. First, it was under Yellen's watch that the U.S. experienced the biggest debt increase in history. As shown below, Yellen was Fed chair from October 2010 to February 2014, and then Fed chair from February of 2014 to February 2018, a period during which she intentionally kept interest rates at zero for almost the entire duration of her apolitical tenure. We say apolitical because in January 2021, the mask came off and Yellen was picked for her political ideology to serve as Biden's top debt printing Democrat by taking control of the U.S. Treasury Department. Look at this shit. That is not a good line. I am concerned. Deficit needs to be brought down. Yeah, she's concerned now. She wasn't concerned for 4 years, but now. Holy shit, Jimmy won again? Where the hell did he go? Let me see. Prepare for a show. For what? What are you talking about, Liquid? Let me see. Jim Cramer could do a better job. Well, I had... It's funny you say that because I had Cramer on earlier. He was talking to Trump. And said, well, what do you think, in the near future? He says it's going to be better than ever, which he always says, but he always delivers. Always delivers. So let's see. What else is there? I had a bunch. Did I do them all here? Yeah, here you go. Alvin Bragg. I don't want to brag, but Alvin's a dick. There we go. Ready? This is Alvin Bragg. Yes, that Alvin Bragg, the same bonehead who charged Trump with the hush money case and had a communist judge, Juan Merchan, allow him to magically convert charges where the statute ran out into live, living federal charges. Alvin Bragg floats that was the novel legal theory that he did. So they say floats novel plan to keep Trump hush money conviction intact. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, who just lost the Penny case, right? On Tuesday, proposed a novel idea. Now, I read between the lines on everything. All right. I think Alvin Bragg came out with this shit so that people stop saying, what a frickin' bonehead. You lost the Penny case. Why did you even charge him, idiot? Why did you do that? Because he's part of the anarcho-tyranny. Anarcho-tyranny is, I said this in a video during the week, anarcho-tyranny is what we see coming from these Soros prosecutors, where they go very soft on crime, on the actual criminals, and then they go after the victims or people who didn't commit a crime, like Penny. He didn't commit a crime. He was protecting himself and other people, some who were black, and women, black women with children on that train, right? But the anarcho-tyrannists, or tyrants, if you will, they went after the guy who did the right thing because of race. That's what they did. And so that's Alvin Bragg. So Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg on Tuesday proposed a novel idea based on a legal maneuver used in cases when people die to keep Donald Trump's hush money conviction in place. How much you want to bet that Juan Merchan goes along with it? Yeah, I like it. Sure, why not? It'll fuck Trump. The prosecutor suggested that Manhattan Supreme Court Justice Juan Merchan, and the Supreme Court is not the highest court in New York. It's not. It's like one of the lowest, if not the lowest. Juan Merchan could write on the court docket that Trump's guilty verdict still stands, but cancel Trump's sentencing entirely. What a prick! It is the, and he'll, you know what? He'll win on appeal, but I don't know if he can appeal if he's not sentenced. See how that works? The unusual legal move would also freeze any other actions in the case, including an expected appeal. There you go. I swear to God, I did not read that ahead of time. So that Trump can serve his second White House term. Bragg's office admitted that New York law does not expressly provide for the wonky plan to be used, but urged Manhattan Supreme Court Justice Juan Merchan to consider novel remedies because of the context of this unique case. The context of the case is you fucking lied. I mean, think about it. They took 34 state document charges. The statute ran out 6 years prior, converted them magically into federal elections violations, which were felonies. Okay, they were misdemeanors on the state side, but Juan Merchan allowed a state prosecutor, a New York state prosecutor, into the federal system, which he's not allowed to be. Okay, there's so many things wrong with this, right? And then when they made it in the federal level for federal elections laws, the Trump legal team tried to bring in an executive from the Federal Elections Commission to testify Trump broke no federal elections laws. And Merchan said, no, we don't want to hear from him. Well, why not? Because it'll help his case. You know, I mean, think about it. These fucking people, they got the balls. Moose nuts. They got moose nuts. The prosecutor's idea is based on a legal concept from Alabama known as abatement by death, where someone's conviction can be preserved if they die before the case wends its way through the appeals process. Bragg alternatively suggested in an 82-page legal filing that Merchan could 82 pages, guys. He spent 82 pages of time writing of a way to fuck Trump by getting around actual law and policies. Could delay Trump's sentencing until he's out of office, or agree that any future sentence wouldn't include jail time. Trump, 78, can you believe it? They're going to wait till the president of the fucking United States is out of office again, and then go after and go, oh, by the way, remember us? That's what they want to do. Trump, 78, was convicted in May on 34 counts, falsifying business records related to a hush money case. Yeah, like he's the one who wrote the books for the Trump organization. Do you see what they want you to believe? The hush money payment made to former porn star Stormy Daniels. And I'm going to tell you, there is the story out there that Michael Cohen, his one-time lawyer, and Stormy had an affair, started in 2006, and had this affair. And he's the one that came up with the idea, saying, you know what? I have the authority to make payments, and then I get reimbursed. Why don't you say you had an affair with him, and that you wanted to come out and complain because he took advantage of you? And that's what the case was supposed to be. And they got the idea from that former doorman of one of Trump's buildings, where he said that that he had information. He tried to sell the story to the Inquirer, believe it or not. And the story was that Trump got a woman pregnant who worked for him. Okay. And it never happened. But the guy wanted to do that because it was right before an election, right? And so a politician, whether he did something or not, he's going to pay the guy off because you know what the bad press would do, right? But luckily for Trump, on that case, the guy that ran the Inquirer said, okay, I'll pay you $30,000 for the entire thing, and you can't mention it to anybody. So in other words, he did an NDA. So the guy took the money and ran. But before he published it, he had his people do due diligence and find out any information at all about it, right? And they found out it was bogus. So he said, well, we ate that 30 grand, but we're not running the story. Now, today they would have run the story because it's a different guy, and they're all liars in the press. But the guy, he did, to his credit, he did not run the story. But it goes to show that people do that. They go, you know what? He'll pay me because he doesn't want this to come out because the election's 2 months away. He doesn't need that. So Stormy went and did that. This is the story that came out that I read, that they had an affair, and he said, go do it. But then he got caught up in it. And then Trump got rid of him. He goes to prison for violating all kinds of rules and laws and shit. And Stormy's still out there. You know, I hate him because he took advantage of me. Okay, so you got $130,000 for nothing, just to keep your fucking mouth shut and not tell a lie. And then you had to sign an NDA. So the whole reason they're in court, guys, remember, she wanted the NDA lifted. Why? Because she wanted more money. She wanted to lift the NDA, right? So what does she do? She breaks the NDA and tells her story. Who's wrong here? Right? So they're saying it really never happened. And Trump was like, I have no idea. So there he is with a picture where that doesn't mean that he had sex with her and had an affair with her. I mean, that's not what that means, right? And she has absolutely no evidence proving that he did. Right? He said, she said, so she wanted to make a quick buck, just like this doorman wanted to make a quick buck. But it was Cohen that was the one that hatched the plan.
Richie, didn't she publicly and in writing deny having sex with Trump
multiple times? And her lawyer, Jimmy, you're right. Her lawyer was there one time and said, look, she's not saying this because she was paid for an NDA. She's saying it because it really never happened. And then later on, she said, well, I had to say that because it was an NDA, you know, because she wants more money. She's a whore. She's a whore. Yeah, she wants more money. And so I mean, guys, imagine you. Would you be as calm as Donald Trump if a woman accused you of that? Would you be that calm? I don't know if I could be. I don't know if I could be. See, I don't like when people lie about me. I don't like it. Okay, I don't like it at all. And I mean, can you imagine if she did that right before an election? Would you be as calm as he is? Would you be as calm as he was, like during all the lawfare they threw at him? Holy mackerel! She's yeah. Oh, you're a hooker? Jesus, I forgot. And here I thought I was just having a good time with you. Yeah, I remember that. That was great. That movie, Arthur. Hobson, I think I'm ready. Do you wish to draw my bath? It's what I live for, sir. Perhaps you'd care for me to wash your little dick for you as well. Great lines. Best movie ever. Let's see. Think about what Melania went through. Yeah, exactly. But I think she knows her husband. And she said the whole time, I do not believe it. You know, and half the time I'm like, yeah, all right, she pounded her, you know. But I hope he had some penicillin available, you know, after that, you know. But no. Patrol ADL picks on the watch list. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, that was all bullshit.
There's got to be people have to go to prison for what they did to him.
I know, dude.
It has to happen.
I know they have to go to prison for this shit because, and you know what, Jim?
Don't just do it again.
This is what they're saying. I always said that the only way you get Marxists to stop doing what they're doing is to make it hurt. Hit them in the wallet, put them in prison, whatever. Look, the Marxists, they make the process is the punishment, right? Yeah. Putting you through. I mean, you get called. Think about it. You get called in to testify to Congress. You're $500,000 out because you had to hire 3 attorneys to protect your ass while you go testify, because even though you're honest, they can manipulate you into committing a crime. Like lying under oath, even though you didn't lie. They do this all the time. And the only way to stop them is for the process to be the punishment. So you know what I would do? If I was Trump and Biden pardons all these criminals, and they are fucking criminals, okay, you know what I would do? I would pass a rule or get Congress to pass a law. Everybody that he pardons, they cannot work in any government ever again. And he can do that. Why are you doing that? They were pardoned. Doesn't mean that they weren't guilty of a crime. He just protected them. That's all pardon means. You know, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Like for example, Trump pardoned Dinesh D'Souza. Now, Dinesh D'Souza admitted his crime. You know what his crime was? Do you know what it really was?
He paid too much.
Yeah. Well, what it was he was doing his movie at the time, the Hillary movie, I believe it was. And he had a woman friend of his who was running for Congress in New York. And she said, I hate to bother you, but can you come out and give a speech? He said, well, I won't do that, but I'll donate money. So he donated up to the legal limit, right? She calls him a couple months later and says, are you still busy? I could really use you to come to a fundraiser. You would really ignite. He goes, I'm so busy, my schedule won't allow it, but I'll get you the money again. So what he does, this is what he did wrong. So what he did is he didn't donate the money. He went to people in his office and said, if you put up money to donate to this woman who's running for Congress, then I will pay you back. And he did. And someone found out about it because one of the people that worked in the office who didn't donate anything, she left and she ratted him out. So he admitted to everything, right? But because of who he was, because he did that Obama movie, right? Because of who he was, they threw extra shit at him. And here's another little tidbit that a lot of people don't know. Remember, what the hell was her name? No, the name was Parat. What the hell was his name? Parat. He was an Indian guy who was he was a U.S. attorney. Okay, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. Okay, Barack Obama told him that if you get prison time for Dinesh D'Souza, serious prison time, then I will pick you to replace Eric Holder as Attorney General. Okay, so this Parat Beria, right? He was a good U.S. attorney, by the way, but he was on board with Obama. Okay, he wasn't a scumbag, but he was on board with this. So he goes and does his best, and the best he got was Dinesh for, I think it was like several months.
14 months or something.
He would go home during the day, do his job, then come back at 6 o'clock at night until 9 o'clock in the morning. He'd be in jail. Okay, that's what he did. And in fact, while he was in jail, he got his ideas for his next movie. It was awesome. But hear me out. So what happened was, this is what a prick Barack is. So he got him jail time, but it wasn't serious jail time. So what did he do? He did not put him up for, you know who he put up for instead? Loretta Lynch. Remember her? She was the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District. He gave it to her just as a fuck you to Parat, because Parat, I think that's his name, he couldn't come through. So he gave it to her, to Lynch instead. What a prick. Prado. Yeah, the devil wears Prada. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you're right, Lou, it does. But and then he was fired, as a matter of fact. He got fired. I think it was Jeff Sessions fired him because he went after Dinesh.
Wasn't there a group of women, Richie? I seem to remember there was a group of women in
I wasn't done with my story, but go ahead. No, it was the end of the story I had to get to. I had to tell all that to get to the end. When you get to the end, they asked him, why did you do this? And he said, well, when I first came to America, I didn't speak English. He said, I went out to California. I was here on a visa to go to school. And he goes, and I knew I wanted to get involved in politics somehow. And he goes, I learned English. He goes, but when he went to the school and was it Berkeley? I think it was Berkeley. And he said that I didn't know how to dress. He goes, when you're a man at the school, you had to wear a certain blazer or you had to wear a suit jacket. He goes, there was a group of friends that befriended me for some reason. He goes, they liked me because I guess they thought I was cool. And he goes, and they taught me like where they took and they bought me the jacket until I got a job, like working on the side and I could pay it off. He goes, I would never have made it in America if it weren't for those 5 people. He goes, that woman running for Congress, she was one of them. And so he felt he owed her because she was that nice to him, that group. He said, I would have left. I would have gone back to India after my stint with the visa the first time. He goes, I would have never stayed. And look at him now. He's like a filmmaker, an author, all that shit, lecturer. So that was the whole reason why he did it. And Trump pardoned him only because no one else. And here's the other thing. At the same exact time, there was a Democrat who did the exact same thing, only was worse with the money overage, and he never even was charged. But the same U.S. attorney knew about it and didn't charge him at all because he was a Democrat doing it for a Democrat candidate. And so Trump said, you know what? He was overcharged for all that. They really attacked him because of who he is. Pardon. And that's what you do a pardon for, when the government goes beyond what it should do. You know, and they tried to fuck him.
Or the sentence was excessive.
Yeah, it was. So
now, to my point. So I remember seeing these 3 women, right?
Right.
Apparently, in the news accused Trump and used these 3 women's names that he did this to them, did that, and they were all like, "We've never met him.
Yeah.
We don't know what they're talking about."
Right.
I remember that.
That kind of shit. Well, Jim, what happened with Christine Ballsy Ford with the Kavanaugh thing?
Yeah, I know.
Her best friend says, I have no recollection of her ever telling me that whatsoever. And the way Blasey Ford made it was, oh, she'll never forget. It was ingrained in her mind because I told her that night I was crying so hysterically. She made me soup. You know, it was like that kind of fucking conversation. And it's like,
you
wait a minute.
Remember something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was trapped in the bedroom but got away.
Let's see. What is his name? What is his name? Hold on. Barit. What the fuck was his name? U.S. Attorney, decision today. U.S. Attorney Judge. U.S. Oh. Barit. What the hell?
But Richie, can
what?
Do they have any chance of, like, in other words, he's going to be giving pardons to people?
Yeah.
Because he has knowledge that they committed crimes.
Yes.
And they're not charged yet.
But Jimmy, this is what Democrats always do. What he's going to do is say, well, I don't know if they committed crimes or not, but I know that Trump's an evil guy. We all know Trump's an evil guy, and he has some kind of thing where he thinks they did something, so he's going to take it out on them. He's going to abuse his power of office. That's why
this was a unique situation.
Jim, that's why Barack last week made that statement where he said to a bunch of people, you know, oh, well, we're going to have it where one side is going to try to rig elections for life and get the military in their way of thinking of things, and that they're going to weaponize the Department of Justice and go after their people. He's trying to say that that's what Trump would do when they did that.
Right.
They're the ones that wokeified the damn military. They're the ones that weaponized the government.
Richie, wait a minute. This is a unique situation. Here you have a former president. So you have a sitting president, right, that's going to pardon people that wronged the president-elect.
Well, not only that, Jim.
How does that fly?
Jim, not only that, but Jim, the January 6th defendants, the guys who they opened the doors for and they walked in, they're doing time in prison. The one guy, Enrique Taranto, whatever his name is, he wasn't even in D.C. that day. He got 24 years.
Yeah.
Their own FBI informant said, no, they weren't involved in any conspiracy to do anything. In fact, the cops were giving them thumbs up for pulling people out of the building, saying it's illegal. You can't go in there. Get out. Go home. Right? That's what they did. I mean, think about this, Jim. I just did a story the other day. I did a video on it too. 14,000 FBI personnel got caught going through our financial records. If we bought a MAGA hat, if we bought a fucking MAGA shirt, anything, America, MAGA, America first, or if we bought a Bible, you were now a domestic terrorist. They were going through your shit, and they got the banks to fake the SAR reports, the suspicious activity reports. That what a bank does is if the bank sees something that looks suspicious, I mean, the Bidens had like 150 of them. And it's very rare for a company to have an SAR written about them. But the bank sees something, they say to themselves, I don't want the IRS or the SEC or anybody else coming at me saying I didn't do due diligence. So they write an SAR, suspicious activity report. They hand it to the FBI, and the FBI goes, okay, I'll take a look at them, right? So, and we'll do it anonymously, right? What these motherfuckers did, what Chris Wray had them do, they would say, well, you know what? We think this guy's suspicious. Take a look at him. And they go, well, he was. I'm going to write an SAR. And then they take the SAR and go, okay, now we can look at all their financial data, even though the guy did nothing wrong. Bank of America, they said, didn't even do any pushback. They went, yeah, here you go. Right. They were so afraid. They said, here you go.
I think Chase, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they did. It's just unreal. And Chase was involved, Bank of America, and there was a third one. Who the hell was it? It was Chase, Bank of America, and I can't remember the third one. But you can't really blame them because the federal government can really mess you up if you're a bank. They can pull that charter faster than anything, right? And so faster than Joe Biden can fall asleep.
Well, let them, and then they can go to the press and say, look, they're strong-arming me.
And Jim, the press would go, well, you're a criminal. I talked to that FBI agent. He said you did this, that, and the other thing. It's not worth it, Jim. It's not. Jim, the truth does not win when communists are in charge. Jimmy, we on November 5th, we dodged a Soviet nightmare. Jimmy, if Trump had lost, Jack Smith had a 68-page document that he was recharging him with other stuff and new stuff. All bullshit. Tissues of lies is what Bannon called them. Tissues of lies, right? They were prepared to put him in prison for 20 years. He's 78. They were prepared to give Trump a life sentence. Yeah, it might have been Wells Fargo. I think I did. I think I put it in there in my video, but you know what? That was days ago. And, let me see something. Hang on.
Dementia Rich.
Yeah, Dementia Rich. Yeah. It's because I got so much shit on my mind. I only got 1,241 views on today's video. But I love everybody that watched. Thank you. Let me see if I got another one. Trump's Freedom Cities. Yeah, that's what they were called. Oh, yeah. We already did that one. Luigi Mangione was ID'd. Yeah, check this shit out. This is AOL. I can't believe they're still a company, but what do I know, right?
I don't know what Linda means. Jimmy is all the lists.
Jimmy, it means you're on all the lists. That's what she means. Louis Mangione was ID'd by San Francisco cops days before the alleged United Healthcare CEO killer was arrested. And that's him.
Well, wait a minute. Now, from what I read, there's some discrepancy as to whether or not the two pictures of him are the same. Yeah. In other words, they're saying it could be somebody else.
Okay. But
so it's not? It's him? Oh, and Richie.
I'm about to read the story, Jim. Go ahead. What?
I read this article where because this kid graduated from Penn, right. There was some professor at Penn lauding him, right? And she was censored and I think suspended and all this other bullshit. She was basically saying, attaboy.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Luigi Mangione was ID'd by San Francisco cops days before alleged United Healthcare CEO killer was arrested. Police in San Francisco identified Brian Thompson's alleged killer, Luigi, and alerted the FBI 4 days before the high-profile arrest, a new report says. An officer tipped off feds after recognizing the 26-year-old's face in surveillance images put out by the NYPD after Thompson was gunned down last week, sources told the San Francisco Chronicle. Hey. Mangione's face was known to cops in California because he's been reported missing by his family just weeks earlier on November 18, the sources said. When Mangione was eventually nabbed at a Pennsylvania McDonald's on Monday after a 5-day manhunt, authorities had said the alleged assassin's identity wasn't on their radar. It wasn't immediately clear if the FBI ever received the tip from cops or if the Bureau acted on it. The FBI is so effed up. They're so effed up. They've screwed up. Think about everything. And our intelligence agencies are even far worse. Think of all the things they missed. The Arab Spring, 9/11. Think of everything they missed. Secret Service. 2 assassination attempts. Good Lord. The details emerged as investigators have been scrambling to piece together a motive for the cold-blooded killing, including, I heard that he has a back injury and that they wouldn't pay for certain things for him, and he's in pain all the time, including whether a back injury that Mangione suffered in July of last year had fueled the alleged vendetta against the medical industry. Cops are scrutinizing photos on Mangione's social media that featured X-ray images of a person's back, as well as a 3-page manifesto-type document that included raging remarks about parasitic health insurance companies. Yeah, we all believe they're parasitic. We just don't go shooting them in the head. Where did he get shot? Was it in the head or was it in the chest? I don't remember. Jim, did you take off again? Holy shit, he went away again. What happened? Did somebody yank him out of the chair? I didn't hear anything. Oh. Big nose, big dong. Italian stallion. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. No such thing. Fuck. There he is. He's back again. Say, where's my gumbo, Jim? Because you look like James Carville at this point. Are those your glasses, really? Are they like prescription, or did you buy them at like a Walmart? The glasses, seriously.
Who?
You.
Oh, these are script.
Oh, because you had smaller glasses. You always had smaller than that glasses.
Well, the pair I had for years broke, and they got two pairs of these for a deal at America's Best for $125. It's a fucking deal.
I like you chat comments. Well, this is why I love all you guys, man. You guys make me laugh. Look like he got the big dookie on the head.
Who are you talking about? Me?
No, the guy in this thing.
Yeah, Rich, his name's Luigi. It would be great if he was in handcuffs and he was bouncing up and down.
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be some fun.
Oh, yeah, that would be hilarious. Yes, Jimmy, did you run that hat through the washing machine and dryer?
Yes.
He did. Yes, he did.
I did.
Yeah.
Why, you're not supposed to do that?
No,
not dryer.
It just looks kind of weird the way you
got
it.
I know. Why is it like that?
Push it up and then put it on again.
Still fucked up.
Still looks pretty fucked up.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
this
pretty
is
bad.
From the campaign.
Yeah, I know. I got mine all over there. I got 3 of them. 2020, and the convicted felon. I support the convicted felon. It's a me, Luigi. It's a me, Luigi. Me, Luigi. Oh, that's funny. Is there anything else?
But this kid's got mental problems or something, right?
Oh, yeah, he's nuts. Of course he is. Oh, yeah, the Jamal Bowman thing. Oh, Jesus. This guy, I wrote to him, too. I tweeted to him on this. Ready? You remember who Jamal Bowman is, right? The guy that didn't know that pulling in a fire alarm wouldn't open the door, right? Even though he ran a school, he ran the school that he founded. You know, for like 10 years, he worked there and had same fire alarms. Okay. Jamal Bowman went full racist in this thread against white people, but America is done with woke, so he got slapped with a beautiful ratio. Let me get mine out so I could show you. I forgot to get it. Hang on. Let me get my profile out, what my response to him was. Let's see. There we go. And where's my response? Dear white people. There it is. I'll read it to you after I do this. Okay, it's hard to think of anything more entertaining than the collapse of Jamal Bowman's political career. Now that he's officially on his way out after going full anti-Semite, he's now mixing things up by going full anti-white, and it's going so well for him. So he writes, ready? He writes, Dear white people, I don't know why I feel the need to keep talking to you. I don't know why part of me still has hope for you and for us. Some of you are too far gone. Some of us, but maybe enough of you aren't and will join us in the fight to end white supremacy, right? And dude, the ratioing, I mean, holy crap. Holy crap. So here's what I wrote. Let me get down. Here it is. So I wrote, Dear dumbass, you pulled a fire alarm to delay a vote aiming to support Chuck Schumer's shutdown blame game on Republicans. Your voters decided you're too dumb to realize alarms don't open doors, and they fired you. Actions have consequences. And look at this. There were only 5 views. I got 5 views. Woohoo. Right? Holy crap. Oh, man. Yeah, Jamal Bowman. Good Lord. A lot of people, if you don't know what he did, there was a vote that night in the House that would have stopped a government shutdown. The Senate wanted a shutdown. They told the Democrats in the House, you get that shutdown because I'm going to blame it on the Republicans before we go out on recess. Well, the Republicans worked it out that they were going to avoid the shutdown. Bowman goes out and pulls a fucking alarm, because he thinks that they're going to all have to leave because you have to leave and they won't have the vote. Right? And he goes, I didn't know. He got caught on video doing it. That's the only reason. I didn't know that. I thought it was going to open the door. A door that he's gone through 1,000 times, and he's never had to pull anything to get through that door. Plus, the door had signs blocking it, saying, this is not an exit right now.
Right. What was the culmination of the case? He got a case for that. No, he was charged.
Oh, yeah. He was found guilty on it, and the voters threw him out.
Yeah, but did he get any time or anything? No, right?
No, because he was a congressman. Technically, I think he could have argued that he had immunity because they do. They have immunity. It's like that one Kennedy was drunk as shit, and not Ted. It was another one. He smashed his car into a telephone pole, and the cops got there and they had to let him go because he said, "I'm on my way to vote." And they went, "Oh, okay, God, here we'll give you a ride." And they took because they knew he had immunity. You can do anything you want. That's how Ted. Why couldn't the bitch hold her breath? Kennedy had a career for so long because he had immunity from all that shit. Tessa, hey, what's up, girl? I didn't even see you here. How you doing? Thank you for coming again. Jimmy, they make something you can wash your hats in laundry so you don't lose shap.
Yeah, it's like a ball.
All right. I didn't know that. Okay.
It's like a ball or something.
Yeah, see, I only wore the hats during COVID.
Right.
Because I didn't want to wash my hair. I was like, fuck it. I'm not going anywhere. What do I care, right? That's what I would do. So that's the only time I ever
wore. This is the hat Trump was wearing when he got shot.
When I had to go out and stand in line 6 feet behind everybody for 2 hours to pick up a fucking loaf of bread, right? That's when I was put a hat on. That's the only time. Yeah. All right, let's pick another one. We're over time, but I don't care. I have nothing else planned. Netanyahu. Oh, yeah. My utterly, absolutely worthless congressman, Brian Fitzpatrick, who has a 32 Liberty score, GOP Representative Fitzpatrick calls for urgent, immediate action to address unexplained drone activity. Okay. Because they're flying, they're up here now. They're in the next county over, well, not county, township over from me, but they're also further up in Montgomery County, and they're in Chester County. They're in Royersford, Jim. The same drones. They're in Shanksville, like Schwanksville.
Yeah.
They're in other places, right? But now they're here as well. They're in Philly, right? But they don't exist according to John Kirby.
Oh, Rich, what do they exactly mean, though? What are these oversized? How do they know they're all this like? Or are they weird looking fucking drones? I mean, there's all kind of drones.
No, Jim, these things are the size of an SUV. Okay, some of them are the size of an SUV. Some of them are the size of a dining room table. Okay, that's the different sizes. And they, here's the thing: they're all flying. They adhere to the FAA's rules. They don't go into zones where they're not supposed to. They don't go down to a level that they're not supposed to. And they all have the flashing lights and all that they're supposed to. Okay, but think about this. Think of the harm they can do. One of these things, the size of an SUV. Okay, so it lands on a railroad track. It's a freight train that has, chlorine gas.
The train would mow it down.
Yes, but it could also derail a train. Size of an SUV, total steel, right? But think about this. They blocked a medevac the other day in New Jersey from being able to get down and get a guy and take him out to the hospital. They blocked him. Right? Think about this. They fly over traffic, right? Think of New York traffic, congestion on it, and just drop. Smash. Think of all the problems that would cause. They could cause a shitload of problems.
Richie, ban DJ Darren Real Estate Life.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, my God. Are they really trying to pull this shit? This is military toying with the public, fake alien. You know what, Tessa?
Richie, ban her. Ban DJ
Darren.
Tess
is fine. Tess is fine. No, Jimmy.
DJ Darren Real Estate Life. Ban him.
Who? DJ Darren. Who's that? I don't know. I don't see him. What are you talking about?
Read it.
Oh, Darren. I heard Jimmy's daughter is a trans. Oh, where is he?
Ban him.
All right, where is he? I don't see him.
He's in the chat.
I don't see him. Oh, there he is.
Darren.
Oh, there he is. First Amendment. No, there's no First Amendment here, asshole.
Ban him.
Yeah, I will. Hang on. I got to go in here. Yeah, there's no First Amendment here, asshole. So let's see. Hide user. There you go. He's gone.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. DJ Dow Real Estate Life. Yeah, that's probably Nelson. That was probably Nelson, Jim.
The fuck?
Don't go into someone's house and shit on the rug is what I say. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Is that your cat?
What?
Her avatar is a cat. Looks familiar. All right. So what am I doing? Oh yeah, GOP. There you go. So Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, he called for immediate. The congressman explained his move on the basis of seeking assurances for local residents that Washington is doing all it can to assuage fears of increasing sightings. They ain't doing shit. We just had Kirby, John Kirby, spokesman for the Pentagon, tells we have no idea what the fuck's going on. He wrote on X, his main concern is the safety and security of local residents. No, his main concern is getting reelected and lying to us through YouTube videos. Today, I sent an urgent letter to DHS, FBI, and FAA, who all told him to go to hell, I'm sure, calling for immediate answers and decisive action regarding the increasing reports of unexplained drone activity. We played a video earlier where Kirby said, we have no local, state, or federal law enforcement that can corroborate that these things even exist. All those videos, people showing them close up, they don't exist, guys. They're all holograms that sound like a lawnmower. They're loud as a lawnmower. The safety and security of our community, our neighbors, and our nation depend on transparency and accountability from our federal fuck-ups who have a responsibility to keep us safe. I will remain vigilant in my pursuit to uncover any and all surrounding this incident. Sure you will, Brian. Sure you will. Brian Fitzpatrick was putting out right before his election 2 times ago, was putting out, I think 2022. Yeah, it was 2022. He was putting out commercials on YouTube for Pennsylvania people to see. And he said, we have to protect our First Amendment because without the First Amendment, all the other rights go away. And I'm like, what's your angle, man? And then right after that, the election, he supports a Democrat bill that would take away the AR-15. He's a scumbag, but he's mine. Yeah, this was it. Jeff Van Drew. He was a Democrat in Jersey, and he said, you know what, you guys are fucking nuts. I'm going on the other side. So the Pentagon has also denied Van Drew's claim that the Iranian mothership located off the East Coast, and has been launching mysterious unidentified drones. Don't know about that, but the mothership, we know it's a fact. We know that Iran has been buying these types of drones from China. Okay. And they do have a mothership. It means it's a large cargo ship that could hold these types of drones, 1,000 of them at least, right? Probably more. And that it left the docks at a time when, if it's cruising at the speed it should, it would land on our East Coast over the Atlantic on November 18th. And that's when the drone started. And too many people have said, look, we see them coming in over the ocean. You know, the one guy said there were like 50 of them in the air. We didn't know what the hell was going on. And they're loud, they say. Very loud. But they come in at dusk and they leave at 11 p.m. But these assholes were saying, the administration saying, well, you know, they're not breaking any laws, so whatever. So you don't find it odd that they got these things flying around? What are they doing? I mean, this is the same administration that allowed a fucking Chinese spy balloon to fly across our country. I mean, across our country, going over military installations and nuclear silos.
Yeah, but how do they know it was a Chinese balloon? Did they verify that?
Yes. Jim, they read they have things that can read the electronic signals that are going out. They were sending data right back to Beijing.
Okay. Yeah.
They were live feed sending it, and they lied. I mean, our administration lied to us the whole time. Well, it was just a weather balloon. Yeah, and then they finally shot it out of the sky after the mission was done. I always say Joe Biden got $31 million from the Chi-Com, so they said, look, we fly balloon. You let it go. We take picture. You let it go. I apologize to all my Asian viewers. That's my worst Chinese. And I know you guys don't sound like that. Hey, Vamps, what's going on, man? What did she say? I love this Tesla girl. Flying cars for the elites who is rubbing it in our faces. Ha! It's true. It's absolutely true. Let me see.
I think
no way they were trying. There's no way they would let anything go over our base. Yeah, they would. Look, if the president of the United States, Joe Biden, is if he's beholden to them. Look, I watched a video of he would be the equivalent to whoever our financial guy in the White House is. Okay. So he gave a speech to it looked like they were in a university where you have the lecture hall, where there's like 500 people around, and they were all Chinese students, it looked like. And he gave a speech after the election. And I had to read because you had to read the subtitles. And he said, now that we got Joe Biden elected, and everybody started laughing. And he basically was saying, now we're gonna vamp up our attack. That's what he was saying. And I have a video in my test. I have a video in my catalog. Go look for it. It's about China and how they want to colonize the United States.
Rich.
Jimmy's gay daughter. Oh, Jesus.
Again.
Really, dude? Really?
Just ban it.
All right. I got it. Just don't worry about it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And then your gay daughter is going to like hit me up and go, why the fuck did you in that? I'm kidding. She's not gay.
She wore a rainbow flag to her Harvard graduation. She's gay.
No, she's not gay, Jim. She just supports Jim. If you can support that goofy shit, she's a little touched in the head if she agrees with the.
She wore a rainbow gay sash to her Harvard graduation. She's gay. Okay.
Yeah, gay means happy, Jim.
Yeah, she's not an ally. Okay, she's gay.
Gutsy. Oh, good to see you. That's it. I thought it said gutsy. Good to see you. All right. Yeah, well, forget Brian. You know what happened with Brian Fitzpatrick? Let me tell you guys a story. Okay. So when I lived in the next township over, it was around 20. It was when Trump was first elected. And remember when at the time Paul Ryan would not fund the wall. So he used it as an emergency declaration because a president he was allowed to declare an emergency and he could take money from other things closely related to what he wanted to do and use it for that. And he did that. And so the Republicans with the Democrats put a vote up saying that he can't do it. So, and they didn't say a president is no longer allowed. They said Donald Trump may not do it. So other presidents can do it, but Donald Trump, and he voted for that. Okay. So when he went on Facebook to write his reason why, I basically told him, you're full of crap. The president declared it an emergency, and it is because they're coming over by the thousands thanks to Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and he wants to stop it. Who do you think you are stopping a president from using emergency powers, right? So what happens? Jimmy, a pamphlet from his office shows up on my front step. So I go to my neighbors and I go, did you get a pamphlet from Brian? They're like, no, why would I get it? No, why? I'm like, I don't know. I got this fucking pamphlet, right? Never said a word about it, right? And the pamphlet was like all the things he stands for, right? Never said a word about it. We move 2 years later to where I'm at now. It happens again. He says something that he lied about, and I called him out on it. I get a fucking pamphlet on my front step. 2 different townships, 2 times that I said something to him within 2 to 3 days of saying it, I got a fucking pamphlet. So the 3rd time it happened, I wrote, and if you put another fucking pamphlet on my front steps, I'm going to sue you for harassment. You've been warned. Guess what? Didn't show up that time. That's the truth. That really happened.
What was the point of him sending the pamphlet?
To say, I know who you are. Watch what you say publicly. That's what his message was. Yes, he's a prick. I liked his brother better. Unfortunately, his brother died of cancer, and he took his seat. Yeah, his brother was much better. Although his brother didn't have a much better voting record, but his rhetoric was much better. Put it that way. And I would have voted for him. And the only reason I still vote for Brian Fitzpatrick because we need him for the majority. That's the only, I hold my nose every goddamn time. Although the one time I wrote to his office and said, hey, guess what, Brian? I just voted and it wasn't for you. Surprised I didn't get a pamphlet.
Oh, well, if you're doing shit like that, then it's no wonder he's going to
I got a pamphlet for him. It's called Trump. You got it, brother. Rim shot. Lou, you still here? Or are you done at 6? Yeah.
I think he is.
Yeah, he said he has food, a 6-pack, and the stream. That's his Friday night, which I think is cool as shit. I think everybody who comes here on a Friday night, you guys are awesome. You guys are really awesome. I'm trying to grow it, though. I push everywhere. Don't know. I still don't. I don't see me with a live stream over on.
What I don't understand is how you get no newcomers to your live stream. You just don't.
I don't understand it either.
Nobody.
I know. I don't understand it either. I advertise it in a lot of the videos too.
Yeah, you do, and you don't get not one.
And I think that where I'm advertising, I think that bores the shit out of people, and they click off.
I don't think so at all.
And my analytics say that everybody clicks off at that point. The people that click off, they click off at that point because it takes too long. See, you got to in regular videos, Jim. You got the first 30 seconds to convince the person to not click off. So what you do is you have to. Your thumbnail and your title are very important because you gotta get the idea across what you're going to talk about. And then when they come in, you have to convince them in those first 30 seconds. Yeah, smash that like button. Yeah. You have to convince them that they should stick around. All right. And otherwise, Jimmy, they click off. They're on phone.
I never gave a fuck about any of that shit.
Well, a lot of people do, Jim. They go, fuck that. I'm off. Right. And so people that don't know me.
Hit him again.
Wow, man.
Just do it.
Yeah, just, I wonder how many times he has how many things he got.
Just keep going through them.
You know what I mean?
Ban.
Yeah. Hold on.
You should make me a mod so I can do it.
I thought you are a mod.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? All right, I'll do that right now.
Well, let me ban this prick.
Hang on. Yeah, I'll make you a mod. Let me go in here. Let me go in here. Oh, I got to get that off. Yeah. All right. It says he went away, right? He should have.
No.
And yeah, there he is. He's gone. Don't worry about it. All right. I ban him on YouTube, and then I ban him on StreamYards too. Pretty soon, I want to ask YouTube to write in there, or else I'll write something that you can ban by IP address or the GUID. If they're running Windows, everybody's got a GUID number, and I can get to it. I know that shit because I've been doing it. And if you get to their GUID, they can use VPNs, go anywhere they want. I know who you are. Oh, Jesus. I like being a see you next Tuesday, but some stuff, well, you just let it go. Oh, man. We got to bring you in sometime, Tessa. If you want to come in, let me know. I'll send out the link right now. You can come into the channel. You would be very interesting in here. In fact, I'm going to put the link out. If you want to come in, come in. There it is. Let's see. Rich, you know what you should do for real? You should do a discussion with Tim Pool's dad. What? With Tim Pool's dad. He's really accessible. Small channel. Responds to comments. I got to look around my cameras right here. And quite Trump deranged. Oh, really? Tim Pool's father? Tim Pool's father has a small channel. What, his father doesn't help him out? Or his son doesn't help him out?
I'm guessing he doesn't get along with
wow. Yeah, he probably doesn't if he's not a Trumper. Not that Tim Pool's a real Trumper, but Tim Pool's like a Jimmy Dore Trumper. He knows Trump is better for the country, but he's not like severe.
Well,
like
let me tell you something. You ever see Tim Pool when he's hosting or being hosted by David Pakman? He practically sucks his dick.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, here's Tessa. Oh, she's got balls. I like this girl.
Oh.
Hey, Tessa.
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. I don't see you, but we can hear you. How you doing?
Oh, my camera's covered. I'm afraid of the government watching me.
They're not going to watch you through my little channel. Believe me. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Where are you from?
I'm in Washington State on the eastern side.
Oh, get out. Cool.
I'm in the desert.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's raining right now. Sucks. I want snow. I have lights up and I want snow, but it's not going to snow.
Does it snow where you are?
Yes.
You're up
on
high,
occasions. Right? Not always, sometimes. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, you're fine. We hear you fine.
Can't see you.
We just can't see
you.
you.
The camera's covered.
Well, uncover it.
I don't like showing my face.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Because I don't have a pretty face.
Who cares? I don't have. Look at me.
Okay, that's not true. That's not true.
Look at me.
I'm not ugly or anything, but I don't know. I just don't like to put my face on the internet.
Really?
Wimp.
Yeah.
Wimp.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I did get a new. I don't even know if it would work.
We got Commander in the house. What's up, Commander?
Hello.
What's up, man? We have Tessa here.
I do hope everybody's doing well tonight.
We are doing fantastic. What about you, bro?
Oh, lots of work, but we're getting there. We're getting there, man.
We got Tessa in the house.
Hi,
she
Tessa.
started here a couple weeks ago.
Damien said, "Show a different body part." Then
let's not go there. Yeah, I don't need to get
no feet pics, Tessa.
Yeah, no feet pics. Really, we're not. No, but I don't. she'll be a hand model for the night, right?
To be honest with you, I used really good tape to tape it, and I don't even know if I can get the tape off it. Hey, I don't want the government watching me while I'm dressing, while I'm doing stuff.
No, it's hard. You're doing what?
I don't even know if it'll work.
What?
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can get the camera. You'll have to excuse my mess behind me.
What are you doing, Tessa? Because I can hear like a lot of noise. Is somebody?
I'm trying to get the camera thing off.
Oh, nice. That would be cool.
There, did it work?
Oh, there you are.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, you're not bad looking. Look at you.
It's not even working. Is it working?
We saw you.
We saw you, but you covered it up again.
You covered it up again. You're not a bad looking woman.
See there, you saw me. See?
Well, then show your face. Matt doesn't show his face because he was in a horrific accident years ago, and he has a reason.
Yeah, a car fell on him.
Yeah, a car literally fell on him. Yeah, there you are. All right, see that? Welcome. So you're up there in Washington State. How about that? You're over by where Classified is. He's in Canada. Well, you're on that side of the world anyway, the West Coast.
Which part of Canada? Because I'm on like
I live on Salt Spring Island,
British Columbia. I'm sorry, where?
Yeah, BC, in Canada. BC.
What is it called? Salt Island?
Salt Spring.
Salt Spring Island. Yeah, he's on an
I've
island.
never heard of that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty famous.
Yeah, it's beautiful
Lots
up
of
there.
useless hippies here.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful up there.
I haven't been up to Canada since they stopped taking driver's license to pass the border.
I was escorted out of Canada and told never to come back.
I got booted out.
I was booted out. I went back though on a fishing trip once, and they never. It was before 9/11.
Why?
I went with people that got caught with pot.
Oh, really? All right.
I went with some people that got caught with pot, and their name was in the border thing. So we got
that wasn't
pulled
me. They what happened was my company sent me up there to do some work, and it was for several months. And it was a company called, my company I worked for was Volt, and we did Yellow Pages. We're into graphics and stuff, right? And there was a company called Soft Image that we were going to purchase, and we were going to work with them. And in the end, we didn't. But so I was there to help set up with my vice president. I was there to help set up the office, and we were going to create 150 Canadian jobs. And so we were heading home for Thanksgiving, and we're at the airport, and customs was there. And these are the days before 9/11. So they indiscriminately, hey, check your bag. So the guy can check your bag. Yeah, go ahead. Right. So he checks the bag, and I had nothing in there. Right. And he goes, so where are you going, eh? And I said, oh, I'm going home. Where's home? I said, Philadelphia. He goes, oh, wow, what are you going home for? I said, well, Thanksgiving. He goes, oh, what are you doing up here? I said, I'm working. He goes, you have your worker's permit or whatever it was, license, whatever he called it. And I said, my what? And see, up there, if you're an American and you go and work up there and you don't get a special permit that you have to apply for, your company applies for, they call it stealing a Canadian's job, right? So the guy goes, can you step over here, please? He puts me in a secondary security situation, right? So I have to go into this room with him, and then he gets two police officers eventually show up, and they start interrogating me. They're like, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm in a hotel. It was in Montreal. I'm like, I'm in the hotel. It's on the other side of the city. And they're like, well, we know where it's at. So what are you doing here? I said, well, there's like, it's called stealing a Canadian's job. That was literally the law's name. And I said, well, no, I'm creating 150 of them, right? So it was good cop, bad cop, but they didn't want to play it that way. The one cop was a decent cop. The other one was a total asshole, right? So the asshole keeps talking to me back and forth. You shouldn't do that. And I was like, he says, you're stealing a Canadian job. And I said, okay, I guess that makes up for all the free fucking healthcare we give you Canucks up here. He tried to dive over the table. The other guy pulls him back. I'm laughing, right? Because I'm thinking I'm going to go to jail, right? And they're telling me, they're like, they called them barristers or something. I forget the name they call them. But they're telling me, they're like, yeah, well, you know what? It's Wednesday, and we're going to keep your ass. The court is closed until Monday, so we're going to keep you in there over the whole weekend. And I'm like, all right, I don't know what to tell you, right? And so I guess because they had really nothing on me. Now, the point was my VP was right in front of me in the line, and he heard it all go down. He just walks away. And I could have said, he's my vice president. He doesn't have a card either, but I didn't, right? So next time I saw him, I'm like, Dave, what the fuck? Right. And he goes, I had to get out. How the hell do you think we got you out? Right. So what happens is they have me in there for a couple hours. And they're like, you could do this. We could put you for this. We could do this. We can do that. Right. So they're like, they leave. And then the one guy, good cop, comes back. He goes, all right, here's what's going on. He goes, you're going to go back to your hotel. You're going to grab your stuff. And he goes, and you're going to come back here and you're going to report to this office. And he goes, we're going to get you on another flight. I went, okay, thank you. And he goes, I apologize for my partner. And I went, no, it's all right. It's all right. I made fun of him. Right. So naturally, it's all the way on the other side. He goes, you got 2 hours. So I went, okay, fine. So I go over. I had a ton of shit in there because I was living there for a while. Right. I just grab what I can, my bags. I get them. I get a cab. I go back. And I get there. And so they're like, all right, you're going to have to wait here. We got another flight for you. So it's like an hour and 45 minutes later. They finally come. All right, come on, let's go. So the plane's already on the taxiway, right? So I'm like, how are we going to get there? And all of a sudden, this truck that's nothing but stairs comes driving up. And he goes, you're going to get on. I went, what? He goes, you're going to get on. You're going to hang on to the railing. I'm like, no. And he goes, come on. So we go there, right? There's 2 cops, right? So we go there and he takes me out to it, right? And he goes, get up, put your bags in front of you, your legs will stop. And I went, all right. He goes, we're not going to go fast. So the plane's still sitting there. And finally we see the door open. So then they start driving and there's like wind in my hair and shit. And I'm like, yo, man, it's kind of cold. He's like, it's Canada, eh? So we go over there, right? And so naturally they attach it right to the plane and everybody's looking at the window that can, right? And they're looking at me and I got my bags and all that. And each officer has a hand on my arms and they're walking me in, right? So they take my bags and they hand them to somebody down below. They open up the case down below and just throw it in. It's for like stuff that last second, so it doesn't go inside. So they put me in, coach. I had to sit and fucking coach. Anyway, so I'm in there, right? And they go, don't ever come back to Canada, eh? And I went, all right, but I never had a written order. But they said, don't ever come back. We see you come back, we're going to arrest you. I went, okay, see ya. So I'm on the plane, right? And everybody's like looking at me like, what the fuck is that, right? So finally, this woman who's like, I'm sitting like this, and she's over on the other aisle, and she goes, I'm sorry. I got to ask like that. And I went, oh. I said, I'm an upcoming actor, and I was up there in Montreal, and we were filming a movie, but I had to come home, and those officers were nice enough to get me on this plane, so I didn't miss Thanksgiving with my family. They're like, are you serious? I'm like, no, I just got kicked out of the country for stealing a Canadian's job. And a couple of them on there were like, oh, yeah, that's real important. Yeah, we don't like that. Motherfucker, right? That's what happened. So
you never told me that.
I told everybody that, Jim. You probably
heard it.
You were probably either in prison or you were away.
Never heard it.
Well, I've told it on. That's the second time I've told it on this channel.
I've never heard.
I know a guy that got stuck for like 2 days because they wouldn't let him go to Canada or back to the United States because he had Gigi Allen in his car. Well, the Gigi Allen stuff, like songs and videos, they would not let him go into Canada and they would not let him go back home. Nobody wanted him. They're like, you have to stay here. So he was stuck in between the countries. Finally, they let him come back and they told him, don't ever come back up here. Because of Gigi Allen.
Black and white hedge. I don't have a merch store. Everybody's telling me I should create one. Nah. Jimmy, I almost applied for monetization today, but and I had to look up. Can they when they do the check, right, to see if you're in compliance, can they give you a strike for something they found? And every single thing I read said no, they won't. That all they care about is you're in compliance with the rules. They won't give you a strike if they think you violate.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was thinking of doing it, but I don't know, because then you gotta do all kinds of bullshit. You got to comply with, and at this point, I don't really care. I wanted to grow the channel a lot more before I actually did that.
We're at 1.62K, so you're doing pretty good there, Rich.
Yeah, but I got people that have half my catalog that are up to like 800,000. And I'm like, what the F? Like, how come I can't? I'm like, what am I doing wrong? You still with us, Tess?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, I thought you were falling asleep.
They're shadow banning you.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I run a news service too. And the model was always this. You write your You write your articles, right? And then you post them on Facebook and on your page on Facebook. And then the people on Facebook go onto your stories and there's AdSense ads there. That's how you make money. Well, Facebook, I found out, is censoring me like 98%. And so there's like no money to be made doing that. Yeah, it sucks.
What about Twitter?
Zuck should be kicked the fuck out of the country. How do you promote freedom of speech in a country that has freedom of speech and then not do it?
I know. It's crazy.
God, boo, kick the motherfucker into North Korea.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's nuts. And then we have Zuckerberg who's saying he's done with the politics. He's not doing it anymore. And I'm like, yeah, then stop censoring me. Just stop doing it.
He made me laugh when he was all like, Trump's all badass. It's like, oh, jeez. That's what it took for you to like Trump, him to almost get shot. You couldn't actually just sit back and listen. Hey, I'm not a fan of Trump's. I'm not a fan of any politician, but all you have to do is sit back and look. Zuck should be in trouble for election interference. He interfered.
Oh, yeah. Well, they all did.
He admitted it. Time Magazine admitted it.
He bribed judges in Philly.
Happened.
He bribed judges in Philly not to take cases.
So I think a lot of people should be going to jail. I don't care if Zuck finds
I'm
Trump
more interested in finding out why you don't like Donald Trump. Why don't you like Trump?
I don't like Trump because Trump went for the first 5 amendments. He declared himself a wartime president over a invisible virus or whatever the fuck it was he said. And so that took your 3rd amendment, which no president really had done. But
wait. Hold on.
Not making sense.
You can go in your house now because we will use the military against you. We're going to put shots in your arms.
What?
He took the first amendment by saying, look, I don't care where anybody stands on Israel. I don't care, but don't tell me I can't speak out against them if I find them doing something wrong. He took away your part of your First Amendment.
None of that happened.
Second Amendment by going for the bump stock ban. Stupid, but he still went it and said, take the due process. Third Amendment was when he declared himself a wartime president. 4th was when he said he was taking or going to give the cops more ability to take your stuff when they pull you over. And the 5th Amendment, I forget. I made a video about it.
None of that happened.
Does.
None of that happened.
I'm going to wait and see what he does. Hey, Biden was way worse. Biden way worse than Trump. So not a fan of any of them. But that's why I don't like Trump.
Tess, respectfully, none of that happened.
No, he signed away your ability to speak out against Israel. He had a bunch of rabbis behind him why he signed your ability of taking more of your First Amendment away.
No, he didn't.
Like I said, I don't care where anybody stands on it. I don't really.
He didn't attack anybody's First Amendment rights ever. Yeah, he didn't attack anybody's First Amendment rights. He never signed anything.
That wasn't him that did that, but
against Israel.
It wasn't.
No, he said
there is some kind
he never signed anything.
Richie, there is some kind of law. I don't think Trump had anything to do with it, but there is some kind of thing where.
No, DeSantis, the governor of Florida, did that.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I think
Trump did the same thing. Most presidents sign with it.
No,
so he took that. The Second Amendment was the bump stock and saying that we're going to take the guns and then due process, right, Carmi Diane?
Nobody really cared about.
Yeah, I know he was appeasing her and he went for the easiest, but he still went for the Second Amendment.
No, he.
So
really
no,
didn't.
I'm upsetting him in that. Any president,
look.
Any it's why I don't like.
Saying that you're going to
what's
get
her
rid
name?
of bump
She was a
stocks.
Democrat. Now she's not. Tulsi Gabbard.
Saying that you're going to get rid
It's
of bump
always
stocks
just give
is
me a
not
little more. I
attacking the
fought for
Second
your
Amendment.
freedoms, but give me a little more.
Yeah, saying that you're going to
What?
Saying that what you're going to do on the bump stocks is not attacking the Second Amendment. Bump stocks were not firearms.
Well, no, it went for the Second Amendment by saying you can't have an accessory when the Second Amendment is very clear when it says shall not be infringed. It doesn't say but because the politicians,
Yeah,
but
but
because of criminal, because the government says.
Yeah, but the bump stock thing, that was a political move, and that does not stop you from being able to keep and bear arms.
But it still went for the Second Amendment.
But no, it's not.
Still went for
The Second Amendment is about keeping and bearing arms. I mean, in the Heller decision, Scalia wrote it out. Huh?
But it also includes accessories, bullets, stuff like that.
There's nothing in the Second Amendment about accessories and bullets. What he did was
no, you can't. You cannot be well regulated without ammunition. So that is covered in there.
I'm glad that you do understand the definition. You just showed us you do understand the definition of well regulated. A lot of libnuts don't understand that, but you're correct.
I got kicked off to Twitter because fighting the fucking libnuts about the Second Amendment.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
There's a lot of things that I can take a joke on.
But here's the thing.
Second Amendment, don't fucking joke about taking the Second Amendment. Getting rid of bump stocks.
Listen to me. Getting rid of an accessory is not an attack on the Second Amendment because you're not getting rid of the gun to keep and bear arms. That's all the Second Amendment is about. The right to keep and bear arms. They're not saying the right to keep and bear accessories to arms. It's the right to keep and bear arms.
You need the accessories. You need the bullets. You need the things that go along with it. Now, from my understanding,
listen, in the Heller decision, they described that ammunition is a part of that. He described it, but a bump stock is not. Now I understand.
Okay, now
a lot of people say, well, they never thought about machine guns. Well, yes, they did. They had the puckle gun. They had the air gun.
They had machine guns.
They had all machine guns back in the days of Washington. They had them. Of course they did. And so that's bullshit.
Well, no.
But the argument was always for the right to keep and bear arms. And what Scalia rightfully and correctly pointed out is that when he says, because when you have the libnuts to go, oh, so you can keep a nuclear fucking missile? Can you carry a nuclear missile?
Yes, you can. If you can afford one, you can have one.
But you can't. No, you can't.
You got to be able to fight the government with what they have. You can't fight them with if you don't have what they have.
Carry. No, to bear arms means something you can carry. There was a merchant marine who went.
Okay, they had a puckle gun when that was written. You can't carry a puckle gun. That thing was heavy. So you had to have a couple people carry it or whatever.
Carry a cannon.
I don't think that's right.
You can carry a cannon. You just couldn't. In those days,
I could not carry a cannon. Does that mean that my Second Amendment right? Because I can't carry a cannon, I don't get a cannon.
Yeah. Well, the
that's like saying I don't get an AR-15 for protection when the AR-15 is the easiest for me to hold, shoot, aim. Right. Not you personally, but you get what I'm saying. I
know what you're saying.
It's what do you mean? I don't need one for protection.
I would like to buy one, but
for me.
I don't see the. I have a 9 carbine.
Do you know what they're doing in the state of Washington? Do you know what they're doing in the state of Washington?
No.
They're legitly trying to say you don't even have a right to hunt or protect yourself because, well, the Second Amendment too fucking bad. It doesn't matter on the state or the federal. Oh, I hate this state here. So communist.
Here's the amazing part.
Like you listen to the government.
Here's the amazing part.
I know, right?
In the beginning, the libnuts tried to say that the Second Amendment only applied before the libnuts, they used to say the Second Amendment only applied to the federal government, didn't apply to the states. But then that magical 14th Amendment came along that the libnuts try to find every possible thing they could do. And they said that meant that the Bill of Rights, the first 10, applied to the states. Okay, so if the magical 14th Amendment said that now the Bill of Rights applies to the states, then the fucking Second Amendment applies to the states too, doesn't it? Which means the states can't infringe on your right to keep and bear arms.
But
that's the argument.
Do you have a state constitution? I know in my state constitution we have a right to bear arms.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where that argument would come from.
Well, so do we. But if they tried the libnuts tried to say that the 14th Amendment they started this in like the 1950s. They started saying this kind of stuff that the 14th Amendment means that the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, now applies.
I gotta get high.
When technically it doesn't.
It drives me nuts.
Technically,
how do we live in a country? How do we live in a country? I grew up with freedom. I was brainwashed into freedom. And here we are debating whether we should be able to keep our guns or not because of fucking
I'm not
libtards.
debating. I say you can keep your guns.
Well, no, but you get what I'm saying. Not you specifically, but we're debating like the politicians are debating whether we get to have a Second Amendment or not. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. The Second Amendment basically, in those few words, basically says that the federal government may not even have a conversation about it. Damien says, Tessa, we need you to talk to AJ. AJ is our resident lunatic, and you would destroy him.
Oh, that dude's a commie. Is that dude? I think wasn't he in yours, Jimmy? In your comments, I think that dude's a commie.
Yeah, if you've been on my channel, you've seen him.
Yeah, he
don't want freedom. Get the fuck out. I love my country to a fault. I love my country. It's the best country in the world. I don't care what anybody says.
What are the politics like up where you're at? I would think it's all left wing.
They're communists.
Yeah, it's the left coast, so I would think it's all commie. So why? Let me ask: why didn't you escape?
Okay. I moved here because I grew up in the state of Washington before we went like total commie. We had Republican governors and everything at one point.
Right.
So I moved back to Ohio, lived back there for some years. My parents were getting older and I wanted my kids to know my parents. So I moved back here so my parents could get to know their grandkids instead of just talking to them on the phone.
Right.
And then, so my kids from about, I don't know, for like 10 years got to spend time with my parents. My dad died last year.
Sorry.
From a shot, but
oh wow.
So they got to grow up, know their grandparents and stuff. And I just never left. I live on the east side of the mountains where we cannot stand the right side. When they come over to holiday over here, we're like, get the fuck out of here, you communist bitches. We don't like them over here on this side of the mountains. It's like California moving all over wherever, bringing their freaking bullshit. And I grew up on the coast, and I can't stand them anymore. We call them coasties.
Oh, all right.
I know, I'm terrible.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, he was.
I'll escape if need be. I have a pilot friend who's willing to come and get me and fly me the hell out of this state if I need it.
Yeah.
He told me I better stock up on gas, though, if he's going to come and get me.
All right. Hang on.
Make sure it's 120 octane at least.
There it is.
All right. There we go. All righty. So
talking about banning guns makes me mad.
Nah, we don't want to ban guns. Trump doesn't want to ban guns. Trust me on that.
Oh, the libnuts do. It just
they always
like
want
freedom
to.
of speech. Get that. How can you say the Second Amendment was bad? They didn't figure it out, but your freedom of speech works on the computer.
See, my argument is they say, well, because all you gun nuts, you law-abiding gun nuts, you're going to go in and shoot up a school. No, the people who shoot up a school are the people that see that fucking sign outside the school that says, this is a gun-free school zone, which is the most dangerous thing they ever did. A gun-free school zone means that it makes our children vulnerable to any nut who wants to shoot as many people as possible, knowing there will be no legal adult in the place with a gun to shoot back. So I say you put a sign outside that says, you know what? Some of these teachers and administrators are carrying, and you don't know which one. They'll go, fuck that. They may be crazy, but they're not stupid. They'll go find another school. You can't teach a libnut that. You just can't.
here's what I told my dad, because they were talking about, my dad told me never trust the government when I was growing up. Never trust the government. Never. And then he trusted the government. The older he got, the more he trusted them. But they had a gun, something to do with the gun, like the drills that they do or something. And I was like, well, that's kind of bullshit, scaring the kids with the guns like that.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, but we got to practice. So if they come in, I says, well, how come they're not armed? I says, I'll tell you what, if I still had a kid in school and that kid got killed in the school, I'd sue the ever-loving fuck out of the school for not protecting my child. Yeah. Why is there not armed people in there protecting the children?
Because the libnuts' ultimate goal is to take away your guns so that they can go anarchy on you, so that they can go nuts on you.
My dad was a Democrat. He was always a Democrat, so he's always under the, but he was very pro-gun.
A lot of them were. A lot of them still are.
The only reason that they want to take your guns is because they're going to do something they know that you would shoot them for.
Yes, that is absolutely true.
Well, they allow you to steal up to $950 before you get any charges because, well, you know.
Yeah, that's why Walmart and Walgreens and CVS have all left, and Nike. That's why they left the state, because they're like, you guys ain't protecting us. Screw you.
I met an actual communist that worked for Walmart. Oh my gosh, I flustered the dude. He gave me way too much change back.
Oh.
I did not take it back. I did not feel bad because, well, fuck you, communists. Count your change properly. I know how it works. I've been a cashier. This dude started bitching about corporate and how much money they make. I'm like, well, why don't you become corporate then? You can make that kind of money. No, I'd rather just get the whatever their fucking communist thing and the products of the means or whatever.
Wow.
And I'm like, what? I said, so you'd rather steal instead of doing hard work? I said, what the fuck is wrong with you? You don't like freedom? What the fuck, dude? Yeah. He got flustered, so he gave me change, and he gave me more than what I gave him. I'm sure he got fired because I know you can't go over or under by $5. I did not realize that until I got home because I was laughing my ass off, and that was the last trip, and I was on my way home, and I didn't pay attention. Right. But when I got home, yeah, he gave me way more change, like $20 more than I should have got back. So he got fired. I know he got fired or written up. But dude was flustered as fuck when I was like, what is wrong with freedom? What are you talking about? You don't want to work hard and get somewhere. You just want to steal. Dude was like, had this look of fear on his face. I've never met an actual communist before. This dude is straight up communist.
All right.
I'm just like, dude, what is wrong with you? I don't understand the mentality of stealing from everybody. I just don't understand
it. I'm sure communism will work this time.
Yeah. You know why it didn't work? You know what they say? You know why it didn't work over there? Because they didn't do it right. And I go, no, it didn't work over there because they did it exactly right.
Yeah.
Here's one for you, Richie. What do you think of this? Or what do you think of this, Rich? The argument that we had it easier back in the day because things were cheaper.
Yeah.
We had it easier back in the day because
did
we
you
were
make
buying
it? I didn't make it. $4.75 an
stuff
hour.
that
I
was
still had
made
to
in
have
our
a
own
roommate.
countries.
I couldn't make it.
There was this joke that I was told where there was an old black man and he was sitting down by the pier and everybody would come and listen to him because he was very wise. And he said, you know, things are getting tough right now. He said, back in the day, my mama used to send me as a kid to the grocery store down the street. He goes, and she would give me $5. And for that amount of money, he said, I would get 2 loaves of bread, 2 gallons of milk. He started naming all this shit, right? And he goes, you can't do that anymore. Too many fucking security cameras. I saw that on a video. I laughed my ass off. Too many fucking security cameras.
There is.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have
Hey, all
phones,
those security
computers.
cameras in Walmart, people stealing because they're going through those single things. It's just a discount. You get a discount for working.
Yeah. Well, I know a guy
I don't
that
feel bad for those people that do that. Hey, I've been a cashier. If they want you to play cashier, expect a discount.
I know a guy who was a my friend Kenny. He was a regional. He was the guy who was the regional head of security for Walmart. And I think it was Walmart. Yeah, I believe it was Walmart. And some of the freaking stories he would tell me. He had one where there was a woman who she thin woman with a dress on, right? Goes down to the floor, and she goes in to the area of the TVs, and she grabs a 32-inch TV and shoves it up her dress. And she's walking out hoping that they would think that she's pregnant with a square baby, right? So he has her on screen, and he took me in one time. One time I went to the store, and I hear, Rich Walsh, please report to the security. And I'm like, oh, shit, that's Kenny, right? So he comes down. He's like, yo. So he takes me up there, and he shows me what they got, man. It was a sweet setup. The way they can pinpoint you on everything, and when they have you thinking you're going to do something, they hit a button, and that's when it starts putting the time loop on it, right? So he goes, look at this shit, and we're watching this woman. She's like standing there and she's walking like this sideways so it doesn't fall out. And so he goes, all right, you can't be near me, but just watch this. So he goes down, and he's standing there at the end of the cashiers, and she has this other stuff that she pays for. And he goes and he tells all of them, the cashiers, before she gets there, because she's still shopping. And he says, let her go through, because we can't touch her unless she goes outside, right? So when she goes outside, he goes over and he goes, excuse me, miss. She goes, yeah. And he goes, what about the TV under your dress? Like that. She goes, I don't know what you're talking about. And he goes, all right. He goes, so what is this square thing that you have here, right? And so she tries to run, and the thing falls out. So he goes and grabs her because he's going to arrest her, right? And call the police and all that, right? So she's fighting him tooth and nail, and he has her on the ground, and then she bites his arm right through, and like through the skin and everything. And as he's punching her in the face to get her mouth off of him, he says, I swear to God, if you gave me AIDS, I'm going to fucking kill you. He's like talking to her like this, and she's like, no, with her mouth still on him. And I'm thinking, man, that was like an incident that happened like maybe once every 6 months, an incident that bad. You look at California right now and the shit that goes on in the stores there. They got guys that just walk in with a hefty bag and start throwing shit into the bag because they know $9.50, I can count it up and walk out. Nothing's going to happen. That's why the store's all closed. And then you get the bullshit news story that says, well, they closed in these poor neighborhoods. Now these poor people in the community don't have a Walmart to go to. Well, you should have raised your kids better. You should have told them you don't go in and steal shit, because then grandma can't go to the Walmart or the pharmacy to get her medicine, right? I feel bad for the people in those communities because they're not the ones that are doing it. But goddamn, don't blame the Walmart or the CVS or the
They
Walgreens.
blame it on racism.
Yeah, well, they don't blame them because they can't stay in business.
Where's the grandmas going out there and slapping these little motherfuckers in the back of the heads? Get your fucking asses home right now.
Trust me, they do. But the problem is it doesn't ring through when they're not around grandma. So when they're out on their own and they want to get stuff, they just go in and steal it. And it's because of Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris was the one that pushed that bill, the $9.50 in California. She's the one that pushed it. Kamala frickin' Harris. She was the attorney general, and she pushed to get that bill done. And I have no idea why. Like an AG, I really want to stop crime. I want to get the streets under control. I got it. Why don't we make it so that anything they steal under $9.50, they don't go to jail? It's a misdemeanor. You know what it was?
Well,
that was how they reform the criminal justice system. Reform is numbers to them. So instead of arresting 100 people a week for shoplifting, right? Oh, now they're only going to arrest like maybe one because the dumbass went over $9.50. That's their idea of reform. Fuck the fact that they're ruining the community because they're causing the prices to go up because of the theft, right? They got to make the money up somehow. And then eventually they got to close the store.
Greed. That's greed. That's the greedy man at the top of the chain. That has nothing to do with all the theft.
Yeah, that's what they'll say.
You know what it is? You know what it is? These people could not police their own.
Well,
and that's the problem.
Well,
it literally is. Like,
yeah, but the problem is that the state government gave them the right. Well, not the right to steal, but it gave them the opportunity to go and steal up to $950 worth of stuff. And these people think that these stores, look, I don't like these kinds of stores either, right? But they think it gives that these stores have like a warehouse in the back loaded with cash. And that's how they can survive. They got insurance on it. No, they don't. Like you got 50 people a day coming in stealing $950 worth of stuff. That's going to affect your bottom line. It's going to affect your bottom line. So you would think that Kamala Harris would say, you know what? This thing really hasn't worked out. We got all these stores that are leaving. No, what does she do? She says, fuck that. I'm leaving, going to DC. I'm going to run for the Senate.
Stealing $950. There's almost $1 million.
Yeah.
Right there.
Stores.
That's from 100 people.
Stores used to have stock in the back. They don't have enough stock in the back anymore. Now they have enough. It's called what? Where something to store? I can't remember exactly what it is, but they have like 3 days worth in the back, and that's it.
Well, do you know how the dollar store came about? Because in every store in the back, when they had their inventory, like you're talking about, the inventory space in the back is precious. Because when you run out of space, you can't store things you want to sell. So they always have to have things like, for example, the winter's coming, okay? So in the fall is when they start selling stuff you want to buy for winter. However, there are always some things that they purchase and bring in and put on the floor, and for whatever reason, they don't sell, okay? So they have to take them out and put them back in the back. But if they haven't, look at this. If they have them in the back, then they now don't, and they're just taking up space in that stock room. They now don't have the room, the physical room, because that's limited, to bring in the new shit for spring. So what do? The dollar store comes along and says, we'll buy that merchandise off you that you're not going to sell anyway for 10 cents on the dollar. And they go, you got a deal. So the dollar store buys all that shit stuff and puts it in their store and sells it for $1. Instead of like what they would get, $9, $10, whatever it is, whatever the product is. And that's how the dollar store started. Now I simplified that. I don't know the money, that the situation, like what they pay on it. I simplified all that, but that's what they do. And that's how the dollar store came about.
We get the idea. I mean,
the dollar store
what if the
now
thief
has
is bad at math and they have to use their phone calculator app? That's pretty funny, man. Well, you know what? They have those things now. You can walk around and bleep, and it tells you how much. You can just walk around, start throwing shit in your cart until you're up to $9.50, and then walk out the door.
Is that taxes included, or no?
I find that.
Which story, Vamps? Which one? I told a few. Oh wow. We're on 4 hours.
Just the fact that someone could walk into a store and steal, and we're going to blame.
It's society.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
That did it.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Bobity's all messed up and no place to go.
I'm good at meth. What he said. That's funny.
I'm not. I can't stand math.
Now he said meth.
Oh, meth.
He was kidding. I can get another story out. I'm gonna come clean about mysterious. Oh yeah. Trump.
I've never done meth. Never. I've done a lot of drugs, but I've never done meth.
I've never done an illegal drug outside of pot 3 times. That's it. Here you go. Ready? From the Blaze. Trump demands government come clean about mysterious drones and calls for them to be shot down. A lot of people.
Okay, God, that's our own.
I'm starting to come around to think it's our government. I'm starting to come around to that. I'm starting to come
I'm
around.
telling you, they're going to pull the fake alien invasion.
No,
You
no.
can't tell me we went from Men in Black to
I
now.
think they're just trying to sow chaos. Is what they're doing.
It's willy-nilly. We can talk about it. They're even talking. It's bullshit. I think they're just ready to do the fake alien invasion on us.
Nah, I don't think that's it. I think they're well. There's several scenarios. I think number one, it could be the Chinese with the Iranians doing it, because like I said, I did a video and they want to colonize. They want to take us over. Yada yada yada. So
if our military honestly thought that they were Iranian or Chinese, they just shut them fuckers down right away.
Well, the Chinese military last year said that what they're going to do in the next year, meaning now, was that they were going to do things in the United States that was going to eventually cause the American people to surrender. And what do I mean by that? They're going to do things. They're going to do things to harass us. They would do things to harass us, to make life miserable, so that we're at the point where we go, you know what? Fuck it. We'll do whatever you want. Just stop. So one of those things was hijacking the ship that bounced into the bridge.
Baltimore Bridge.
Yeah, and it caused that chaos. That was the artery where all the supplies, the shit that we buy goes up and down the coast. That was that right there. So that they believed that was a hack job. Now you got these things coming around. They had police stations. The Chinese created police stations in the United States. Illegal, but they did it. And what they were doing, think about this. What they were doing was this, okay? They were going into I'm going to stop sharing that. They were going in, they had these police stations.
I read about that.
They would grab Chinese Americans, okay? And they would grab them and yank them into these police stations. They go, look, you work for Bell Atlantic, whatever. You work for, a telephone company. We need your alignment. We need you to give us the designs of how we do X, Y, and Z on the line. So they're going, I'm not going to do that. Oh, really? Well, here's my laptop, and that's your grandmother, and that's your mother, and that's your cousin right there. We have them tied up right now. We've been smacking them around a bit. It's going to get a lot worse if you say no. And so they go, okay, fine. You're going to let them go? Yeah, oh, sure. We'll be kind to them as long as you give us what we want. They were doing that shit. And so now think of all the information they could have. You work at the electric plant over there at Pico. We want to have the schematics of how a shutdown would happen. We want the passwords, the user IDs, or grandma right there is going to get the shit beat out of her right in front of you. I mean, think about that. They were literally doing that. Huh?
How much information do you think Dianne Feinstein gave up to her spy Chinese driver?
Her supposed driver. Or how about Fang Fang?
Yeah.
Swallows well. Fang Fang.
Fartwell.
Yeah.
I'm going to use nukes on half the country if you don't give me your guns.
Yeah. Unbelievable, these people. But you know what? They're not in power now.
Is Swalwell not a politician anymore?
No, he is, but he's a Democrat, and they're not in power in the House.
That's the reason I know what's going on in politics.
Yeah.
Well,
crazy.
If you think about it. Well, no, think about it. Congress has all the power. The president, Trump, he really doesn't have as much power as everybody wants to give him. Okay, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people want to give him. He has powers. I'm not going to say he doesn't, but he doesn't have. Congress writes the laws. Congress decides what laws and all that stuff. He can veto them and all that, but he really doesn't have the power.
Well,
so Congress is where we really need to be watching who's in power.
Well, that's it. That's if presidents did things legitimately. I'm going to say this, and you might disagree, but I'll have a debate with you. I think Donald Trump was, out of the presidents of my lifetime, was the most constitutional, and I'll tell you why. Because every time, like, for example, the kids in cages, right? The whole story was bullshit because it was a judge in the Clinton era.
I will agree with you.
It was a judge in the Clinton era that said, you can't have children in the same cells with their parents because there are other adults in those cells that your parents don't know, and they could get violent at any time and harm the kids. Okay. So then you had Bush did it, you had Obama did it, and all of a sudden Trump does it, and they go, oh my God, he's got kids in cages, right? So Trump signs this executive order to end it, and he looked right into the camera, and he said, I have no idea how long this will last because this is not legal. I'm only signing this to shut these people up because the Congress has to create a law and I will sign it. That's what he said. So he was open. He said, look, I'm signing this thing, but you know what? It doesn't mean anything because the Congress must pass a law. He always said things like that. I never heard Obama say it. I never heard Bush say it. I never heard any of them say that. He did.
Trump was entertaining. I did enjoy Trump in office. The left melted down. The media went crazy. It was fun. Crazy. So, I mean, it's going to be fun, another. But you know what?
My wallet was much thicker under him the first time, and it'll be much thicker this time as well.
Well, I'm just going to wait and see what happens like with Congress because you know what I mean. That's where I'm looking to is Congress more.
I did a video. I don't know if you saw my video the other.
Just the basement.
I don't know if you saw my video the other day. Maybe I'll play it. They say playing your own video is pretty fucking dorkish, but how about this? How about I play this? Because this is what Trump is going. His plan, his overall plan, is out, and I covered it. So
hey,
let's give this a watch. Can we see?
I'm all for his Project 47. When they were going on about his 2025, it's like
that was
that's
bullshit.
Not even what his deal is.
I know that was bullshit. But listen, watch this. The
January 6th committee did like his agenda on his page, so I'm hoping. I am really hoping it happens. I'm going to keep an open mind.
Okay, ready? Here, right here, I'm going to explain to you how he's going to take down the deep state because it's out. So listen to this.
The January 6th committee's motive as the ultimate Trump takedown has just taken a drastic U-turn. And the members of that committee might find themselves on the wrong side of history pretty soon.
There you go, Lou.
Trump's team is preparing a radical government transformation that could rewrite the entire bureaucratic playbook. In this video, we'll break down Team Trump's plans to purge the government and explore what it means for American politics. All I can say is government bureaucrats known as the deep state should update their resumes, and bad actors like Liz Cheney, Benny Thompson, Adam Schiff, and others had better lawyer up. Let's get into it. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Now do me a favor, if you haven't already, become a subscriber to the channel. And don't forget to click the notification bell so you'll never miss the next video when it comes out. Tomorrow, we're doing a live stream at 6 p.m. I hope you join us. You'll have a good time. So let's get into it. Remember the January 6th committee that was supposed to be the ultimate Trump takedown? They were going to destroy his reputation. They were going to end his political career by ruining his chances of ever being able to run for office again. They were going to send criminal referrals to the crooked and corrupt FBI to have him charged with crimes. Remember all that? Yeah, well, surprise, surprise. The tables have turned faster than a political weather vane in a windstorm. And who's at the center of this political implosion? None other than Liz Cheney, once the darling of Trump critics. She was the Rosie O'Donnell of the House of Representatives. Now, she's not even a political has-been anymore. She's more like a political, who the hell was that? Talk about a career nosedive. Her primary defeat was like watching a political dumpster fire. And when all is said and done, the only power Liz Cheney has left is her own sense of cosmic justice, if you will, when the self-described conservative Republican goes on CNN and MSNBC to bitch and gripe about Trump. I mean, think about it. She once held the number 3 leadership position of the Republican conference chair. And now she couldn't get hired as a Walmart greeter. Welcome to exile. Team Trump's cooking up a bureaucratic remake that would make Hollywood's reboot culture look amateurish. Their grand plan, a federal makeover so extreme, it's like a political extreme home makeover show. The star of this potential government Hunger Games, something called Schedule F, which sounds more like a boring tax form, but is actually a potential nuclear option in governmental restructuring. All right, so let me break down their strategy for you. And trust me, it reads like a revenge playlist that would make Machiavelli proud. First up, eliminating potentially tens of thousands of bureaucratic positions. That's right. Schedule F will change the personnel status of these people so that they can now be fired with cause. Next, returning jurisdictional control to Congress. Over the years, Congress got lazy and allowed the bureaucrats in the executive branch to create the rules and regulations complete with penalties and fines and never went through the lazy bums in the halls of Congress. Trump is going to make sure after the Chevron case that the bureaucrats no longer get to create rules without going through the Capitol Hill employees who were actually elected by we the people. And finally, ensuring only loyalists to the MAGA movement retain their positions. And why not? They weren't the ones that were causing all the chaos for Americans. Look, this is not just about political payback. It's about institutional recalibration. They've got a menu of potential actions that would make political revenge look like a gourmet 5-course meal. We're talking appointing new leadership to key agencies, investigating previous investigators. Oh, the delicious irony. Revoking security clearances for perceived adversaries. That's important because you have a lot of people that go on, they finish their job and they go on to CNN and MSNBC and they start telling things that they learned through people that they wouldn't otherwise be able to talk to without their clearances. And even pardoning January 6th protesters. That's the big one right there. Now, here's the million-dollar philosophical question. Are we talking about loyalty to existing institutional structures or loyalty to a transformative political movement? It's like choosing between keeping your reliable old sedan or trading it in for a souped-up sports car with flame decals. Now, the famous phrase, the walls are closing in, might have a whole new set of political actors sweating now. Did the January 6th committee truly believe that they were about to deliver a knockout punch to Trump? Perhaps they'll soon be the ones hearing footsteps of combat boots in the wee hours of the night with CNN cameras set up on their front lawns. This isn't just about getting back at political enemies, guys. It really isn't. Proponents are selling this as the necessary recalibration of institutional integrity, which is politicians speak for. We're cleaning house and we've got some serious Windex. Trump has had 4 years, 4 long years to contemplate how to effectively purge what he sees as corruption and reposition the federal government. The upcoming months will reveal whether this is a strategic vision or merely another political fantasy. One thing is for sure, guys. This is a game of cat and mouse where the stakes are higher than ever. All right. Thank you for watching. Subscribe. Hit that notification bell if you want to be kept up to date with the latest news and analysis from a conservative perspective. I'll see you in the next one. Spread the word.
When you walk in the room, my heart skips a beat. And who said
I'm just going to sit back and watch.
What's that?
Like I did the first round. That's all I'm going to do.
What's that?
I hope he does clean house.
I
That's
hope he
what
does.
I was hoping in the first round, but it didn't
Well, the
happen.
first round was, hey, what's up, Lou?
No.
The first round was effed up because he had to deal with, like, think about it. Right out of the gate, he put that travel ban, okay? Now, the 6 countries he put a travel ban on had nothing to do with them being Muslims. It had to do with, that's what the Obama administration told his administration in the transition. These are the 6 countries our intelligence agencies have identified as they would have the most people from ISIS try to sneak in with refugees. So Trump said, okay, we're gonna ban them. And a fucking judge came out almost immediately and said, you can't do that. It's racist. He didn't even have the word Muslim in the ban. You know who did have the word Muslim in his Muslim ban? It was Barack Obama. When he put a travel ban on Iran, he had the word Muslim in there. Okay? Trump didn't. So Trump had to deal with shit like that every single day.
It's just Orange Man bad. It was just a way so they could dog on Trump for the next 4 years. That's about it.
You're exactly right. But no, that's not going to happen
like
the next
what?
4 years. Do you know why it's not going to happen the next
They
4 years?
bitch
Because Trump is not running for re-election again, and he's serious this time. He doesn't give a shit. He's serious.
What did there was the terrorists. They dogged on Trump for the tariffs, dogged on him, and they still did it. And then we come to find out as Biden's about to leave, well, they kept the tariffs in place. Why were you guys saying they were bad if you put them in place and let them be, or whatever the deal was? It gives me a headache.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
Tessa, can I tell you something? I'm Canadian, and I was so happy when Trump got into office in 2016. And believe me, I hate politicians, but I hate businessmen a lot less. And Trump is a businessman. And I had more money in my pocket from 2016 to 2020 than I ever had.
The reason, let me interrupt there for a second, Matt, because the reason why Trump was so good, I think, is because he has very good political instincts, but he's a transactional guy. Okay, he's not a politician. He's a transactional guy. So he'll try something, and if it works out for the American people, he goes, "That was a good transaction." If something comes along and it doesn't work out, he goes, "You know what? That was not a good transaction. I'm not doing that anymore."
Yep.
That's how you improve.
Yeah,
you learn from whether it was good or bad. You continue doing the good, you improve on that, or you get rid of the bad. He's a transactional Trump. Exactly.
That's why I like Ross Perot. He was a businessman.
What, the little hand grenade with ears? Yeah, he was a businessman too.
Yeah. A little hand grenade with ears.
A little hand grenade with ears.
I was hoping.
There's going to be a
I
giant
was hoping
sucking
Trump
sound
would go in there and
south
open
of
the
the
books
border.
up. He would go through the books as a businessman and go, "Wait a minute, we don't need this. We don't need this."
Oh, that's what
That's
Doge
what
is
I
going
was
to
hoping.
do.
So maybe with him being in there the first round, it sounds like he might be doing what I wanted him to do the first round.
Well, he's doing what we all
We'll
wanted him to do the first time, because this time around,
So
he is literally going to change the status of the work. See, the Dems years ago put a certain status in there that made it very difficult to get rid of someone, even somebody who sucks at their job. Made it very, very, very difficult. He's changed. Schedule F is going to change that, among other things, and they'll be able to be fired for cause. So a lot of those people, like, for example, Kash Patel just came out recently and he said, look, he said, we got 7,000 people in that federal building in D.C. Why do we need 7,000 people that never leave the building? He said, on day one, I'm turning it into a museum, and I'm taking all 7,000 people, and I'm going to send, because when you work for the FBI, on a whim, they could say, you know what, I want you out in Seattle right now. I don't want you here anymore. Or I want you up in New York. I want you down in New Mexico. You'll go to that federal building. So he's going to shift all 7,000. He said, instead of pushing papers, you're going to be actually out there arresting bad guys, because that's what your mission really is. And I hope he really does it. And another thing to do is going to remove a lot of these departments from D.C. Why do they have to be in D.C.? They don't. They don't have to be there, especially today when you can Zoom people, you can Teams meeting them. You don't have to be in D.C. There's no reason for it. So why give them the opportunity to have all those meetings together where they can, collude against the president of the United States? Fuck that. Everybody who works for the executive branch, they work for one man and one man only, president of the United States. It's just that these fuckers,
like a smoking man. Yes.
It's like the military. The military is not supposed to be for humanitarian purposes.
Right.
It's supposed to be you join, you train, you go to exotic locations, you meet new people, and you kill them.
Yeah, the military has two. They have two functions.
To have a military,
they kill. They have two.
Have
a navy. I understand. She read the Constitution.
Yeah.
The thing. Well, you can have a military. You can't have a standing army. That's what they said. That you can't have a stand. You can have an army, but not a standing army. But here's the thing. Meaning, when the war is over, you go home. But here's the thing. Okay, the military is actually for two things. It's to kill people and break things. That's it. When you make it a fucking social club, that's when you got a problem. Well, they did this woke bullshit. This Lloyd Austin did this woke bullshit And I'm telling you right now, that's going away. If Pete Hegseth wrote a book about what needs to be done to the military to make it the badass fighting force that it was again. Space Force drones are mad now.
I hope they do what you said and they do the
Discord
you're
servers.
fired and they put it for us to watch. I want to watch all this. Give us the transparency we are owed.
Yeah.
I want to watch these people get fired.
Oh, I know. I would like to see it too. But you know what? It's not going to be easy. They're not just going to sit down. You're fired. No, I'm not. I mean, it's not going to be easy. What he needs to do is see, first of all, he made a huge mistake the first time around by listening to his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, for his personnel choices. Because Kushner, he listened to him for a lot of bad choices. I'm sure that Kushner didn't do it intentionally. He thought these would be good people for the job. But right now, everybody he's picking them because they're doers. They're not afraid to clean house. They got a mission. And they know what the mission is. And I think he's really going to clean house this time. I think he is. Until the, pardon my French, cocksucking judges get involved and say, you can't do your job. That's what they're going to do. They're going to try and come in. You can't do that. Technically, I think I can. I run the entire executive branch. I'm pretty sure I can.
Can I ask a question?
My guy, hold on. My guy's on BitChute.
Who is the guy he wants to put in charge of the intelligence?
Who?
I've never heard of him. He sounds like he wants to clean house.
Who are you talking about? Tell me who you're talking about.
The FBI or the CIA?
Kash Patel?
I don't know.
Who, Kash Patel?
Yeah, who is it?
All right, Kash
Who
Patel.
is that dude? I've never heard of him.
Kash Patel is the absolute perfect choice for FBI director. Kash Patel, at his young age, has done more than a lot of these old farts that have been there for 50 years. Kash Patel, it was in the first administration. He did work for Trump in the intelligence community. He's the guy that worked with Devin Nunes to out the Russia hoax. And he's the one that caught everybody who was involved. He's the guy that weeded them out and caught them. And so he is a perfect pick. He wrote a book called what is it? Government Gangsters, I think it's called. And I didn't read it yet. I have it, but on my Kindle, but I didn't read it yet because I'm reading shit like there's no tomorrow. I read like at least 3 to 5 books a month. And a lot of them are not, they're nonfiction. Yeah, a lot of them. But
I don't read fiction either, so I understand.
Yeah. Hillbilly Elegy was the one that I read last.
Hillbilly Elegy.
J.D. Vance's book. And it was fantastic. But yeah, clear out your cache. Yeah, so Kash Patel is going to clean out the FBI. And see, the FBI, the problem with the FBI goes back to Mueller. The modern day problems. Bob Mueller, when he was FBI director, the same Bob Mueller that did the special counsel against Trump. When Bob Mueller was there, he changed the culture to be, okay, so your job is not to just go out and catch bad guys. Your job is to work towards getting promotions all the way up. And how do you do that? By doing everything that your immediate superior tells you to do. And then he tells that immediate superior by doing everything that your immediate superior tells you, all the way up to the director. Okay? So in other words, the director's controlling every single person. They no longer have their own autonomy to be able to do the job according to the job profile and the job rules, right? They got to do what their immediate guy tells them to do. Number 2, he started the entrapment trap. Or I'm sorry, he started the perjury trap, which was, okay, I don't want you, I want your boss. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit down, we're going to ask you a bunch of questions, and you're going to answer them. So you sit there, and for an hour at 7 o'clock in the morning, you answer these questions. They give you coffee, maybe a donut. You answer 100 questions. They go, all right, we're going to break for lunch, all right? You go out for a half hour, 45 minutes. You come back for lunch. They go, you know what, we got some more questions. They ask you the exact same questions, but in a different order. And they go, okay, we're happy with that. Now, we're going to go and take a break. So we're going to give you a half hour. You come back here. So you go now. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They're going to ask you the same stuff again, except they're completely different questions, not the same one, but they're on the same topics. Then they come back at you at 5:30 and go, you know what? This morning at 7 o'clock, we asked you all these questions and you gave these answers. But then at 11 o'clock, we asked you the same questions. You gave us a different answer on a lot of these. And then you did it again by the 4 o'clock questions. You know what we call that? We call that lying. And that's perjury.
Basic interrogation.
What's that?
Basic interrogation.
Yeah. And they say, you know what? It's perjury to lie to a Fed.
Hospital and you get injured and they ask you what happened. And then somebody else comes in and they ask you the same friggin' thing. It's like
you just say fuck you, prove it.
No, the point is, they could ask you, what's your favorite Italian dish? And 8 hours later, after they asked you 1,000 other questions, what's your favorite dish from Italy? And if you don't say the same thing, they go, you know what? We think you lied, and that's perjury. That's what they do.
You go, fuck you.
Yeah, and they go, and you just got 5 years in prison.
Not necessarily.
Necessarily, Jim. They go, Jimmy, it's a definite conviction because they have it all on tape. They got it all written down. They wrote the 302s and all that, right? So then they come back and they go, okay, you lied. However, there's a way out of this for you if you give us everything you have on Trump. And that's what they did to Michael Flynn. And Flynn said, that's what they did to Michael Cohen. And Cohen told his lawyers, because the lawyer told all, and because he had himself severed, he was allowed to. He said, I'm not going back to prison, but I got nothing on Trump. Trump has done nothing wrong. And then Michael Cohen became his biggest enemy because Cohen, for his own dumbass reasons, went to prison. That had nothing to do with Trump. Okay? So Jimmy, they do the perjury trap. They've been doing this shit for years.
Well, why would you talk to them without a lawyer?
You can have a lawyer. Oh, you can bring your lawyer in. They're still
you don't even have to talk to them. They're federal agents. You don't have to talk to them.
But they're going to, and what they will do, Jim, is they will then slap you with like 15 felony charges.
Well, then let them do that.
Right, and you have $100,000 for legal defense, Jim? Do you?
Fuck them. What are you supposed to do?
What you're supposed to do is have a lawyer there that you're going to pay $100,000 for a trial.
Richie, if you know talking to them fucks you, then you go fuck you.
Jim, I'm telling you right now, I'm not for this system. I'm telling you what they do, and this is how they get you.
Well, guess what?
How they
They're
get
going to have to make it up with me because I'm not going to talk to them.
And then they will slap charges on you, and you will go to prison.
Never self-snitch. Always get a lawyer.
Look, they did that shit, Jim. They did that shit
right there. That's why we have the Fifth Amendment.
But they did it. Look, they did it to. All right, yeah, they did it to Brandon Strzok. Okay, I told you guys I know him. I have his number. I talked to him for like 12 hours on. He's the walkaway guy, right? He didn't even on January 6th. He didn't even go into the building. All right. But they charged him anyway. You know why? Because he was the world-renowned guy that got 318,000 Democrats to leave the party at that time. There's more now. But that's what he did. And he went around. He was a liberal, dyed-in-the-wool liberal. And then he became a conservative when he realized that everything the Democrats ever told him was a lie. Everything.
Richie, if you didn't do it, you never make a deal. Ever.
But the deal was this, Jim. They told him he had to plead guilty to the lower counts, or they were going to hit him with 7 felonies.
Then let them do it.
Jim, he didn't have the money to fight that.
Your Honor, I'm indigent. I don't have any money.
Jim, that doesn't work in the federal system.
Sure it would.
No, it won't, Jim. It doesn't work in the federal system.
What are they going to do?
You get a guy that looks at your case for 30 seconds. What's he going to do for you?
What are they going to do to you?
They're going to put you in prison.
Tell them you don't have money.
They're going to put you in prison.
Then let them put me in prison.
Yeah, some people don't want to go to prison.
You don't roll over like this because they continue to do it to people.
Well, okay. You live that life. Everybody else lives the way I'm talking.
Okay, so you let yourself get it rammed up your own ass.
Yeah, I guess so, Jim. If you have crooked fucking cops that are going to do that,
Jimmy,
you stand up. That's what you do. You stand up to that shit.
Right. Okay. When you have a LeBlanca right in the D.C. Capitol. There's not a whole hell of a lot you can do. Look at Trump. Look, he was the fucking president of the United States. Look at the millions of dollars he had to spend to defend himself. And he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. That hush money case, he didn't do anything wrong there. In fact, those charges should have never been brought. The statute of limitations ran out 6 years prior. And they magically converted them from state misdemeanors to federal felonies? Excuse me? So a fucking state prosecutor could go in the federal system? Never been done before. But that was a novel idea. And that fucking Mershon, that communist prick on the bench, Mershon allowed it. Are you kidding me? You know what that cost Trump? The millions of dollars that cost him? But he won. He won everything.
Which trial was that one?
The Stormy Daniels case. What happened was he was charged with 30, the thing where he's a felon. He has 34 felonies. You know what that was? There was 34 documents charges that were misdemeanors, meaning they didn't cross all their T's and dot their I's. As if in the entire Trump organization, Donald Trump was the one that was doing all the accounting work. That's what they want you to believe, okay? And so those charges, the statute of limitations ran out on all 34 of those tests. They ran out 6 years prior. So what the judge allowed Alvin Bragg, the DA,
Wait a minute now. She signed that she would keep her mouth shut.
Right, an NDA. Yeah, the whole thing was
crooked. That, she admitted.
Right.
She admitted she never slept with Trump.
Yes, she did.
Bullshit.
Yes, she did. But the fact of the matter
the whole thing was bullshit.
Right. But the fact of the matter is,
I don't know how she didn't get in trouble for going against the NDA she signed.
Because he's Donald Trump.
That's all. It's just retarded.
Because he's Trump. That's
retarded.
Yeah, I know it's retarded.
I'm sorry.
But he's Trump. That's why. That's
no.
Orange Man bad. You said it earlier. Tess, you said it earlier. Orange Man bad.
It's chank-tarded.
Yeah, well.
It's just, and it's like taking him to court and suing him because
here's what they did. Here's what they did.
You go on how much his property is worth. Hey, where I live,
I know.
worth
They were dishonest on that too. That's why I want Engeron. I want Engeron investigated too, because he's another prick that said it was worth 18 million. No, it's worth almost $1 billion. And he again. A communist judge working for the Democrats did not allow an exculpatory witness to come in who was the guy that knows the land properties in Florida. That's his job. And he was going to come in and say, it's about $984 million, close to $1 billion. You know, and no, it's only 18 million. They wouldn't allow him to testify.
I was dumbfounded. That's just a waste of taxpayers' money.
Jimmy from Philly's here.
Dumbfounded because of his ego. You're going to sue him over his ego. Come on.
Well, what they did with that case, the hush money case, they took those. There were 34 state misdemeanor documents charges, which are nothing. It's nothing, right? And the statute of limitations ran out. They were dead. You couldn't charge them. So the judge allowed Alvin Bragg, the prosecutor, to the Soros prosecutor, to magically somehow to convert them into federal elections felony charges. And then to add insult to injury, the judge, Juan Mershon, he turned around and denied the defense's right to bring in a Federal Elections Commission executive to testify that Trump broke no federal elections laws. So the jury never heard that, and the jury found him guilty based on anything that the judge allowed him to hear. That's what it is. It's all bullshit.
Do you think Trump will go after the Soros paid people?
Doesn't have.
They really are bad for
those
this country.
People, yeah. They're state. Okay. Sue Stormy for breaking the NDA and win. No, he didn't. What happened was she got charged to pay him. Like he paid her for the NDA 130. She had to pay over $200 and some $1,000 to Trump for legal fees, right? Because it was a frivolous suit. That's what it was. Right. Yeah, it was a frivolous suit. What's up, Chris? How you doing, brother?
Wonder.
Good to see you, man. Yeah.
Did he? I don't know if he did or not. I didn't hear if he did. That would be
No,
like, because that's all I was like, she signed an NDA. How can she even like not get in trouble for
you
going
probably weren't
against
here
that?
at the time. You probably weren't here at the time when I explained that. What happened was, now this is the scuttlebutt that I heard from people that are supposedly in the know. Okay, I got people that write to me all the time to my rpwmedia.com is my news site, and I have people that hit me up all the time with tips and shit. And a couple of them are Phoebes. They're down in DC. Anyway, because I knew them from years ago, friends of mine. But anyway, so the one said that Michael Cohen, Trump's lawyer, okay, understand this. Rudy Giuliani explained this one time. He said, look, I was a lawyer, a personal lawyer to a billionaire one time. He said, what I did was I handled all things like this. He goes, because a billionaire is too busy running his empire to have to deal with stupid shit like this. He goes, I was authorized to write checks. He goes, and then I would be reimbursed. He goes, it happens all the time. He goes, people want to make money at a pivotal time. For example, right before the election, when she came out for this, there was another guy who was a former doorman at one of Trump's buildings. He came out with a story. He went to the National Enquirer, and he said, I got a story I want to sell you, and it's that Trump impregnated one of his employees. So the Enquirer bought the story up right away to have exclusive rights to it. They paid the guy $30,000. But to his credit, the guy that runs the Enquirer, he put his detectives out and said, flush this, vet it, find anything you can. They came back and said, it's not true. There's absolutely no evidence. There's no woman who's pregnant by Trump. So he said, we lost 30 grand. To his credit, he did not run the story. Okay? Now, why did the guy do it? Because he knew that Trump was about to have an election for president of the United States, and that he would not want a story that he impregnated a woman, especially with the hostile press he had. So what happens? This is the story I was told. The story I was told is that Michael Cohen, the lawyer, he was having an affair with Stormy Daniels since 2006. And at the time that this happened, right, he's the one that came up with the idea. He said, look, you can make some really big cash if you claim that you want to talk about your affair, an affair you had with him, and I'm the guy that will write you the check because I'm authorized, and Trump will reimburse me. Okay, so they did that. In order to get that money, Michael Cohen took a mortgage, a second mortgage, an equity mortgage, whatever, took a second mortgage out on his home without his wife knowing about it. So he forged papers. That's one of the reasons he went to prison. He signed her name. He forged her name. But what happens is he gets that, and then he gets reimbursed by the Trump team. So now the argument they made in this hush money case was that he tried to lie and say that it was a legal expense when it was a hush money case. But here's the actual reality of it. His lawyer put his own money out to do legal work for Trump, and Trump, the organization, paid him. That's called a legal expense, and that's how they wrote it in the book. But he got convicted 34 times for doing it. That's what really happened. There's no crime. There was no crime. And you're right. How did Stormy get the hell away with breaking an NDA? But in the end, she had to pay him 200 and some thousand. She said, he'll never see a dime of that money. Trump could drop something on the ground, and in the time it takes him to pick it up, he made that much money. Trust me. He's not hurting for that kind of money. 200 and some thousand. That's nothing.
He shouldn't have been sued at all. All of them, every single one of them. Look, I said, I'm not a Trump fan.
Lawfare.
And I even was like, what are you guys doing? This is wrong.
What they're doing is
taxpayers' money.
I'm the only guy that doesn't have
this is ridiculous.
Kind of weird. Huh?
So I just like, what are you guys doing?
Do I look
so
like
I don't know, because even that E. Jean Carroll, she finds
she's another
sexy.
one.
I'm like, oh my gosh,
she's another one. Do you know how that came about?
I was just like,
that was lawfare too. Do
what?
you know how that came about? Get this.
How much do you think? How much did they pay her to say it?
No. Listen to me. It's even worse than you think. The New York Assembly, meaning their legislature, they just happened to create a law that was temporary that said that, guess what? We're going to drop the statute of limitations for any sexual assault charges you might want to bring against somebody. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And so they found her to say that he did that to her 20 years ago because they said, oh, we have this temporary law that's going to it's going to sunset by next year. So get in there and start your charges now. It was all to get Trump. That's why they did it. It was to get Trump. The whole fucking thing was a setup. It was a setup.
He's
the whole
Hitler.
thing. I'm telling you, the whole thing was a setup. All these cases were a setup.
Oh, I agree with you.
Oh, the fucking. I'm just let me tell you something. The documents case. I'll tell you what. I'll prove it right now. Hang on.
Can we sue them to get our money back?
Watch this. Ready? I'm going to show you something. Okay, here we go. So, in the documents case, they turn around and said, well, he had classified documents. Yeah, he did, because he declassified them. No, he didn't. Well, I'm going to show you a presidential memo that's in the National Archives. Memorandum on declassification of certain materials related to the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Look at the date. January 19, 2021, the day before he ended his term. He was still president. Says here, memorandum for the Attorney General, the Director of National Intelligence, the Director of Central Intelligence Agency. Subject, declassification of certain materials related to the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane. By the authority vested in me as president by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, I hereby direct the following. Section 1, declassification. In other words, all those documents that they were looking for, Trump declassified them. They were all declassified. And we have two court cases. One was called Department of the Navy versus Egan. And that is, it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that a president of the United States was the supreme guy that could classify and declassify anything on a whim. Yeah, who was that?
Commander.
Here's my question. How many presidents have taken papers, declassified, whatever, and put it in there? Like Ronald Reagan has a library somewhere.
Well,
Obama has a library somewhere.
I'll explain to you how it goes. It's very simple. Again, the media made everybody think that Donald Trump was the one that was packing boxes. No, he had nothing to do with it. They have staff that does it. Okay. What happens is they grab all the shit they can. They take it to their personal place or wherever they're going to have it, right? They have to have it under lock and key, though. The president goes through and says, oh, look at that. That's my picture with Benjamin Netanyahu. I want to keep that. It's a memento. And Egan versus, get this, Egan versus Department of the Navy said that a president, he doesn't even have to do it in writing. He could say, that's declassified. And it's declassified. And automatically. He doesn't, all he needs is a witness, right? I just declassified that. In fact, they take his word for it. There was another case, which was Judicial Watch versus National Archives and Records Administration. And that was in 2012. Okay, or not 2000, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was 2012. It was about Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, when he was president, he took these videotape or these audio tapes that were taken inside the Oval Office. And he took them with him, and he took them to Chappaqua, and he literally kept them in a fucking sock drawer. No lie. He kept them in a sock drawer. Well, Judicial Watch, Matt, or what's his name? Tom Fitton. Yeah. He thought the American people have the right to know this because it's public, right? So they went to court. It was an Obama-appointed judge. I forget her name, but I agreed with her decision. She came out and said, okay, here's the thing. The president of the United States has the sole authority to declare what is and what is not presidential records, superseded over the National Archives. So the National Archives can't come back and go, well, that's not presidential records. If the president says it is, guess what, motherfucker? It is. Okay. So she ruled and said that no, it is presidential records and he's allowed to keep them. Okay, so now fast forward to Trump. So he declassifies all this shit, and his people are going through. He had his lawyers had conversations with the people at NARA, National Archives. They had no problem. There was no issue until it was reported. I think it was Red State that reported it, and the Gateway Pundit, that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer contacted NARA and said, "You want to keep your funding? You better do something about these documents. Go after Trump. We want to make a thing out of it." And that's when they did it. Okay, so what normally happens is a president separates his personal stuff that he thinks are presidential records that he's allowed to keep. Okay, the rest of it, he ships it back. He tells. Now, here's a thing that CNN won't tell you. Did you know that Barack Obama has classified documents, and you know where he stores them? In a vault, in a storage room like Trump that's under lock and key? No, in a fucking abandoned furniture store. We did a story on this. He has them in an abandoned furniture store out on the West Coast. How do we know? Because he wrote a letter. I showed the letter to NARA and said, "Look, we got these documents. They're classified, and they're out here in a furniture store. God damn it. We're just letting you know."
Richie.
And they're going to stay there. What?
Don't they have audio of Trump admitting that these are classified documents that he's discussing with some kind of ghostwriter or something?
No, they were, Jimmy, I just showed you the presidential memo. They were
No.
What he said was What he said was, "Look at all this stuff," and he's showing them. He goes, "You see all this stuff?" He goes, "Now this could be classified, and I won't be able to show you this." But Jimmy, it was part of the stuff that the memorandum covered. Everything he had at Mar-a-Lago, he declassified that he was going to keep. Everything.
Well, I just brought up the story over here. I can read a paragraph or two.
My dog's going to come downstairs. What's that?
In an interview with Fox personality Sean Hannity, Trump defended his actions, saying there doesn't have to be a process, as I understand it. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Department.
National security legal experts dismissed the former president's suggestion that while in office, he could declassify documents simply by thinking about it. But in theory, legal guidelines support his contention that a president has broad authority to formally declassify most documents that are not statutorily protected.
Here you go. Department of the Navy versus Egan. Here's the summary. A 1988 U.S. Supreme Court decision known as Department of the Navy versus Egan has often been interpreted to support broad presidential authority over national security generally and over access to classified information in particular. And it goes into, I'll show you, it goes into where they say that he has the sole authority, and the president of the United States is the only person in the entire federal government that does not need permission from anybody to classify or if he wanted to say, "Here are the nuclear codes," and I declassify them, technically he's allowed to. They go, "That's not true." No, it is true. Department of the Navy versus Egan. This is the Supreme Court. All right. So it says, provides two-track system for undertaking adverse actions against certain government employees. What the case was is they were arguing that the president of the it was the thing with the Navy, that the president of the United States did not have the right to classify or declassify. In the end, the Supreme Court said, "Oh no, he is the single guy because he's the commander in chief, but he's also everybody in the I said this earlier, everybody in the federal government works for one guy, the president of the United States." So we had that, and then we had the other one that was Judicial Watch versus NARA. And that was in 2012, and they ruled, and the court, that woman ruled that the president of the United States has sole authority over what is deemed as presidential records. So if Trump writes a memorandum that I pointed out saying everything that's here that is Operation Crossfire Hurricane is declassified, that's you got a little pussy there. That's why when the feds went down there, see, a lot of people don't know this. The FBI went to Mar-a-Lago before the raid. It was like 2 weeks or so before the raid. And they went down there and they got past the Secret Service. Secret Service took them to the locked storage room and they went in. They were going through the boxes. Trump heard they were there and he was nice enough to go visit them. And he said, "Hey, guys, do you need anything? You want some water, something else, something to drink, coffee?" They're like, no. Thank you, Mr. President. He's like, "Everything okay? Do you need any access to anything else? Just ask. I'll give you all." And they were like, no, it's okay. What they were doing was they were going there to see what he had. They wanted to see what he had, and they realized that he had taken those documents, the Crossfire Hurricane, copies of them, right? And what they did, remember when after the raid, they laid all those documents out and made it look like he just casually had them lying around. Do you know what was on those things? There were yellow slips in there. What a yellow slip, what that is when the FBI takes documents and they bundle them together because they all have to do with the same thing. They fill out that form. It's a form that says this is official FBI evidence, and it was by this agent. It was on this date. This is a description of what's in this bundle, and they slip it in there. They wanted the press and the American people to think that the FBI had deemed these things evidence, and he took them. They made it up when they were there. That's what they did. That's why during the fucking raid, they told Trump's lawyers who were on scene, "You can't come in here. You can't be here. They made them stay out by the gate, by the exit of the estate. They did not they told the Secret Service, cut off all cameras. Why? If you're above board, why are you worried about security cameras? And so they said, if you don't cut them off, we'll arrest you. And the Secret Service is like, "Go fuck yourself." They almost had an incident there, right? And so they went in there and they faked all those yellow sheets and then took pictures of it. The whole thing was a setup. 5 minutes, what?
Why didn't the Secret Service arrest?
What do you mean,
the
Luke?
FBI?
5 minutes, what?
Okay.
I'm dropping in 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it'll be 11 o'clock. Yeah, I'm out then too. Yeah, we got 5 more minutes. So I mean, the whole thing was bullshit. And you know what? It's amazing that Trump, that they say he doesn't have the right temperament to be. I would be. Oh, I don't even want to say what I would be. I'd probably get a strike if people did the kind of shit to me that they did to him. I mean, over the last 8 years, are you kidding me? The shit that they pulled on him, they've never done to anybody else in the Oval Office, ever. And now you know why he won. He won because the Biden administration made things so miserable for so many Americans that they started to listen. When you start to listen to the truth of what really happened, you go, "God damn, I wonder what else they did." And then you go down a rabbit hole on YouTube. You watch the one video and it goes, "You might like these." And then you spend 3 days watching them all. That is what happened to Brandon Stroud. And he became a conservative practically over the next 3 days. Lifelong Democrat. He's a great guy, too, by the way.
They gave the American people a taste of communism.
Yeah, and you know what?
They found out they didn't like it. And even the ones who asked for it found out they didn't like it.
And they rejected it. Yeah, you're damn right they did. They rejected it wholly.
So I don't want to hear how, it wasn't done right. No, it was done right. Now look at you.
That's why it sucks, because they did it exactly right. That is true.
So
you could.
That's all it was.
You could have talked to any. You could get all the 20th century dictators together in a room having a little party and walk around and talk to them, and they would all tell you the same thing. Socialism is socialism is socialism. They got all these different flavors. No, they're all based on collectivism, right? Every one of them. And that's the problem. They're all based on collectivism.
All communism.
It's all communism. All of it.
All of it above.
Never
It
worked.
all leads to communism. It's just communism light.
Yeah, it just never worked.
It's just a different version. It doesn't work. So it just doesn't.
Never worked.
No, it doesn't.
I'm laughing at Commander Classifieds. Nice story. Now, please face the wall.
What did he say?
Nice story. Now, please face the wall.
Nice story. Please face the wall. Yeah. Oh. I had originally muted you, dude, because I think you were snoring. So.
Oh.
Nice story. Now please face the wall. That is funny as shit, man. That is funny. Yeah, but guys, that's exactly what the man's been putting up with. Everything they've said about him was horseshit. Everything. I mean, oh my God. You know, when you get the real story, and I mean, am I lying? That was the presidential memo from the archive. Is Trump White House archives.gov. That's it. That's a part of the National Archives. The memo where he declassified everything. And yet these assholes will still say, now Joe Biden, well, he had classified documents too, but he was never president at the time, so he didn't have the right to have them. He took them out of a skiff. What did he do? Like stuff them down his pants? Like, how did he get him out of a skiff? You know why? Because he was vice president. He was cocky, and nobody was going to question him. That's why. Seriously, he had him in his fucking garage, and he came out and said, well, I didn't have him, you know, I had him secured. Yeah, you had him in a box in your garage. Trump had him inside his estate where Secret Service and private security were all over. They were in a storage room with 2 locks on it. And then the feds, when they came out, the first time they looked at it, said, can you put another lock on? Yeah, sure. So they put a 3rd lock on it. My DMs. Oh, is that in Discord? Yeah, I'll check it out, man. Cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, Tess, you should join our Discord. The link is in, I'll get it. Let's see. Let me open it up. Where are we? Yeah, here we go.
Is it in the description?
No,
is it in your
no,
thing?
I don't put anything in the description because they screw you for that. It's in the channel itself.
Because I have Discord. I have Discord on my phone, so
Yeah, here we go.
not on my tablet.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But hang on, I'll get you the link. I'll put it in.
So where?
In the chat. I'll put it in the chat. It's where we are allowed to put our links. So let me see.
Are you gonna leave the chat? Well,
yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
I don't know where I put my phone. I don't know where my phone is at.
Oh wow, that's not it. Hold on, let me do this.
I lose my phone all the time.
Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Anybody else wants to join it? Please do. Yeah, I post every single day. Like any stories that we do, I put them in the stories. The videos that I do, I put them in the videos. But then we got a shitload of memes that are hilarious. And guys post music. I mean, it's pretty cool. I want to build that up too, because I don't spend enough time doing that stuff because I have a full-time job and I do all this stuff on the side as well. So I work like 18 hours a day to get it all done between the real job and then this, which I'd rather do this full-time, but
I love memes. They're hilarious.
Yeah, but there's the link right there. I don't know.
Does your chat stay up with the thing?
That's what I was just going to see. Jim, do you know? Hold on. I will check that right now. I'll go into last week's.
What?
Does the chat, when you play a live stream back, does the chat stay there?
No.
I don't know where my phone is.
Wait.
Now,
There's a process you got to go through.
Well, I'm seeing it right now. On mine, the chat's right there from last week. I'm looking at it.
You are seeing it?
Yeah, I am. Here, I'll show you. Hang on. I will.
I'm going to look it up on my phone.
Now, look. Check it out, Jim. I'm going to show you right now.
Then I'll just
This
go
was
to the
last
end
week,
of
Jim.
the,
See it?
stream
See it, Jim?
and snag it.
Yeah.
Last week. See them all? Look.
It's not on my phone.
That's the chat from last week. Yeah, well, I'm on a desktop, so.
Well, let me see if it's on the laptop.
Yeah, it probably is. On the phone, I don't know. Well, on the phone, you might be able to click a button that says device is not connected. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'll be able to just click it on my phone, and then it'll just go right there, and then I'll accept it.
Yeah, and then.
But I don't know where my phone is at the moment, so.
Yeah, we try to have a good time over there, but I got to spend more time there. I just don't. Now, me and Commander, we talk all the time from there.
Yeah, it's
very cool.
It's on the laptop.
Oh, it is. Yeah, not the phone. Yeah, because the phone takes up too much space. Now it should be on the phone because you'll have your screen, and then below it has.
Well, I can see it now during this, but not your previous stream.
No, I meant
I got all kinds of company software on this laptop. I can't get to it.
Oh, really? Lock that.
Yeah, EDR and MDR and UTM and all that other shit. Endpoint detection response.
Really? Well, ABC, XYZ, and PDQ, motherfucker. I have no idea.
Unified threat management.
I'm a programmer. I'm not a systems guy, so I wouldn't know. You systems guys. Am I right?
Yeah.
What is it? Is it the is it under RPW Media?
Yeah. Yeah, it's under that.
Is that
And
what
has-
it is on the
It
Discord?
has
I'll
the
just
same
look up
logo that I have here. Yeah,
RPW
you should
Media
join.
and
It's
then-
pretty
On
cool.
the bottom left, with his pretty
All
little
right, I'll
picture.
just look it up.
Yeah, just click that.
We're gonna have a great time in the gulag. I'll bring the racing cockroaches. Yeah, Bobbity's like funny.
Guys, I'm headed out.
All right,
You
man.
all have a great night.
Have a good one,
Thank
bro.
you.
I'll see you,
ya.
man.
All right.
Later.
Yeah.
I'll
Later.
talk
Thanks for
to
being
you
here, man.
later.
See you, man.
This was fun.
Yeah. Ew, systems. Yeah,
All
I
right,
know.
I'm in
I know
here.
those systems guys. Yeah, the systems guys blame us, and we blame the systems guys. I write software. They have us communicate it. Oh, you're out of here too. All right, Tess. She said, "I'm out of here. I barely heard it." And she, all right, see you. Yeah, go to the Discord. Sign up. All right, guys, please do me a favor. Hit that like button before you leave because it really does help us. Let me see what I got going here. Let's see. Is this live? Yeah. All right. I got 18. Nice. Okay. That's cool. We got a lot more people that watch it afterward. I reached out to that America Right guy and Cameron. And I asked him, I said, look, man, I'd like to interview you next week. And I said, what I'm going to start doing is with my interviews because I don't push them. Maybe that's why a lot of people don't see them, but I don't push them. But like my regular videos. But I said, if I do an interview with you, I will cut that part of the show down and do like a video and then push it through my normal channels. Hey, see you, Commander. See you guys. Love you all, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. You guys spend 5 hours. God damn. 5 hours with us. All right, man. All right, Jimmy. I'll see you guys.
All right, I'll see you.
Later, everyone. See you. Ending the stream.